Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. No.
Nothing.
Check. Yeah.
Check. Et puis, la micro, on a mis, ne vous inquiétez, il n'y a pas de bouton. Mais c'était que vous parlez.
Mais elle voudrait le micro ici.
Non, elle va.
Ok. Là, je m'assois là.
Ok, super.
Après, il faut partager.
Voilà, donc et puis vous aussi, vous dire que quand les gens en ligne parlent, on les met sur l'écran. Et quand ils ne parlent pas, on ne peut pas les mettre parce que les gens sur le live, ça fait qu'ils ne peuvent rien voir. Donc c'est uniquement, mais ils peuvent nous entendre. Quand ils parlent, ils seront sur cet écran-là. Non, mais le diapo, ça sera sur le diapo sur un côté. Et je vais quand même le mettre le marché parce que quelquefois, quand vous êtes ici, c'est un peu difficile de voir parce qu'il y a les réflexes. Sinon, vous pouvez juste mettre la micro comme ça et comme ça, vous êtes là. D'accord? Ok, donc voilà.
Non. Babatunde n'est pas là? Babatunde n'est pas là? Non. Wilfried, c'est pour quand?
J'ai Monique, j'ai Edith, Hélène et Wilfred.
Babatunde, c'est lui qui commence.
Monique, c'est vous? Non, une autre Monique.
Monique peut faire à la place de Babatunde?
Elle peut faire à la place, oui, c'est ce qui était dit. Donc,
Voilà, alors.
Edith, c'est la communicatrice.
Donc elle ne va pas parler.
Elle ne parle pas.
C'est Monique qui remplace Babatunde.
Oui, c'est elle, Monique Diamond.
Ok, puis Hélène et puis Wilfred.
Oui.
Et puis Monique encore.
Alors, c'est Monique 1, Hélène 2, Monique 3, Monique 4.
Non.
Non, je prédis. Babatunde n'est pas là.
Hélène.
Babatunde n'est pas là, donc Monique va parler pour lui.
Pas ce Monique.
Babatunde est là, bonjour. Babatunde est déjà connecté, il est là.
Bonjour. Donc on peut commencer.
Hélène et puis Monique.
Non. Babatunde, Hélène, Wilfried et puis Monique. Babatunde. Non. Regarde. Babatunde, Hélène, Wilfried, Bokam, puis Monique, Hélène.
Ok.
Donc celle qui parle au présentiel, c'est juste elle la dernière.
Hélène et puis Wilfred. Ok. Et puis vous. Enfin, le clic que c'est là, donc c'est facile pour avancer.
Si. Madame, on peut commencer. Pourquoi? Non, le micro est là. Vous êtes sénégalaise? Oui. La tonalité seulement. La tonalité seulement. La tonalité m'a fait dire que vous êtes sénégalaise. Madame l'unique panéliste, on commence ou pas? Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Mesdames et messieurs, à vos titres et qualités, tout protocole est respecté. Nous avons l'honneur de participer ou de modérer ce side event qui doit présenter un projet panafricain qui a été lancé en mai dernier. Le titre du projet, c'est Pan-African Transdisciplinary Lens on the Margins, Tackling the Risk of Extreme Events. Une lentille panafricaine en marge, intervention contre les risques d'événements extrêmes. Ici, je m'en vais vous présenter le panéliste. Comme ils vont parler en boucle ou en continu, je présente tous les panélistes selon leur ordre d'intervention et je vais leur laisser la parole. Voilà, le premier panéliste, le premier intervenant, c'est le professeur Babatunde. Il est professeur agrégé à l'université du Cap et travaille sur le développement de modèles climatiques, les applications aux événements météorologiques et climatiques, ainsi que les impacts et l'atténuation du changement climatique. Le professeur est auteur et co-auteur de plusieurs publications revuées par le père. Il est membre de plusieurs sociétés savantes et il est promoteur et copromoteur de plusieurs projets. Parmi ces projets, il y a le projet FCFA, Impala. Il dirige actuellement un projet interdisciplinaire multipartenaire étudiant les impacts potentiels de la géoimagerie des aérosols stratosphériques sur l'eau et la productivité de parcours en Afrique. Voilà pour le professeur Babatunde. La deuxième présentatrice de notre événement ici, c'est Hélène Diaer. Elle est climatologue spécialisée dans le processus climatologique africain. Elle a étudié comment les informations climatiques sont communiquées et utilisées dans la prise de décision grâce à la collaboration transdisciplinaire dans le cadre du programme RICH et a examiné comment les réseaux de connaissances influencent l'utilisation et l'utilisabilité des informations climatiques. Elle a de l'expérience dans la création de partenariats de confiance entre les scientifiques du Nord et du Sud. Voilà pour Madame Hélène. Je m'en vais vous présenter le troisième panéliste, M. Wilfried Pokam. Il est maître de conférence au département de physique de l'École normale supérieure de l'Université de Yaoundé 1, avec au moins 3 ans d'expérience dans le développement des dialogues climat-politiques, dans le cadre des forêts du bassin du Congo et dans l'adaptation au changement climatique mis en œuvre par les CIFOR. Il a développé des informations climatiques pour les stratégies d'adaptation axées sur les politiques et la gestion durable des ressources naturelles. Il est membre du comité consultatif de la recherche sur le climat pour le développement en Afrique. Il est aussi membre de plusieurs sociétés savantes. La dernière présentatrice de cette journée, c'est Madame Monique Catherine Bissek-Yibedek. Elle est experte en genre avec plus de 20 années d'expérience. Madame Monique a été le point focal du genre de l'IUCN pour l'Afrique centrale pendant au moins 15 ans et a intégré les genres dans la politique de l'eau en Afrique centrale avec la Commission de recherche sur l'eau et le Partenariat mondial pour l'eau. Madame Monique était chercheuse sur l'Afrique centrale au sein du groupe de travail des Nations Unies sur la discrimination à l'égard des femmes dans la législation et dans la pratique. Elle a développé une stratégie de communication sur le suivi et l'évaluation du genre pour l'Afrique centrale. Elle est coordonnatrice du REFAD, un réseau national d'organisations de la société civile travaillant pour la gestion durable des ressources naturelles, intégrant les genres et l'autonomisation. Nous allons passer la parole au présentateur du jour. Nous commençons par le professeur Babatunde. Merci.
Hey, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Professor.
Okay, please, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give this presentation on palm trees, which stand for a Pan-African and transdisciplinary lens on the margins, tackling the risk of extreme event. Palm Tree is a consortium of more than 16 international organizations. It draws researchers from these institutions to address the issue of extreme event, impact of extreme event in Africa with a focus on the marginalized people. So the researchers are both social scientists and physical scientists from these institutions. The project has 3 principal investigators. Then researchers are from West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, South Africa, and the project we also have eminent researchers from outside the country working with us on the project. And the project also includes early career researchers from master's degree to PhD and to postdoc. What is the aim of this project? Well, palm trees aims to study the impact of extreme event as experienced by people, and it plans to work with communities and stakeholders in developing a climate resilient solution for the marginalized people. The main reason is to look at the impact of extreme events, as we know that impact of extreme events in Africa can be quite devastating. And because of the countries, I mean, the African countries do not have infrastructure to adapt or to withstand the impact of extreme events. However, more importantly, oh, sorry, it's like my camera is not on. Sorry, camera. Sorry, I didn't know that I didn't put my camera on.
Professor, it's okay, you can continue because I am passing the slides here.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oops. Please, can you see my...
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, of course, Professor, it's okay, you can continue.
I can't see my slides from
now
here.
We are seeing it here.
Okay. I can't... Yeah, I don't know where I am on the slides, so...
You are talking, you are in the introduction. The second slide after the project overview.
Okay. So, as I said, the impact of extreme events in Africa can be quite devastating because the regions lack infrastructure to withstand the impact of extreme events. However, there are some norms and practices that even make people to be more vulnerable to impact of extreme events. And for instance, if we look at the issue of heat stress in Africa, we know how a lot of people are being exposed to heat stress, both men, women, and across different gender. However, there is this norm that Africa is a sunny and hot planet, so that we are used to impact of extreme events. In reality, it's difficult to be used to impact of extreme events. And this norm keeps a lot of people to be exposed, to continue to being exposed to the impact of extreme events. For example, the women who have to be outside doing their work, like selling and so on, because of the need to make ends meet for the family. They are outdoor and experiencing this impact of extreme event. So then the other one is drought. We know that, for example, in East Africa, millions of people are being displaced because of drought. Thousands of cattle are dead because of drought. However, there are some people that are also being marginalized in this when it comes to drought. For example, the herdsmen, they move around in searching for greener pasture to feed their cows. But because they do not belong to community, they are being marginalized again. Even the farmers, the small-scale farmers, they are also being marginalized.
Excuse me, Professor.
Yes.
The slide is not the one you are talking about. So maybe you can stop your slides and we share here.
Okay, let me stop because I don't see.
Yeah. Thank you. So I don't know if you can see the screen here, the one we are displaying.
I don't see the one you are displaying.
Our screen. Yeah, we are there. We are there now.
Okay. Is it possible for me to share from here?
If you can see what you are sharing, it's okay. But if you can't see, let us share here.
Okay. Can you see what I'm sharing now?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's too small. Can you increase the size?
This is the best that is possible from here. Sorry. Okay, let's start again. Okay, share from your side, then I will be saying next to move to the next.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah. But how will I see what you are sharing? Sorry, I don't see what you are sharing. Oh, okay. Okay. So let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, sorry, the previous one.
Which previous? This one?
Okay, yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
So the other example is the flood, the Durban flood. We remember that situation in which hundreds of people were killed and a lot of people were displaced because of the flood. And most of these people are they live in rural settlement. And when we talk about this, they are being marginalized. I mean, this is not just only in Durban area. We have this cut across the entire Africa in terms of fraud like that. But the depressing things about issue of flood is that when this event occurs and the meteorologists are asked, in most cases they say, well, the rainfall amount has not even gotten to a particular threshold. In other words, the divination used to characterize extreme event in many areas do not account for the experience of people on ground. Most of these are based on statistics, which do not factor in people living in a lowland community that are susceptible to flood. So, palm trees, next please. Let's go to the next slide. Palm trees now, okay, next please, next. Palm trees now provide an opportunity to focus research on the marginalized people, to look at experience of these people in addressing the impact of extreme event. And in some cases, the early warning system in place or all the activities that are targeted towards addressing the extreme event do not account for the indigenous knowledge of these marginalized people. So in palm trees, we want to focus on this by doing a research that we cut across, that we include all set of people and then but focus on the marginalized people. Now, these are the basic research questions we plan to address. One, we want to look at how impact of extreme event differs across gender and identities. We want to see how this impact cut across different regions. And since one of our goals is to develop a climate resilient solution across the continent, while working with the stakeholders, we want to see how transferable are these climate resilient solutions across the country. Then we also want to look how can we create climate information tools that enable stakeholders and community to support equitable resilience in Africa. So these are the work packages that we'll be working on in the project. The first work package focuses on social impact of climate extremes. In this area, we want to, we will apply the MIS method to collect data and identify the experience of people, especially the marginalized people in the community. Then the second work package, we are going to study the drivers of extreme events across the country, working, and so we want to see how we can use the knowledge of these drivers of extreme event to enhance the early warning system over the region. Then the third work package would be that we want to work with our researchers, the stakeholders, and local community in order to develop strategy that can help them to improve their preparedness to extreme events like heat wave, drought, and flood. And the last work package, which is the work package 4, is to strengthen, to build capacity within the system. So the idea is that we want to strengthen these local people to be able to address, to be able to, whatever things we have developed, that will help them to mitigate impact of climate change. They will be able to continue using them and be able to use them to benefit their livelihood. So those are the 4 working packages that we are targeting in the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. We are calling now Hélène, if she is ready.
Yep. Are we on the title slide, Research for Impact in Palm Trees? Awesome. Okay. Next slide, please. I'm showing the 4 research for impact goals. So in palm trees, we're taking a bit of a theory of change approach, and these are the impacts that we would like to have at the end of the project. The first one is changes to climate-related policies and practices that better consider and adjust for how gender and intersecting social identities modulate vulnerability. The second is policy and practice changes that we can pilot within our project, and also see which ones are feasible to be scaled up at the end of the project. Also sustainable relationships between the different important communities in our research, which is communities, practitioners, and researchers. And we want this to be built on cooperation and co-learning. And the last one is strengthened capacity for African researchers to work sustainably. So to be able to be integrated into the feedback mechanisms on regional and global processes that fund and produce climate information, which are extremely important and is the basis of a lot of adaptation and resilience planning. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go into each of these in detail. So on this slide, we are talking about the first point, which is changes to climate-related policies and practices. And one of the ways that we want to create information that can inform policies and practices is by looking at what we're calling multidimensional compound extremes. So this integrates both physical and social drivers of impactful events or climate-related extremes. I mean, we have a schematic there of how the social and physical sort of combine to create impact. This is a novel approach to combining drivers to create more actionable information to use to adjust policies and practices. And it's a tool to highlight differential risks. So these different maps can be made for different groups, but also because the social side is included, it can show how different people experience physical events very differently across communities and for individuals who are marginalized in different ways. And the final point on this is that the changes to impacts from physical, climate, and policy-related changes can also be explored to inform action. Next slide, please. So this one, we're talking about policy and practice changes that can be piloted. So part of the way that we've built the Palm Trees team and approach to research is to embed palm trees research into local processes rather than trying to create or impose new processes. So figuring out what things are already happening and how we could possibly adjust those things. And also that stakeholder institutions that would maybe be sort of a recipient of information in other research projects are actually embedded in the team. And REPAD is an example of that. And in Kenya, for example, we have the Kenya Red Cross and National Drought Management Authority in part of the research team. So they're sort of influencing it from within as well. And then also in some cases, we have specific case studies that are planning to pilot suggested policy and practice changes in a subset of localities during the project. And finally, we have this map of all of the countries where research is taking place. This is a Pan-African setting, and it allows us to do analysis of what responses might be transferable and applicable across scales. Next slide, please. So this is the third goal, which is to build sustainable relationships between communities, practitioners, and researchers. And part of this is to understand how existing networks work and how to support and build on these relationships as a research team. And so on the right, there's a bit of an example of one of the stakeholder mapping exercises we did in Kenya to understand how all the different institutions fit together and where palm trees as a project might integrate into those existing relationships. And also, we are taking a very participatory approach to research. So methods are really important. It means that we need to take an iterative approach to research and also relationship building. So we're seeking feedback on methodology from stakeholders, trying to do data collection in a very ethical and informed way with communities. Also, we've built community evaluation into the later part of the project and have really thought about having a good budget and time to do dissemination at the community level too. And now this is my final slide, which is about strengthened capacity. Capacity strengthening is a work package in this project, and it stops it being a bit of an afterthought. And the real goal of this is to think about how we're doing this research project, what's working, what capacities do we need to strengthen to have the impact that we are seeking, and also to do active reflection and adjustment as time progresses. And we're focusing on a capabilities approach to capacity strengthening. How do we create the necessary conditions for everyone's capabilities to flourish and be sustainable? And we have three pillars to this approach, which is the ability to influence, do, and use research. And communities, stakeholders, and researchers all fit into this capacity strengthening approach, which is key to the outcome of building sustainable networks between different actors, building an understanding of how we all contribute to an environment where research is impactful. So that's it from me, and now I will pass on to Wilfried. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hélène. Thank you so much, Wilfried. You can now take the word.
Ok, merci. Je peux parler en français?
Bien sûr que oui.
Ok, merci. Donc, j'espère que vous êtes sur la première slide qui montre le contexte
le plan d'action.
D'accord. Donc, en Afrique centrale, nous avons construit les activités du projet autour du constat qui découlait du plan d'action de la stratégie régionale pour l'Afrique centrale, pour la prévention des risques de gestion et des catastrophes et l'adaptation au changement climatique, sensible au genre de la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale. Donc, partant de cette stratégie, un constat ressortait. D'abord, sur le plan de la connaissance même des aléas climatiques en Afrique centrale, on notait un manque, voire une absence de données qui caractérisait l'ensemble de la sous-région. Et aussi, sur le plan de la compréhension même du risque associé à ces catastrophes-là, on notait que la région, on notait un manque de banques de données sur les aléas, ainsi que les risques et les vulnérabilités. Donc, et il y avait aussi un manque au niveau du caractère sexo-spécifique de l'information sur les vulnérabilités. Donc, de ce fait-là, la CAC a récemment revu sa stratégie et en incluant cette dimension genre. Et de cette dimension-là, il y a plusieurs axes prioritaires qui ont été définis. Donc, entre autres, développer des bases de données sexo-spécifiques des événements induits par les aléas météorologiques, élaborer et actualiser des profils des risques de catastrophes sensibles au genre dans la sous-région, ainsi que appuyer ou fournir des directives aux États sur la manière de réaliser des profils de risques sensibles au genre et élaborer des stratégies et des plans d'action de réduction des risques et des catastrophes. Donc, il y a cette dimension sexo-spécifique et cette sensibilité au genre qui est un accent fort de cette nouvelle stratégie-là. Donc, et c'est partant de là que nous avons donc bâti les activités du projet pour la sous-région Afrique centrale. Donc, le projet dans la région.
Wilfried, are you there? Tu es là, Wilfried? Oh là là. On lui accorde quelques minutes d'attente. À Monique. Par exemple, Monique doit commencer. Monique commence où? Regarde d'abord, tu commences ici. Hein? Oui, oui. Oui, oui. Tu vas suivre.
Voilà, merci. En attendant que Wilfried revienne, nous avons parlé de la recherche parce qu'on avait affaire au professeur. Alors maintenant, l'opérationnalisation de ce projet va passer par le réseau Femmes africaines pour le développement durable, le REFAD, que je coordonne en Afrique centrale, le REFAD qui couvre 10 pays de l'Afrique centrale. Donc, qu'entendons-nous, le plan porte sur qu'entendons-nous par le REFAD, que fera le REFAD en tant que membre de ce projet, comment travailler avec les parties prenantes, comment nous allons initier le dialogue. Voilà. Le REFAD a été créé en 1998. Hein. C'est un réseau d'organisations de la société civile majoritairement féminine. Créé en 1998, nous avons un quart de siècle d'existence. Le slogan, notre slogan, c'est « Genre et autonomisation des femmes en Afrique centrale ». Nous avons une vision, notre vision est une participation égalitaire dans la gestion durable des ressources naturelles. Et nous nous disons que d'ici 2025, les femmes d'Afrique centrale participeront équitablement à la prise de décision sur la gestion durable et diversifiée des ressources naturelles. Maintenant, l'égalité des sexes et l'inclusion, nous allons nous en occuper dans le projet Palm Trees. Le REFAD va se concentrer d'abord sur la stratégie du projet, sur l'égalité des sexes et l'inclusion sociale. L'inclusion sociale ici reconnaît la vulnérabilité des personnes en raison de leur identité sociale. Reconnaît le déséquilibre historique et des préjugés qui perpétuent l'inégalité des sexes. Et de nos jours, tout le monde le sait, le genre est un concept dynamique qui a beaucoup évolué. On parlait d'abord des femmes et hommes, des sexes. Aujourd'hui, nous parlons des personnes vulnérables, marginalisées, tels que les intouchables, les peuples indigènes, les handicapés, les personnes âgées, les LGBTQ. Nous nous disons que le REFAD va s'occuper de tous ces éléments dans notre travail de recherche en Afrique. Le REFAD veillera aussi à ce que l'égalité des sexes qui garantit que chaque personne, femme, homme ou autre, peut participer activement et en toute sécurité et de manière satisfaisante au développement de sa vie, de celle de la société, sans faire l'objet d'une discrimination. Et que l'égalité des sexes, en plus d'être un droit humain fondamental, est essentielle pour le REFAD et pour le projet, mais aussi pour l'établissement des sociétés pacifiques, avec un plein potentiel humain et un développement durable sur le terrain où le projet sera mis en œuvre. Pour nous, 3 mots essentiels forment ce que nous allons faire. Pensons à la discrimination. Il faut évacuer la discrimination. Nous pensons à l'équité. Il faudrait l'équité qui établit l'égalité et il faudrait l'égalité elle-même. Maintenant, comment on va travailler avec les parties prenantes? Dans la région d'Afrique centrale en particulier, le REFAD effectuera une analyse situationnelle de la chaîne de valeur agricole à partir des agriculteurs, du transport et même de la commercialisation. Nous avons choisi 2 sites au Cameroun Fumbot qui est à l'ouest du Cameroun et Guider qui est au nord du Cameroun. Comme l'objectif principal est d'établir le profil de risque en matière de genre, qui sera un document de plaidoyer tentant de planter le décor et de montrer la situation actuelle des personnes marginalisées dans le pays. Nous allons élaborer des scénarios, des questionnaires, enregistrer des entretiens, dresser une carte des risques et examiner le défi à relever en termes d'égalité entre les populations cibles et voir quelles opportunités peuvent être créées pour telle ou telle personne. Au Cameroun, par exemple, le défi est le suivant. Les deux sites sont presque les zones où les musulmans et où règne la polygamie. Les femmes n'ont pas beaucoup droit à la parole, mais c'est une expérience à capitaliser dans le projet. Nous allons essayer d'impliquer les femmes qui sont discrètes, mais pour le faire, il faudrait passer par leur mari. Il faut associer les maris. Mais nous notons heureusement aussi qu'il y aura des femmes célibataires, des femmes d'affaires dans ces zones qui vendent les produits que nous avons ciblés. En RDC, nous échangerons avec les producteurs de manioc qui approvisionnent Kinshasa. Nous travaillerons dans Bazagungu, qui est dans le Congo central. Maintenant, sur la question de dialogue politique. Dans le cadre de ce projet, nous allons initier un dialogue constructif et l'intégration des informations pertinentes provenant d'un éventail de détenteurs de connaissances. Nous allons peut-être relever surtout le lien entre les chercheurs, les institutions sous-régionales comme la CEAC, la COMIFAC, les gouvernements de l'Afrique centrale, les communautés locales, les activités. Nous allons même toucher jusqu'aux maires des régions. Nous aurons des échanges avec toutes les parties prenantes, les décideurs politiques aussi, les transporteurs, les agriculteurs. Nous chercherons comment les personnes vulnérables peuvent renforcer leur résilience en minimisant leur vulnérabilité aux aléas climatiques, comme Wilfried a commencé à dire. Nous allons chercher comment améliorer la rentabilité de l'activité de la culture de l'oignon, de la tomate et du manioc dans les deux pays. Nous allons aussi imaginer de nouvelles solutions de résilience qui pourraient émaner des solutions basées sur la nature. L'IUCN parle beaucoup actuellement des solutions basées sur la nature. Nous avons prévu cet élément-là dans notre travail au Cameroun et au Congo. En conclusion, le travail que nous effectuons nous permettra de mieux canaliser les diverses voix des différents genres, de proposer des solutions pour limiter les stéréotypes, la stigmatisation et les cultures d'exclusion et soutenir l'autonomisation des groupes de genre marginalisés en conjonction avec le contexte culturel et socio-économique des localités que nous avons ciblées. J'ai parlé de l'ouest du Cameroun et du nord du Cameroun et le Bas-Congo en RDC. Pour nous, l'une des principales caractéristiques du projet est de tirer des enseignements, des expériences vécues par les groupes marginalisés et de les impliquer activement dans la conception, la planification, la diffusion, le suivi et l'évaluation du travail que nous allons faire. Les inégalités structurelles auxquelles sont confrontées les personnes marginalisées, on les a citées plus haut, les femmes, les enfants, les sans-abri, etc. Enfin, l'acquisition d'une solide compréhension des risques climatiques qui soit durable et transférable, comme le professeur Babatunde l'a relevé. Nous allons aussi essayer d'utiliser des méthodes de recherche ascendantes avec de nombreuses parties prenantes du projet, y compris le REFAD, pour élaborer ces scénarios. Les décideurs disposeront également d'arguments pour élaborer des politiques et prendre leurs décisions. Nous voulons que notre travail aide à cela. De nouvelles méthodes de résilience seront disponibles avec toutes les parties prenantes, mais surtout pour la population locale vulnérable. Le REFAD que je coordonne va profiter de cette expérience parce que dans le passé, nous n'avons jamais utilisé les résultats de la recherche dans notre travail. Mais nous avons un plan d'action 2018-2025 que nous allons actuellement mettre en œuvre avec les résultats de la recherche dans le cadre de ce projet. Enfin, la manière dont les communautés souhaiteraient être résilientes à l'avenir, c'est-à-dire parler de leurs droits et de leurs devoirs, sera le résultat ultime des activités de projet Palm Trees en Afrique. Comme c'est un projet panafricain, la transférabilité des résultats sera bénéfique pour chaque région. Je vous remercie.
Allô, Wilfried?
Oui.
Ah, ok. On reprend là où on s'était arrêté, parce que Monique vient de passer. Je fais d'abord marche arrière. C'était ici. Oui, d'accord. On peut aller là où on s'était arrêté. On parlait des deux pays.
Oui, bon.
D'accord.
Oui, donc je disais qu'on on va travailler au Cameroun et puis en RDC. Donc, Monique l'a déjà bien précisé. Et qu'on allait s'intéresser à la chaîne de production agricole. Donc, des bassins de production dans dans 3 localités dans la sous-région et des villes de commercialisation. Et tout au long de cette chaîne de production agricole, on devrait s'intéresser aux dynamiques sociales connues par les personnes qu'on aura identifiées comme marginalisées, avec l'approche qui a été expliquée, afin de comprendre les risques que vivaient ces personnes-là. Bon, peut-être un dernier élément sur lequel je peux insister, c'est l'écosystème que nous voulons construire autour de ces personnes marginales que nous aurons identifiées. Nous aurons autour d'eux des scientifiques, des personnes du monde de la politique et des ONG, donc des membres de la société civile, dont l'objectif est d'avoir une approche de coproduction où nous allons fortement interagir avec ces personnes sur le terrain afin que ce que nous allons produire comme recherche soit influencé directement par leurs besoins et que les solutions qu'on va développer soient directement applicables sur le terrain pour répondre aux problèmes que nous aurons identifiés. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Wilfried. Nous revenons en salle et ceux qui sont en ligne pour la séance des questions-réponses. Questions-réponses. S'il y a des questions.
Ok. Yeah. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour Monique. I just want to, I'm not here when you started, but I can see palm trees development, and that has been an issue for us also in our sub-region. After all, Cameroon, Nigeria, they're all in the same ecological zone. And so we have had a problem with palm oil, which used to be one of the mainstay of the agricultural produce that the country depended on, before they plunge into petroleum use and all that. But for now, we are now looking on how to revamp, increase the production of palm trees. And I can see from the presentation that you talked about the concerns of involving women, and then of course the traditional barriers, which are also similar with us. But right now, I don't know how far if your program is facing any challenges, with respect to, jumping all the cultural barriers, religious, and even political barriers that may be affecting the progress of the program. Sorry, I wasn't here. I don't know whether the question is in order or not. Thank you.
Merci. La réponse peut venir aussi des présentateurs qui sont en ligne. Hein. Professeur Babatunde, tu es avec nous?
Wilfried, do you want to take that one?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, it's okay,
so
you can.
specifically, since that question targets Nigeria, part of the project includes activities in the middle part of Nigeria, where we'll be looking at the impact of stream events on farmers, local scale farmers. So we'll be looking at what challenges they face. Now, regarding the barrier, social barrier, political barrier that you mentioned, yes, we factor that into what we are doing. For example, we try as much as possible to ensure that while we want to change some norms that keep people vulnerable, we also need to be careful of some culture that are in place so that we will not be in conflict with the government or with the people. So we are trying to manage the situation such that while we are putting in place activities that could reduce the impact of extreme event on people, we will work with stakeholders to ensure that any result we get from this project is implemented in the policy without breaking the rules that may offset or disrupt the progress of the project. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, vous avez vu que ce n'est pas la plante, mais c'est plutôt les initiales du titre du projet. Autre question, s'il vous plaît?
Thank you. My name is Santiago Alba. I'm the Director of Climate Resilience of the International Development Research Center, IDRC. We are funding the project. Merci beaucoup to les panélistes. The question is a little bit of a controversial question as a part of the dialogue. Yesterday, somebody told me how different the CLARE initiative was from any other development project. Because, in fact, we are looking at aspects of international development research in gender equality, in policy influencing, etc. And I want to ask the panelists exactly why it's so important that we address some of the aspects that were outside of the climate agenda within climate lens and within the climate crisis, because we are seeing more and more difficulties when we talk about increasing finance for adaptation on people telling us, oh, but that's not climate related, that is a typical development agenda. And I want to give the opportunity to the panelists to explain us why initiatives such as palm trees are actually looking at that specificity of the climate crisis in other social inequalities and vulnerabilities. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, le panéliste. Vous avez la parole. Hélène, tu peux commencer?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a great question, and that's why we've taken this sort of initiative to try and bring the social and the physical together, because climate is sort of connected to everything that we do. It's the context that we live our lives in, and therefore the way we interact with the climate will be very different depending on our own social identities. So saying that something is sort of traditional development rather than dealing with climate, I think it is a little bit controversial, because I think when you talk about climate change and the way people want to deal with it, sometimes it's future-proofing, but that can exacerbate existing marginalities if you're not actually thinking about those. So in some cases, if you're really just thinking about climate, you can make some of the vulnerabilities and marginalities that exist worse with those actions. So it's really important to look at these things together so that you actually are supporting people and making people more climate resilient, but in a equitable and just way. But I will pass it to the other panelists.
Wilfried, bien le professeur Babatunde. Wilfried, tu peux commencer?
Yeah, so to add to what Ellen said, we know there have been a lot of activities targeted on climate change, and a lot of resources are being made aware or prepared to address the impact of climate change. But the problem is that some of these adaptation strategies or policies have actually ignored the marginalized people. One, it ignored, some of them ignored the local, the experience of them, of the marginalized people. They ignored the coping strategy of these marginalized people. So we are envisaging that there is a need for the knowledge of the indigenous people to be incorporated into climate change adaptation strategies. So that's one of the reasons for this kind of research. Then two, some of the definitions used in preparing these climate adaptation strategies do not account for the experience of people on ground. They do not factor in what the experience in terms of the impact. So this kind of a study will help us identify this impact based on the experience of people, and then can be used as the information from it can then help in preparing better climate adaptation strategies and policies. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Est-ce que Wilfried a quelque chose à ajouter?
Peut-être juste un mot en plus de ce que mes collègues ont dit, c'est de souligner le caractère inclusif que nous avons dans notre projet. Donc, autant que possible, nous voulons, déjà par la méthodologie que nous avons développée, nous essayons de prendre en compte tous les aspects, comme Hélène l'a dit, physiques et sociaux, afin de ne pas justement passer à côté de certains éléments qui habituellement sont absents dans les stratégies qui ont été menées jusqu'ici. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. On a encore 4 minutes avant la fin de l'événement. S'il n'y a pas de questions dans la salle ou en ligne, je demanderai aux panélistes de dire ce qu'ils pensent qu'ils auraient pu nous dire qui n'est pas passé par les slides. Panélistes, si vous avez un mot à ajouter, quelque chose, une information intéressante. Nous avons encore 4 minutes à consommer.
Je peux y aller?
Oui, Wilfried. C'est bon.
Donc, une dernière chose que je peux dire, c'est que par rapport au projet, nous l'avons, de son développement et actuellement dans son application, nous allons essayer, enfin nous avons déjà et nous allons continuer à essayer au maximum de s'intégrer dans des dynamiques publiques déjà existantes. Donc, l'idée n'est pas d'aller dans notre recherche créer en parallèle d'autres voies pour compléter ce qui existerait déjà, mais c'est de mieux s'informer par rapport aux processus existants et de mieux les renseigner à travers les différentes actions et activités que nous aurons menées dans le projet. Merci.
Oui, Monique.
Oui, je voulais juste ne pas finir sans dire merci à nos bailleurs de fonds qui sont marqués là sur le tableau. Il y a UK International Development, IDRC, qui nous viennent en aide dans la mise en œuvre de ce projet. Et tiens à remercier tout le monde qui a participé à ce site event. Et merci pour votre présence, merci pour le temps que vous avez passé avec nous. Bonne journée à tous.
Et voilà, merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. Nous sommes arrivés à la fin de notre événement. On ne dira jamais assez. Merci d'avoir été là. On prend quand même, comme de coutume, une photo de famille. Photo de famille, please. Photo de famille avec tout le monde.
See you in the leadership meeting.
Good morning, everybody, and hello to everybody joining us online as well. Thank you so much for showing up on this day 11 of COP28. At the last hours, the GST text and the GGA text is being negotiated as we are speaking here right now. Today, we're going to have an event called Towards a Common Ground for Agriculture and Conservation Communities. I'm going to be talking a bit more about what that means and then introducing the panelists in a second. But first, I want to start off by giving the floor to Gretel Aguilar from IUCN. Welcome.
Good morning. Buenos días. So, friends, colleagues, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I imagine that many of you have been here already for 2 weeks. So today is almost the end of the COP, so I really want to thank you for being here. So today, where we have the opportunity to build common ground for agriculture and conservation communities. And at this climate change conference, we at IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, welcome the historic Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems, and Climate Action, signed by more than 140 countries. And IUCN supports also the non-state actors' call to action for transforming food systems for people, nature, and climate, launched by Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, who is a climate change high-level champion, and she is also the IUCN president. The global community has begun to realize that agriculture, because of its close dependency on nature, is probably the most critical sector to engage if we want to comply with our climate, biodiversity, and food security global commitments. IUCN is glad to see this. Agriculture must move from a sector that drives climate change, biodiversity loss, and vulnerability to become a thriving sector which enables biodiverse production, landscapes with more jobs and better incomes. But how can we make sure this call is translated into more ambitious policies and action on the ground? How can we do that? The answer begins with a dialogue that builds on environment conducive to collaboration. We at IUCN, with our network of 1,500 members organizations and our commission experts, 16,000 of them, and our partners in multiple sectors are very happy to help facilitate this dialogue. The concept of the Common Ground Dialogues has been championed by IUCN over the last 2 years and offers the potential to build trust, collaboration, and synergies between previously antagonistic actors. These dialogues have been initiated in 3 continents to date with the support of IKEA Foundation, the Agence Française de Développement, and Pernod Ricard. The principle is clear: a neutral gathering where all can agree on main issues of sustainability, scoping national context and baselines, identifying low-hanging fruits, and building joint advocacy, projects, and fundraising. We at IUCN believe in achieving multiple goals at once, so we are aiming to achieve a triple win through these dialogues where agri-food production, rural development, and environmental policies can converge into joint action plans, joint investments, and joint implementation. It is important to think beyond national boundaries and to create international coalitions of actors so that we can help encourage and inspire others. In addition to building partnerships with farmers, organizations, and the private sector. This is why we are developing partnerships with the agricultural global actors such as the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the Food and Agriculture Organization, as well with the CGAR. So, friends, partners, nature conservation is often considered as a trade-off. However, the common ground dialogues are a way to reach a mutual understanding that nature supports economic and social development and does not stop it. If this sounds ambitious, that is because it is. It is very ambitious to think that, that nature is the power, and it is actually, behind our economic and social development. But we have to be ambitious. The urgent climate and biodiversity crisis shows that we must act quickly and that we must act together. Only through this can we create a just world that values and conserves nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gretel, and thanks again for everybody for being here and being here on time today. That is really great. So my name is Lasse Brun. I'm the Director of Food and Climate for the United Nations Foundation. And since we're having this conversation today about the intersectionality in agriculture and conservation, I would be remiss not to mention the exciting moment we find ourselves in this junction at the end of COP28, where food indeed has been put on the agenda in an unprecedented way, particularly when it comes to the Emirates Declaration that came out some days ago, all the statements from non-state actors and so forth. But also, we need to make sure that things are actually anchored in the correct text, such as the Global Stocktake, the Global Goal on Adaptation, and also the Sharm el-Sheikh joint work on agriculture. So as we look towards that, it's so important that we can see how whatever comes out of here can be translated into NDCs, and from the NDCs be linked to the NBSAP, so we can have a proper collaboration between conservation and agriculture. So as we look towards particularly COP30, but also, of course, Baku now next year, it's important that we find good ways of tackling this from an interdisciplinary perspective and seeing how agriculture and conservation can be used to really link some of the biggest issues we're trying to address, which is conserving the planet and providing nutrition security at the same time. And particularly, this will be very strongly linked to the SDGs and how we take that forward. So today we have a great panel for you of experts. We're also waiting for the Minister of Lesotho, the Minister of Environment, who should be coming momentarily. And when he comes, I will just give him the floor to say a few words. But in the meantime, I would like to call the panelists to take the stage here. So I'd like to call Eliane, Annie, Stephen, joining us online, Juan Carlos, and Hermance. If you would please take the stage here. I just want to provide a very brief introduction to some of you. So Eliane Ubaljoro is the Chief Executive Officer of C4ICRAF. She's also the Director General for the World Agroforestry. She has been working as an accomplished leader with a background in agriculture, molecular genetics, and she serves on several boards and has been recognized for her outstanding contributions to innovation, gender equity, and sustainable prosperity creation. To her left, we have Juan Carlos Mendoza, who's the Director for Environment, Climate, Gender, and Social Inclusion at IFAD, the International Fund for Agriculture Development. And he has been, in that role, he is responsible for overseeing the implementation of IFAD's strategy to increase the resilience of rural communities to environmental degradation and climate change, and how it impacts to the youth and other impacted communities such as women, indigenous people, and seeing how that can lead to transformational change. Next to Juan Carlos, we have Ani Al-Shaer, who is the Director of IUCN's Regional Office of West Asia, also known as ROVA. And he's been the director there from 2018 until now. He's been working on protected areas, biodiversity, and World Heritage Program Manager from November 2013 to November 2018. He has a big experience as a lecturer working on issues such as protected area management, conservation, and integrated coastal zone management. And finally, we have next to him, we have Hermance de la Bastide, who is the VP of Corporate Affairs, Sustainability and Communications at Pernod Ricard Asia. And Hermance is an experienced professional with over 14 years in the alcoholic beverages industry, working particularly with Pernod Ricard, which is one of the world's top wine and spirit producers. In her role, she is focusing on sustainability, responsibility, and communications for Asia. Also joining us online, I just want to check the organizers that we have Stephen with us online. He is online. So Stephen is the executive director of the Mantatau Va Vikundi Va Wakulima, I hope I got that right, in Tanzania, which essentially is a Tanzanian farmers organization. And he's been devoting most of his career to working with smallholder farmers, and he has a wealth of experience working specifically with farmers on the ground and other frontline communities. So with that in place, you can see we have a great panel here today. I want to start by giving the floor to Iliane and just ask you a little bit about your work. So maybe you can introduce briefly some of the work you do and specifically look into and address some of the issues of how science can help demonstrate the economic value of sustainable agriculture, particularly for farmers and also other value chain actors. And within that, how can institutions like the one you work for help enable collaboration between biodiversity protection and agriculture? And if you have some concrete examples, that will be very welcomed. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. So at C4 ICRAF, we focus on biodiversity conservation, food security and nutrition, and climate resilience. And we do that through helping grow sustainable, prosperous value chains and build equitable jobs around the world to ensure that livelihoods of peoples, indigenous peoples, and communities are fulfilled, while also ensuring that we transition in this particular case to food systems that are nature positive and net zero. So this question is really critical to the kind of work we do around science. We have about 800 people around the world, so we're a research organization. We have 9 offices in Asia, 14 in Africa, and 2 in Latin America, and the European Directorate. And so as a research organization, focused on how trees are critical to people and planet, this question is really critical. So we really see that science can demonstrate the economic value of sustainable agriculture through various methods. We see quantifiable metrics as really critical. So cost-benefit analysis are really important. Some of you may have read recently the True Cost of Food report that FAO came out with, talking about the 10 trillion negative impacts of our current food systems and the urgency to transform them. So we see comparing the long-term financial benefits of sustainable practice, reduced input costs, increased yields, improved soil health, as really critical to initial investments and potential yield losses in the transition phase. We see how we're looking at these really critical spaces as important. So we know that 1/3 of soils around the world are degraded and 65% of soils in Africa are degraded. So if we don't transform that basis, that is the foundation of how we grow food, there's no way moving forward. FAO has said we have at best 60 growing seasons, and this was a few years ago. So we should realize that if we don't improve the health of our soils, it's really critical that we prioritize this. I think it's wonderful that food systems have been prioritized at this COP28, and we, in our work, are really happy and proud about this. So we see also the critical importance of life cycle assessments, tracking the environmental impact of agricultural practices, greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, soil erosion, and translating them into economic costs. In this way, what we've seen is that we know that organizations that are switching to regenerative practices not only can make a profit, but can be nature positive and contribute to greenhouse gas reductions around the world, so the sequestration of carbon. So this is really work that we see important. How we look at valuing our ecosystem services, assigning monetary values to the benefits provided by nature, such as pollination, pest control, and water purification, which are often enhanced by sustainable agriculture, need to be realized. And in terms of case studies and field trials, we see that comparing the economic performance of conventional and sustainable farms can be really critical to demonstrating the economic viability and profitability of sustainable practices, particularly in different contexts and agroecological zones. Another way we see that we can move forward with science in this space is measuring the impact of specific interventions. So analyzing the economic benefits of adopting specific sustainable practices like cover crop rotations, and integrated pest management. In particular, cover crops, what we see in many places, particularly in Africa, is that the amount of rain in one year hasn't changed in total, but the intensity of how that rain comes in shorter bursts is intensifying. And so ensuring that we have cover crops is really critical, as well as having trees on farm will slow down precipitation and will have the impact on soil reduced. We know that having trees on farm can reduce erosion by easily 50%. So that addition of having trees on farm and having cover crops can be really critical to maintaining the quality of topsoil. What we also know is that long-term monitoring and data analysis are critical. Tracking the economic and environmental performance of farms over time to showcase the cumulative benefits of these sustainable practices is important. And modeling and simulation can also play a critical role, particularly in how do we make smallholder farmers more bankable. So we know that simulating various agricultural scenarios with different management practice to predict potential economic outcomes and guide decision-making are really critical. We know that de-risking sustainable practice is urgently needed to ensure that we're getting the right investments happening. We also do a lot of work in spatial analysis and mapping, identifying areas where sustainable agriculture can provide the most significant economic benefits, considering factors, again, like soil conditions, climate, market access. And we have a really critical team that looks at value chain actors and benefits for farmers. So increased profitability can come from improved efficiency, reduced input costs, and higher yields. And so these are translated into financial gains to farmers. Enhanced access to markets is really important. We know that when farmers have digital access to data, to better decision-making, they can increase their incomes by 30%. Consumers and businesses are increasingly seeking sustainably produced products, creating opportunities for premium pricing and market differentiation. We know that improved risk management, again, is so critical. So diversification of crops and reliance on ecological processes can make farms more resilient to climate change, pests, and disease. So at C4ICRAF, we promote collaboration between biodiversity protection and agriculture through various initiatives. So landscape restoration is really critical to us. How we look at restoring degraded landscapes through agroforestry and other sustainable land management practices can enhance biodiversity, improve soil health, and increase agricultural productivity. Climate-smart agriculture, this approach really helps farmers adapt to climate change and mitigate its impact while sustaining agricultural production. And with payment for ecosystem services, we have programs that reward farmers for conserving biodiversity and providing ecosystem services that can create financial incentives for sustainable practices. And capacity building should not be forgotten. Providing training and resources to farmers and other stakeholders on sustainable agricultural practice and biodiversity conservation are critical. We also know that gender component is really critical, particularly in fragile states, where we know peace building cannot happen if women are at the table. And so the critical importance of how we bring women along is really important. We know that 75% of people on the planet are fed by smallholder farmers, many of them women. So how we support these women becomes even more critical, particularly in the digital age where they're often more disadvantaged. So we see our work as a science-based research organization that really works on impact and implementation at the last mile as really critical to ensure that we're de-risking all the practices and ways of acting that can really accelerate a transition to a nature-positive, net-zero food system that can not only be profitable for smallholder farmers, but really ensure that they have livelihoods that are positive, that are enhancing the stewardship for nature while also feeding the world. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much for those words. It's great to hear this approach really being explained in detail. I'm so glad you brought examples. I love to hearing about integrated pest management and intercropping, and actually talking about the details of what needs to happen on the ground, including who does the work and who's supported. And within that, I think it's also really important to focus on the aspects you mentioned, the end of de-risking, and how de-risking agriculture builds resilience, and the best way of doing that is working with nature and not against it, as has been the case often. So thank you so much for that. I want to come now to Annie, and do keep your seat. I'm going to give you the mic, unless you want to come up here. Whatever. Okay. So you've been addressing some of the challenges of your region and intersectionality between food security and conservation. And you've also been working tirelessly to address the aspects of the restoration from a biodiversity perspective. Tell us a little bit how you go about and how you use an ecosystems approach to your work.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be with you here to give you the flavor of West Asia region. We are all in Emirates, so it's very good also to talk about the region and the challenge facing the region and how we linked our work in IUCN to the agriculture work and also to the restoration work. So first, as we are here as we call the union, the home of the union, so IUCN all the time working with everybody, with the government, with the NGOs, with the partners, with all relevant stakeholders to implement something. We agreed about it all also during the Congress. So West Asia region is located in West Asia, and in the countries involved in my region, including Gulf countries, and also Eastern Mediterranean. So the region is a very hot region, instability in the south, instability in the north. We have Palestine also issue now. So Iran also, including in my region. So I would describe the region as unstable all the time from political point of view. And also the region is arid, hyper-arid region, so most of the country are suffering from the desertification and dry land issues. So this is why we developed a program in the regional office dealing with dry land and livelihood. So this program is caring so much about the restoration, and also we have another program is dealing with reforestation. And I'm going to give two examples about IUCN projects which deal with the dryland issue. But let me before that also focus on the country's strategies, because IUCN is a membership union. So we have Jordan, for example. We have 7 countries as a state member in our region. So we work closely with them in their strategy. So we linked our program in IUCN to the state member program. So we concluded that this program should focus on some areas which is very well linked to the climate change. As I said at the beginning, the climate change issue will impact the region more than other regions, because this is the scientific figures we gained from the study conducted in our situation analysis. So, for example, we have 2 projects. We were been working with the Jordanian government and Egypt government to face the climate change and also to support local community. The first one is the restoration one, as you mentioned. And the restoration one was working between 2 countries, Egypt and Jordan, and fit directly with their strategy to restore pastoralist area and also to support local community. At the beginning, we used the IUCN methodology to train the local community on the methodology of the restoration, and we used them in the implementation. So So in this case, they get the benefit as well to restore, and also they are the owner of these lands. So we succeed at the end to restore 10,000 hectares in each country. The other project also which fit with the challenge in the region is the food security project in Jordan. So we worked closely with the Jordanian government to develop a project, and we succeed also to get the fund for this project, 3-year project, to face the issue of refugee in northern Jordan with climate change. So because the water scarcity in Jordan is a big problem, and also the refugee. So we combine these two challenges, and we developed this project for 3 years to face this big challenge. And we succeed with the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment to, the figure is really, and with my colleague, we are happy about it. We involved around 7,900 beneficiaries in this project during the last 3 years. 37 of these beneficiaries are women, and 63 are men. 40% are youth. Implemented hydroponic unit, we developed around 116 unit, and also demonstration project about 10. We trained around 16,000 people in the site with the new technology. We're trying all the time to implement the standard also developed in IUCN, the natural-based solution standard, I mean. So this is at the beginning, but we are trying more. This is the model we created in Jordan and Egypt, but we're going to take it also to other countries in the region, because we believe that at the end, the human should be the beneficiaries from conserving nature. Agrobiodiversity is biodiversity. It's part of the biodiversity, and human is still part of the biodiversity. But at the end, the beneficiaries are human. I will stop here, and happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hani. It's wonderful to hear some good news about what actually works on the ground, and that you're addressing those, the human aspect, the nature aspect, and then food security aspect at the same time, and indeed reversing desertification, as I'm understanding it. So thank you so much for sharing that with us today. We have been joined by His Excellency Latsima Adonsi, who's the Minister of Environment and Forests for Lesotho. So I would ask that he just take the floor right now, if this is a good time. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. In that case, we will just wait 5 minutes and take the next speaker, and then come back to His Excellency. Is that okay? Great, okay. All right. Unfortunately, we have a little internet problem, so Stephen, at least for now, cannot join us. If the connection is reestablished, we'll try to get him in. So that means now I would like to come over to you, Juan Carlos. When you work with IFAD, your mandate is to support poor farmers around the world through financial support and dealing with developing countries' nations. And have you, through your work, managed to encourage the dialogue between agriculture and conservation constituencies at local national levels towards more sustainable agricultural policies? And can you give some examples, and also maybe build a little bit on what we heard from the first speaker, who was talking about very concrete examples and some of the very specific pieces of work that needs to be done on the farms to work with nature?
Yeah, thank you very much. As you mentioned, the mandate of IFAD is to work with small-scale farmers, and we're talking farmers that have 2 to 5 hectares. So we are really talking about very small ones, but that are very critical from the perspective of food security. People may forget that actually these small-scale farmers produce about 1/4 of the food globally, and in continents such as Africa, other places such as Central America, they produce as much as 75 or 80% of the food that is produced in this region. So they play a critical role. As we heard before, the link between agriculture and conservation is critical. The damage done being by unsustainable food systems to people and planet is almost unimaginable. Just even in the context of climate change, close to a third of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the agricultural system, while at the same time, it is a system that is not delivering for people, at least from the point of view of nutrition, particularly at a time when about 820 million people in the world are undernourished. So something has to change from that perspective. On the other hand, sustainable agriculture that nourishes people and safeguards biodiversity can be a real changer. For example, in IFAD, already about 2/3 of all our interventions are directly aligned with most agroecological practices, and this is something that we aim to increase as we develop a new climate and biodiversity integrated strategy over the next couple of years. But let me turn now to specific examples and also to the context in which IFAD works. As I always like to remind people, small-scale farmers are people like you and me. They want better lives for them and for their families, and that means increased incomes, better nutrition, and so forth. Are they in the business of doing conservation? Well, not directly. However, we feel that there's many types of interventions where that can be a win-win from that perspective. So maybe I'll use a couple of examples. One in Sudan and one in Niger. In Sudan, we are supporting the government in implementing the Sustainable Natural Resources and Livelihoods Program. Notice the two items are in the title of the project, because what we're doing is an integrated approach whereby farmers on the one hand are receiving support to move into agroecological practices. At the same time, the area of the project is right next to national parks and other protected areas. So many of these farmers are also being supported to act as forest guards, and there's incentive payments from that. And also communities can register their communal forests in a sense, to make a distinction between forests that are fully protected versus communal forests that contribute in a sustainable manner to address livelihoods issues of the communities. And in that way, you avoid the tension or the conflict that could otherwise exist. The other example, and it's also very critical, this is in Niger, is the role that we can play through these interventions to address the potential of conflict between farmers and pastoralists. And through the project PRODAF in Niger that we've been implementing for the last 6 or 7 years, what we're doing is we're supporting pastoralists to restore transhumance corridors and other areas which are critical for pastoralists, and by doing this restoration, it decreases the chances of them competing for resources with agricultural producers that live right next to these transhumance corridors. As you know, in the Sahel, this is very critical. Anything that can be done to reduce the potential of conflict between pastoralists and agricultural producers is critical. But at the same time that we have an integrated approach, so at the same time that we are working with pastoralists, we're also working with the agricultural producers that live next to them, again, to increase the agroecological practices. Maybe the last point that I like to add, and it's more of a reflection, IFAD also works very closely with indigenous peoples. We have actually one of the few institutions that provides direct funding to indigenous peoples groups around the world. And one emerging issue is how to also align the interests of indigenous peoples with conservation efforts, particularly when conservation may be perceived by some of the indigenous peoples groups as closing access to traditional forests that have been critical not just for their livelihoods, but also for their own cultural values. So this is an area that I think with IUCN and other partners we're actively working on, and precisely to establish these spaces of dialogue. And we really believe that conservation, agricultural production, and ultimately, for example, in the case of indigenous people, cultural endowment, that all these things can be aligned to make sure that this is a win-win for everybody, and that some of the potential for conflicts or trade-off that are perceived to exist can actually really avoid it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Juan Carlos, and thank you also for bringing in the element of indigenous peoples. Luckily, we're seeing a much stronger acknowledgement of the importance of really relying on that. As my friend Hindu Maru Ibrahim, that many of you know, always keeps reminding me, smallholder farmers and indigenous peoples are the original scientists. They're the one who knows what happens in nature and how to deal with it, and we should really take that to heart. And also thanks for all the work you do at IFAD. IFAD is comparatively not getting as much funding in some of the other big institutions, but you're really punching above your weight. And I know you had some good contributions, particularly from Norway recently, and I look very much forward to see how that plays out next year. So now I wanted to just wait for a second with His Excellency, and then just have our final panelist for now, Hermance, come up and speak. Or could we get the mic to Hermance, please? And Hermance, you work for Pernod Ricard. Could you talk a little bit about the role of corporations in using procurement to transition agriculture to be more sustainable, and any specific shift you're working on, and any concrete examples you can provide would be great.
So first of all, good morning to all of you, and a very warm thank you to IUCN for bringing us together this morning and for convening this session. So I work for Pernod Ricard, which is an international company that produces wine and spirits. And at first glance, you may actually wonder what the connection is between this industry and the critical topics of agriculture and nature conservation. In fact, the answer lies in our agricultural sourcing. All our products come from nature. We source 100 natural ingredients from 60 different countries. If you think about it, we need wheat, for instance, when we produce whiskey, or we need sugarcane when we produce rum. And we hold a paradoxical relationship to nature and climate change. So on the one hand, climate change poses really tangible risk to the terroirs, the very land where our natural ingredients come from. And we actually modeled climate scenarios to try to understand really what the impact concretely on our sourcing will be. And that exercise revealed concerning projections by 2030 and 2040. In fact, we saw that there is a potential agricultural yield loss ranging from 5% to 30% by 2030. And if we look at 2040, it ranges from 10% to minus 47%. So that's really the scale of the impact. But the other side of the coin is that we have to recognize that we also contribute to climate change. Half of our carbon emissions come from our agricultural sourcing. So this is the first source of emissions for Pernod Ricard. And this recognition really underscores the responsibility we have in addressing and mitigating the impact of our agricultural footprint through adaptation and mitigation. So that's why we're committed to implementing sustainable agriculture measures, and we really believe in collaborative approaches, working with our internal teams, with our suppliers, with the farmers, and really to transition towards regenerative agriculture models where we can focus on restoring soils, enhancing biodiversity conservation, improving water resources, and also improving livelihoods. So in a nutshell, that's why nature conservation matters to us, and how it has actually become a priority for action for Pernod Ricard. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Amance. And it's so interesting to hear how your industry is really making strides and taking that forward. And then the notion of regenerative agriculture, it's something that's come up a lot now. And it's also an interesting conversation that we need to have in the agriculture conservation community, because there is still no specific like category for what regenerative agriculture is. It can be anything from being akin to the principles of agroecology from the FAO to doing slightly a bit of intercropping and then calling it regenerative agriculture. So next step in the phase is also trying to find a good way forward on that. Thank you so much. And with that, I would love to give the floor now to His Excellency, Letsema Donsi, who's the Minister of Environment and Forest. And Your Excellency, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today in this busy schedule. If you would care to take 5 minutes to talk a little bit about how you see this issue.
Thank you, everyone. I'm pleased to be here, and though things got unsettled at the beginning, allow me to start. Invited guests, distinguished participants, all protocol observed. I'm pleased to take the opportunity to speak in the important event on common ground on agriculture. I applaud IUCN for organizing this event and take this opportunity to take all the delegates for setting time to attend this dialogue. This dialogue will help to propel our collective understanding on a critical next between agriculture and conservation, as well as in construing efforts on sustainable agriculture contribution to maintain integrity of natural ecosystems. Together, we should aim to elevate the discourse surrounding climate change, building on the discussion, commitments, and the stock take out of COP28. Dear esteemed delegates, we should bear in our minds the need to enhance resilience and the existence of our continent's abundant resources. As we accelerate our transition towards sustainable agriculture and a climate-resilient future. Dear esteemed delegates, land degradation is one of the world's most progressing environment problems, and it will worsen without rapid remedial action globally. About 25% of the total land area has been degraded. The increasing concern of environment degradation and climate change impacts from agricultural-based activities are becoming more pronounced in the sub-Saharan region of Africa, especially due to urgent drive to medium food, healthy diet, and economic needs. Intensive agriculture has led to several environmental impacts, such as soil erosion, water scarcity, and precipitate pollution. Despite the increasing research advocating greener agriculture, the transition into sustainable agriculture practices has been slower than expected. Dear delegates, in many countries, policies explicitly favors export-oriented monoculture, which affords the ability to purchase desirable imports, but has many risky implications for economic and ecosystem sustainability. The discussion and the need of dialogue between agriculture and the conservation community has come at the right time to fast-track the adoption and more sustainable practices so that we attain carbon positively, build climate resilient, restore and maintain biodiversity integrity. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I come from Africa. The African continent remains a key player in charging the way forward a low carbon future. To achieve this transition, we will require fiscal instruments and investments that facilitate and incentives action towards lower emissions, carbon positive, climate resilient and sustainable agriculture that maintains or restores natural ecosystems. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to emphasize that COP28 provides an opportunity to all of us, and especially Africa, to consolidate its united voice on matters of climate change, sustainable development, and to mobilize support for the implementation of continental programs and policies in favor of clean and inclusive growth. Finally, these resources need to be deployed urgently to support and incentivize the required transition. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a fruitful decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for taking the time, and thanks also bringing up the aspect of healthy foods, because part of this equation is also to move beyond just talking about calories, but more into nutrition. And that's such a crucial thing. And I would be remiss not to mention the importance of talking about the aspect of who's going to fund this. The comment about differentiated responsibility is now more important than ever. And I also think it's worth, particularly in the intersectionality between agriculture and conservation, to look into the Bridgetown initiative that Mia Motley so eloquently put forward last year, and to see how that can be a driver for equitable food distribution and conservation protection at the same time. So we just have a few minutes now, unfortunately, before I have to hand it over to Amanda from IKEA Foundation to say a few words. But I would just like to come back to the panelists for a lightning round of comments. So we've heard from the procurement of some of the big corporations that are helping to drive sustainable transition within agriculture. We've heard from specific examples on the ground in this intersectionality of conservation, food production, how IFAD is helping to empower smallholder farmers, and indeed how the agroforestry approach is really helping people on the ground, and there's some very concrete examples of that, and how that is actually science-based, contrary to what a lot of people have been put forward in the past, that working with nature is science. So based on that, having heard from your colleagues and from His Excellency, if there's one thing you want to mention now that is important as we move towards Azerbaijan next year, and particularly Brazil, which is such an iconic country in the intersectionality of food production and biodiversity protection. If there's one thing we should be focusing on the next year, what would that be? Maybe just 1 minute each, starting with you, Amance.
I think we heard several times about this notion of collaboration. So if I can just unpack a little bit on this idea. So I see different avenues for collaboration. The first one, which is very critical, is around knowledge and science. And that's very much the spirit in which we engaged in a partnership with IUCN on agriculture and land health initiative. So really building this common science-based understanding of the challenges we face and how to go best about it. The second avenue I see is building common tools. And that's critical because we need to have the same tools to measure and assess the outcome of what we do. And that's also the spirit in which we engage with the Organization for Biodiversity Certificates, which are building a biodiversity index. And the third one that I think of is really the collaboration and partnership as a critical mean to go and to move from pilot to scaled up measures and practices. And this scaling phase demands public-private financing solutions and collaboration with all stakeholders, especially at local level with the farmers. To give you one example, in Ireland, we have engaged in a pre-competitive partnership, and we work with an organization called the Earthworm Foundation to really accompany barley farmers in their transition towards regenerative agricultural practices. And so I think collaboration is not a magic tool, but it's an absolutely necessary approach if we want to go bigger and we want to go faster in these transitions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amance. And Annie, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe I will start from how IUCN work. We're thinking globally, but really we need to increase acting on regional and country level based on the needs of these countries. I would argue as well that community engagement is one of the crucial issues is needed, and to understand their needs and the assessment for the situation is one of the key elements to succeed in facing climate change. I will again give example from my region. In the field, their needs and their priority is a bit different. They're looking for something to live. They're looking for jobs. So this should be integrated. For example, the refugee issue in Jordan and other countries in the region is top priorities and affecting the economic situation of these countries. So this should be integrated with the science we are talking about, which is restoration, reforestation, food security, and all of these things. So we need to engage communities more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Annie, and Juan Carlos, over to you.
Thank you. I think my message is maybe along the same lines. We need to make all these efforts more people-centered, and I think this is going to be the key for success. In the case of conservation, we must not lose sight of that. We in IFAD actually stand ready to support this process. We actually are very active in when it comes to farmers' organizations as indigenous peoples groups. We have both an indigenous people forum as well as a farmers' organizations forum. The next farmer organization forum is actually coming up now in February of next year, and we're actually going to have a series of sessions on conservation and biodiversity. So to the degree that we understand what it is that the local communities with whom we work need, and then how we can bring in issues related to conservation, agroecology, and other sustainable practices. I think that's how we can get the really long-term buy-in from the people that we work with. So I think that's my main message. Let's do all this in a people-centered manner. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Juan Carlos. And Eliane, please.
Juan Carlos earlier talked about the over 800 million food insecure people on the planet. What we know is many of those populations will go to the forest to try and complement their diets. And so the critical importance of integrating agroforestry is really important in terms of how do we ensure that the nutriscape in terms of the annual crops and the fruits and seeds and nuts that we can get from trees can be complementary and can help bring multiple sources of revenues to farmers, add trees on farm to connect forested lands to agriculture in terms of creating nature corridors is very critical. And so how we look at the right for food while also looking at the critical importance of conservation and connecting forests to agricultural landscapes is really critical as we move forward, particularly as we look at the livelihoods of indigenous and local communities. So I would say that's really my take-home message is how do we ensure that that right for food is really integrated in how we're connecting our landscapes for really regenerative, integrated landscapes. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Those are some really great points before I give the hand over to Amanda in a second. So integrated landscapes and the focus on working with the people and with the communities and overall collaboration. So it seems there's agreement about the best way forward here. I would invite you just to keep your seats while I just give the floor to Amanda here to say a few words. Amanda is the Chief of Staff of the IKEA Foundation, and she works across functions to enhance coordination, collaboration, guide organizational planning and strategy, and support strategic partnerships for both the people and planet pillars. For 20 years prior to joining IKEA Foundation, she worked as a consultant in organizational leadership development and a lecturer in international communication, including crisis and risk communication and corporate social responsibility. I hand it over to you, Amanda, for some closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here today, and thank you for the opportunity to close this very interesting session. I just have one quick question. I mean, you guys have survived right till the end of COP. How many of you are completely convinced that this is the way forward, this common ground between agriculture and conservation? I see a few people with their hands up. And one or two that are a bit hesitant. I guess for us at IKEA Foundation, what we concentrate on is supporting and encouraging regenerative, circular and inclusive food systems and agriculture. So it's really encouraging to hear the conversations here today and hear the level of alignment. What I've also heard are some of the key challenges that keep coming back. One is this need for a common language and the number of different interpretations of what's happening in this space. I mean, common ground starts with how we speak to one another and having a shared understanding of what we're actually speaking about. And this is something that IKEA Foundation are working quite hard also to contribute to and help us to get to that space. I think what's also very, very clear to me from the conversations that I've heard today and from the contributions of the panelists is the real importance of inclusion. So making sure we have the indigenous communities, that we have smallholder and small-scale farmers involved in these conversations, but not just as a token involvement or consultation process, I think as co-creation. I heard today how farmers are considered the original scientists. I think they're the original innovators. This is where all the innovation and the creativity comes from when we talk about working with nature and being part of nature. And I think we need to recognize that more and bring these communities into the conversation to help us co-create these solutions. And I think some very, very important comments were made about knowledge sharing and consistent ways of measuring and providing evidence. I think these are all areas that certainly as a foundation and as philanthropic communities, we can play an important role. One of the things that I think is very, very important for philanthropy is to actually look at how we test and trial those early models and de-risk them so that we can come with evidence of what works and provide the reassurance to these policymakers and communities that they're making the right decisions by buying into these things. I think we've heard constantly and repeatedly how the smallholder farmers and farming communities are at the heart of these transitions, but that doesn't mean that we can place the burden for that on them. I mean, I think we cannot leave it to them to do, and we cannot expect these communities to take the risk. And I think de-risking is something that's very important for foundations. That's how we can make the best use of our philanthropic dollars, as it were, to come in there and carry that first risk, help with the training and the education that ensures that these solutions have the best opportunity of surviving and actually being successful. And I think this is also a call for international organizations and development banks and other finance institutions to actually follow, to make sure that the right financial solutions are in place for these smallholder farmers, that the money trickles down to where it's needed most, so that we actually have the financial resource required to make this transformation sustainable and effective as quickly as possible. So I think for us at IKEA Foundation, separating people and planet is an impossibility, and this is why we focus on both paths. I've heard everyone saying this over and over again. You can't ask somebody to sacrifice feeding their family in favor of nurturing the environment. These two things have to come together, and regenerative agriculture is all about creating those opportunities. And if you look at the way nature works itself, nothing goes to waste. Everything is value. What comes out at one end is reused to feed something else. And I think these are the innovative solutions that we need to start capitalizing on and tapping into to make sure that these diversified revenue streams for smallholder farmers actually work with nature and for nature. So thank you very much for being here today. It's been a pleasure to listen to the panelists and to everything you've got to say. There's a big job ahead. The global stocktake is about to come out, and after all the hard work of everyone over the last 2 weeks, we're hoping and expecting to see attention paid to nature and conservation and finance. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And that concludes the session here today. Thank you so much to IUCN for organizing it. Thank you to the esteemed panelists, to Amanda, to Grethel, who's somewhere in the back, I hope, and also to His Excellency for joining us during his busy schedule. And for those tuning in online, thank you so much for taking the time, and I wish all of you a continued good COP and good luck moving forward. Goodbye.
after Christmas?
I think 2 weeks. We go to Kenya.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, enjoying the region while we are there. Yeah.
This is very close to my face. Hopefully it's all right. Yeah, it sounds nice. I'm going to work, when I work from Australia, there's literally no time zone crossover with the UK. So I'm not joining any of it, any meetings.
Okay,
nothing,
so really
just actual work.
which is
seats available. Thank you, Sarah. Dear colleagues, welcome. Welcome to the home of nature. We're very pleased to be here. My name is Imen Melien, and I'm with the Adaptation Fund Secretariat, and I have the honor to moderate this event. And before we start formally, just to let you know that we have translation available into French and Spanish. So if you need a headset, please, Sarah is there, and please do not forget to return it at the end of the session. So this event is organized by the Adaptation Fund and the World Resources Institute, WRI, a member of IUCN, and we are grateful to IUCN for hosting us today. This event is titled Have Your Say, and we really mean it. This is the last of a series of consultation events that we have organized at this COP on locally led adaptation, as the fund is shaping new funding modality for that. We've already had two small sessions of focus group discussions that gave us a lot of food for thought so far, and we wanted to hear more from you at this event. Locally led adaptation can mean different things to different people, so we're very pleased to be joined by a variety of speakers that can bring different perspectives to the table. Today, we are honored to be joined by Her Excellency Razan Khalifa Al Mubarak, High-Level Champion for COP28 and President of IUCN, who will give us some thoughts, because Razan, you've been championing throughout this year, and particularly in this COP, the question of inclusivity and how can we hear from the most vulnerable. So we're really keen to hear your voice on this. We'll also hear from Ms. Mikko Olikainen, who's the head of the Adaptation Fund, and on why and how the fund is embarking on shaping new funding modalities for LLA. And we'll hear from Melanie Robinson, who's the new Global Climate Director with WRI, and as WRI has been coordinated, the Community of Praxis for LLA. We will then have a panel discussion with a variety of speakers whom I will introduce after the opening remarks. So without further ado, I'll invite you, Razan, to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imen. As the negotiators are negotiating the final text to the COP28 and a hopefully very strong outcome for the global stocktake, it is important for us to also equally recognize that climate change is already here. And it is almost exclusively affecting the world's most vulnerable people. In fact, we know that it's already impacting 3.3 billion people who are highly vulnerable to climate change. And whilst the latest IPCC report has highlighted the importance of adopting local level decision-making to ensure effective adaptation, we see that the people most affected are often left out of adaptation planning. And this is confirmed by the fact that less than 10% of climate finance actually reaches the local level. This reflects an unfortunate reality, that adaptation decisions often fail to integrate local realities and knowledge, and the intended beneficiaries have little or no say on how funds are to be spent. LLAs, or locally led adaptation, is a growing approach that focuses on decision-making around adaptation led by local people, led by local knowledge, led by local institutions. Following an extensive consultation process, the Global Commission on Adaptation developed 8 principles to help deliver a climate-resilient future that is guided by inclusion, by participation, by justice, and by equity. And it is very encouraging to see that over 115 organizations, donors, and governments have already endorsed this locally led adaptation principles. However, to implement this successfully, we literally have to put our money where our mouth is. And this is why we're all here. to discuss this openly and transparently. And one of the funders that is and has been leading by example is the Adaptation Fund. It is considering how new funding modalities for locally led adaptation enable the decentralization of decision-making to the local actors. The fund has already pioneered direct access to adaptation finance, and I really look forward to hearing this modality, this approach by Miko himself. I'm also very pleased to hear from Melanie from the World Resource Institute, which has also been playing a leading role in fostering a community of practice of locally led adaptation. I invite all of us and all of you to actively engage in this session, because as the title goes, we're here to listen to you, so please have your say. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here representing the Adaptation Fund, yet again with colleagues, a community of champions working towards locally led adaptation here in this remarkable COP. Indeed, like Her Excellency Razan said, while we used to talk about climate change in the future tense not long ago, we are very much talking about it in present tense, and the impacts are felt by communities around the world, especially in developing countries. The Adaptation Fund acts on the premise that adaptation must be local, with local actors representing unique perspectives to their specific situations and being able to find specific solutions, knowing best their communities, their economies, their physical resources, ecosystems, governance systems, their culture, and availability of funding, capacity, and so on. Enabling local actors to undertake adaptation is key to achieving resilience from local to global levels. We also see that the momentum behind locally led adaptation action is growing, and the importance of emphasizing the vital role of adaptation at all levels, especially at the grassroots. The Adaptation Fund has been a long-time supporter of locally led adaptation. We helped shape up the 8 principles that were mentioned, and we also endorsed them right when they were first released. The fund has been committed to devolving further decision-making to local levels. We've been pioneering something called direct access, which means that countries can access funding from us, from the global fund, international fund, using their national organizations, and enhance direct access, which further devolves decision-making to local levels. These principles have been embedded in our current medium-term strategy that we started implementing this year, but we've been following the very much same principle since the beginning of our operations. Our initiatives, including the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator program, have empowered diverse entities, including local entrepreneurs, innovators, the private sector, NGOs, local communities, and we are now, as you know, committed to further expanding access to local level, and that's why we are undertaking these consultations, this being the last in a series of few consultations during this COP. So with this, I'd like to thank you all for being here, for being available to share your perspectives. We'll really look forward to hearing from you. This is not the end, this is part of an ongoing process, and if you come up with ideas that you're not able to express today, please feel free to continue to be in touch with us. Again, I'd like to really thank you for your collaborative spirit, all of the participating organizations and individuals, and we really look forward to this unwavering commitment that you're all showing towards locally led adaptation. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to speak today. As Her Excellency Razan and Miko said, if we want rapid and robust and effective implementation of adaptation plans, we're going to need to look at local action and engage local governments, organization and communities in the design and implementation of adaptation measures. So I think everybody in this room is agreed on that basic principle of what we need to do. And as WRI, we've been holding a space for a community of practice ever since about early 2021 of organizations interested in locally led adaptation. So we make sure we're learning from each other and coming together as a community. And within this group, we've got more than 130 organizations. So that includes everyone from quite grassroots organizations to the Adaptation Fund and big funders like USAID, RSAID, FCDO, and others. So I'm new to WRI, as you just heard, but I'm really excited to hear that all these different organizations are coming together to share and to learn from each other. And I just wanted to flag 3 issues that are coming out of those conversations so far, and indeed that I've heard in conversations here over these couple of weeks. So the first is the need for simplified access. Clearly, lots of the organizations we're working with are small, they're on the ground, they're grassroots. They really don't want to deal with big, USAID, FCDO style reporting requirements. They need much lighter touch reporting, and they want training and technical assistance around what they need to be able to do. And that is true even more so as you go further down into the smaller organizations. That's on the one hand. On the other, the funders do need accountability for public funds. So that's the first conundrum that's at the heart of this and that I know Adaptation Fund will grapple with as everybody else does. The second conundrum is that local organizations often want longer term, predictable, patient and quite flexible funding. They want to be able to plan for the long term. They want to be able to adapt if they see that what they originally thought they were going to do isn't quite the right thing and they need to do something different. And they want it to be patient in terms of the results that come through. And again, that sometimes comes into conflict with the way funding works, which can be on shorter cycles and require you to do exactly what you said you were going to do. But the slight pull which goes in the same direction is that many funders are finding it really challenging to manage lots of small funds, tens, sometimes even hundreds of funds. So they also have an incentive to think, how can I do this more programmatically? How can I do it longer term? And the third issue that's coming up is that there's this strong need and desire to work at the local level. But just because we're working at the local level, it doesn't mean that power inequalities don't exist. So how, even when you go to the local level, do you make sure that you avoid elite capture and that you're really thinking about who's involved, who's participating in the decision-making and the implementation of the adaptation activities that you've got? And this is an age-old challenge that I think we can learn from experience over years from national governments, development actors, as to how they tackle that. And if I step back and think, what does this all add up to? At the core of this is a need for trust, mutual accountability, and clarity and transparency in the relationship between the funder and those receiving the finance. And I need to be clear about where is the risk threshold, not what's every risk I want you to manage, but really where's the threshold and how do you support organizations that are still growing to do what they do best, which is be close to local community, close to knowing what the action is, but meet the minimum threshold in terms of managing risk, and then to learn as we go. So I want to finish by saying congratulations to the Adaptation Fund for opening this window, for carrying out these consultations. We really look forward to continuing to work with you as we all try and learn as we go in the space of locally led adaptation. And I look forward to learning from our panelists today. Thank you.
Thank you, Razan, Miko, and Melanie, because I think you've set the stage, and it is this challenge that we're trying to grapple with, certainly from the Adaptation Fund, as we design this, where we're hearing the needs. Let me introduce the panel and try to click to this. We're coordinating with Hindu as she's a little bit stuck in the negotiation and trying to come from B1. It is a bit of a long way, so we'll wait for her to join us a little bit later. I have Lydia Dai, who's the Adaptation Working Group Facilitator in Yongo. We have Mr. Imani Kumar, who's the Deputy Secretary General of ICLEI and the Executive Director of ICLEI South Asia. I'll take you in that order. Then I have Ebony Holland, who's a senior researcher with the International Institute for Environment and Development, IIED, and Ms. Sophie de Koning, who's the Global Climate Facility Manager of the Local Climate Adaptive Living Facility, the LOCAL facility of the UN Capital Development Fund. And we will be joining, hopefully shortly, by Hindu Umaru, who is the co-chair of the International Indigenous People Forum on Climate Change. So let me perhaps start with the youth. And Lydia, Youngo has been advocating for funding support for youth-led projects. And in the focus group discussions that we've held over the past few days, we really had the youth group also highlight an important role that they can play in their community and bridging generations. In all of your discussions that you've had on this, what should LLA funding deliver for youth-led organization?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thanks to IUCN for giving us the space, and thanks Adaptation Fund for inviting youth to have a space to convene our priorities. There's a few points I would like to address. First of all, it is very important to recognize the crucial role that youth plays in leading on adaptation action. As we've seen from the GGA dialogues, we need to take into account indigenous and local knowledge when it comes to adaptation, and youth can be an actor to bridge this knowledge, to bring the knowledge from the local level to the national, to the international level. So youth can really play a role to bridge these gaps there. And in order to ensure that the funding really reach those communities and those projects are in need, we need to ensure that the selection process for funding is open to all, and not only for those projects that are linked to the national accredited organization. And also in terms of the national adaptation plans, currently only 38% of the national adaptation plans include youth in the implementation and in the formulation process of NAPs, according to the latest data by IISD. So we really need to ensure that youth can not only play a role in implementing NAPs, but also in the process of building and formulating NAPs. So for this, we need funding to support young people's participation, to ensure they have the right capacity to contribute to the policy process, and not only the implementation, the project phase. Furthermore, funding, especially adaptation funding, should also enable the establishment of a framework to assess the impacts of those projects, especially locally led smaller scale projects, that we can showcase the best practices and also ensure that they can access funding in the long term. And the final point I would like to raise is that funding for locally led adaptation, especially by youth, should also be conducive to building a network of adaptation projects, so all these projects can exchange best practices, exchange what they've learned, and essentially to collectively enhance adaptation action.
Well, thank you for that, and we really look forward to connecting more with you and seeing, because I think one part of the discussions that we had with Miko, as internally we're trying to grapple with this, is it may take a village. Everyone is looking at the funders to take some action, but it is how do we engage the various actors that are playing and they are willing to play in enabling this. The other actor that we've heard, I'll go to you, Imani, as with an untapped potential is a word that we've heard previously, and it's the local government as a key stakeholder, and that particularly they are in a unique position in how they can connect the finance to the planning to the local community. So tell us more on how the subnational governments can ensure also that the marginalized population, that the local communities are actually heard and that they are part of the decision making.
I'm audible?
I think you are. And if not, we can.
Okay. Thanks to IUCN and also to the organizers for giving us this opportunity. And you all agree, I think not only all of you here sitting and everybody agree the action has to happen at the ground level, at the local level. And I'm so happy to UAE and also all the national governments. We are talking about a multi-level action here at this COP. So unless until you empower the communities, unless until you empower the local governments, I don't think we will see an action going to happen, or we will see that we are going to solve maybe some of the issues. I'm not saying that all the issues on that. Yes, at the national level, we need them to bring the policy level decisions, but always the action has to happen at the ground level. So we do, as an ICLEI, a city association with more than 2,500 city governments as our members all over the world, more than 100 and odd countries we represent, with 25% of the, more than 25% of the urban population, rural population who are working with us. When we prepare a climate action plan, we involve the communities, we involve the citizens to come out with what type of action can really help them out on ground on that. So it's not just going to help them out in that way. They're asking, where is the money? How can I go ahead and implement? Yes, I have a good solution for me. I have a good ideas, but I need money to come and implement that project on that. So you need to bring that fund. I think my colleagues from ANGO is saying that, yes, the money has to come to them. What mechanism we can bring that up, that I think I will leave it to the funders. I'll leave it to all that. But I can assure you, once you start giving that, when multi-level development banks, MDBs, or financial institutions, when they route the money through the national governments, they ask for a guarantee, and the governments, national governments will give you a guarantee that, okay, I will take this money, I will make sure that action happens on that. But I will say that give that responsibility to a local government or a subnational government. They can be the guarantor to your fund, which will implement on ground to take actions further to address the climate change issue. So that's this one thing I will request the funders to empower the local governments, give them, can become the guarantors to your fund to take it forward. I know that sovereign guarantee, you ask for all of that, but I will say this can be because they are also an elected government at the local level and they can take it forward. That's one point I just want to take on that. The other thing, we all meeting here, thousands of people. I was heard yesterday that we crossed 100,000 participation here in Dubai. We are proposing some sort of, I think we already did it with the 25 odd city governments, that local level stock take. What is happening at the local level. We are telling you this is what is going to happen. We are talking about a town hall COP, a conference of parties at the town hall level. Every community will come together along with their elected representatives, and they will tell you that what they are doing on ground, how they are doing, and how they will take it forward on that. What this conference of parties is happening with all the national governments. I'm saying that a similar governing structure can happen at the local level, and we all will help you feed that information back to these COPs at the national level COPs, so that they know that this is what the action is happening on ground, this is what they need, and your fund can go ahead and take it forward on that. A town hall level COP, what I'm putting it, we are doing already with IUCN, with the ICLEI and with other partners. So I say that this can help further in that. And I put it like I was attending a lot of discussions. I'm also part of the CDKN, the Community Development Knowledge Network, supported by IDRC and Dutch government, which we are talking about LLA at the local level. The question has come up is, what is the evidence you are going to put for a local level action? How it is going to work, whether is it working or not on that. And I'm telling you, this is what the discussion, what we are having is, if the community is happy with that decision, community is happy with that action, what they are doing already and addressing the issues, what else you need as an evidence to take it forward further on this thing. So we are proposing this like, yes, the communities are acting, the communities know what they need to do, and please help them out with the funds so that we can take it forward for implementation on ground. I think that's the solution going to be. If you want to address the climate change issues, really, and if you have that heart, please give that money to them on that. Yeah, I'll stop here on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for these thoughts. I'll follow on a couple of points because we wanted to hear from Local and also on the indicators from IIED. But I know that Hindu has been, is tied in the negotiation and has to go run back to the negotiation. So let me go to the indigenous people voice as another important stakeholder. And Hindu, we've heard the call from the caucus that financial mechanisms need to be directly accessible by indigenous people from all regions, from all ecosystems. What particular considerations do we need to take into account when it comes to funding indigenous people?
Thank you very much, and hi everyone. I'm so sorry, I ran from B1 to here, so you understand that. And I left all my stuff, I'm going back there. You see? This is the advice. It's my first sneaker in my life, actually. It's the advice from the co-presidency that I took. So yeah, talking about the funding for indigenous peoples, firstly, we have to understand indigenous peoples are not a victim, we are the solutions. So when we ask the funding, it's not only for reparation, but it is also how we can develop a solutions of indigenous peoples to help fasten the objective of the Paris on 1.5. And the beautiful way of starting the COP started here at the COP28, where the first day we have the celebration of all the funding. So then we say like how we can get the direct access finance for the indigenous peoples. So before we come there, and I'm also happy that my sister Razan is here, we think about that long time. We say like there are a lot of talks, there are a lot of commitment, but there is no cash in the tables. So something is not working, so we have to change the things. So then we get the examples of the COP26 on 1.7 for indigenous peoples. We say this one has like, you have to put it in forest, in land, etc. We say, but adaptation needs all the ecosystems. So why we have to pick ecosystem? If you start picking between your bedroom, your kitchen, and your toilet, so I think you will get in the problem. So you have to combine your bedroom, your kitchen, your toilet before to live in harmony with yourself and to be good. So then we say you cannot pick which ecosystem you wanted to fund. You must fund all the ecosystem because they are interconnected. So then we work in a plan. We say we need a plan from now through the COP29 that we can deliver at the COP30. Of course, it can take time, but we need to build that all together. So then we come up with 10 principles of what is the meaning of the direct access finance. It is a principle and guideline. Actually, you can just go in the internet and type a principles and guideline of indigenous peoples, direct access finance. You can find them in all languages. So then through that, we say the direct access for us means we decide on what we wanted to do. Not the project that decides you have to fund this, you have to fund that, but what we wanted to do as the master of the biodiversity. Thank you, sister. So then the second we say like, okay, it's fine, but we have a lot of intermediaries. Before the funding come out, pass all the mechanism and come to you, you will be getting just a little implementation. And we are talking about implementation. We are not talking about the meetings and report. So how we can pass through all this and get the direct access finance. And I have a funny story about that because during the Nature Day that hosted actually by Razan, we had President Macron who come there. And then I saw him, I'm like, oh, listen, I come here, I want to have my direct access finance. He's like, okay, do you want to have me like sending the money in your bank account? I'm like, yes, I would love that. But don't take us wrong. How you can change the, to transform the financial system The financial system is not adapt to us. So how the banker can adapt to my grandmother, but it's not my grandmother who have to adapt to the banker. So it's not that meaning that my grandmother didn't went to school, cannot like do 100 pages of the Word document or then Excel sheet that she cannot do. But she is the best one who can protect her environment. So to give her the funding is the banker who have to adapt to her. It's not her to adapt to the banker. So then how we can get into all these discussions. So coming to the adaptation fund today, I finish my point. So it is so important for us to see the adaptation fund. It's opening a direct access window. And it's hosted actually in IUCN. So that means IUCN is representing all the ecosystems. It's not only one ecosystem. So having this funding who can give access to the entire ecosystem of indigenous peoples to develop our traditional knowledge, to implement it on the ground with elders, youth, and women, that is the best way to start this announcement that you are going to have. We are looking forward to have it, and we are looking forward to have a direct access to show a concrete outcome next year. Not talks, not promise. And thank you.
Thank you. Well, the challenge is set, right? So, yeah, one of the challenges for us is we're one of the first to do it, but actually not. There is Local who attempted to do this. So I'll point to you, Sophie, in what type of experiences you've had through the Local experience, and what can you tell us about how to make funding available? We've heard a lot, it needs to be systemic, yet flexible. And how to do that, and what have you learned in the past few years of Local?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share that experience that we've had over the last 12 years with countries. So the starting point was to somehow harness the fact that many countries have, a system of decentralization in, a certain form or shape. It may not be perfect, but it's there. So there is, in many countries, some form of transfer of authority, of responsibility, of some resources to some extent, from the center to the lower level of administration. So that's the starting point. So we've been working for the last 12 years now with countries to actually use that as an opportunity to build on those systems, strengthening them also at the same time, to create a dedicated climate window in those systems of decentralization. Because we mentioned, of course, we need additionality when it comes to climate finance, so that window can be traced separately. The grant is called performance-based because it's important also in terms of accountability and also creating those incentives. I mean, we heard about the importance to engage, with the communities, with the youth, the indigenous people and other groups. So it is possible, as those grants reach the local government level, to also push them, to do better in how they engage with the community. So that's where the performance-based element comes in, plus other many important dimensions, in terms of fiduciary risk management and also reporting, so that, through that performance element, we can try to have the grant used, in the best possible manner. Now, the first country that started this work about 12 years ago was Bhutan, and they've scaled up to 100 gigawatts. So that is half the country. So it's already significant to have a grant system that operates, every year at the same time of the year, so that the planning, budgeting can take place and reach, that number of local government. Well, you might say it's a small country. There are other countries that have joined. Actually, there are 38 countries now using this kind of system, and not always the countries that might have all the conditions on their side. So there are 2/3 of the LDCs using this grant system or preparing, and then half of African countries and 7 seats. Now, for example, a country like Mozambique has already scaled up to 30 or 40 districts. And if you've been to Mozambique and know the distance, and there are colleagues from Mozambique in the room, it is not a given to send a grant to northern Mozambique, make sure it is used for climate adaptation and accounted for every year. The countries have also worked together to document that experience and we've developed, based on that experience, an annex to the NAP guidelines and also an ISO standard, because we see that that particular model start being replicated by other partners. We see some interest, quite a bit of interest from different multilateral development banks. And so the idea of that ISO is that as countries somehow turn to different partners through time, as a way to also deal with this patient funding, actually for now they have to work through a sequencing of aid. A project of 4 years there, and then they use the same system with another project of 5 years there, maybe 2 partners at the same time to cover more ground. So it helps that actually there is a reference point for the partners to understand what kind of system they use, hence the ISO. But the ISO doesn't mean that it becomes cast in stone. The flexibility comes from the fact that the interventions that the communities and the local government will decide upon are not set in advance. 4 years when you draft your project, all there is a need for them to justify, according to the best information they have, and it varies, according to the local risks as they understand them, a form of adaptation rationale. Why this bridge? Why this borehole? Why this riverbank ecosystem restoration, for example? So they can decide every year what they need, and they can invest across sectors, which means that they can also work towards integrated approaches, which also the IPCC is somehow also pointing to as good practice. So I will just finish. So each system is designed based on the country context. We know that decentralization varies largely from country to country. Some countries have a very mature system, others not. But it is also possible to actually build that foundation using climate finance. And then what's good is that once that foundation is established, we've seen countries then using it for development purposes. So it's not that climate finance has to follow a solid system. Yes, it is good but you can also build it as you go and then address also, other SDGs along the way. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sophie, for that. And both you and Imani have touched about monitoring, and you spoke about baseline and then result-based thing. And I think that accountability is an important one. And for funders like the Adaptation Fund, monitoring and evaluation to see what is being done right, how can we improve, is an important element for us to consider as we shape this facility. Ebony, IIED has been doing quite a bit of work on that. When it comes to LLA, bearing in mind the capacity of the different actors, and we've heard from Hindu, we need to adapt to her grandmother. What recommendation can you give us around indicators for LLA?
Thanks, Iman. Can you all hear me okay? You can hear me now. Perfect, brilliant. Huge thanks, Iman, for introducing this. Thank you to WRI, Adaptation Fund, IUCN for having this really important discussion here in the final throes of COP28. It's a really big question that you ask, and I think, as you say, all the speakers have touched on the importance of accountability and evidence in this space. And at IIED, we spend a lot of time thinking about this. We are really proud to be an endorser of the principles for locally led adaptation and to work in partnership with many folks here in this room on really driving those forward. And a big focus for us at the moment is from endorsement to action. And a part of that, a substantial part of that, is looking at the accountability system around really driving locally led support decision-making, really getting funding to where it matters. In doing that, what we have been trialling with partners is a new method of accountability called scorecards. And if you want to talk more about it, please do come and have a chat with us at the end. The idea is that you shake up the kind of traditional methods of accountability and really look at starting conversations of accountability with everybody involved in the full pipeline of funding. So talking to communities, to local councils, to intermediaries, to funders, and all of those involved in the space to kind of see who has what role in this space, how far devolved the decision-making in the funding can get, and start to really shake up what is a very kind of colonial and traditional approach to current accountability methods. So that we actually move to a space where Hindu's grandma is having a system adapt to her rather than her and her peers adapting to a system that's very entrenched. Two other things I want to mention is that what we hear a lot through the evidence that we gather and through the partnerships that we work with, it's not about the outcome that you're moving towards, it's about the process. And the process can build trust, it can build strong relationships, and it can also support activities like capability building at the local level where it's needed and self-identified to be able to access funding, to be able to have different types of conversations with funders to really get behind community needs. And I really want to touch on a point, actually, Imani, that you mentioned as well, and that comes up a lot in our discussions, which is around who is judging the effectiveness of these interventions and funding? Who is the effectiveness for? Who is deciding whether or not it's effective? And this is really where you can get really creative, and we're seeing examples of this across a number of different spaces, where you can have things like video reporting, and in fact, Melanie, you touched on this right at the beginning of the process as well, of this event as well. A really core ethos of the principles for locally led adaptation is in fact to reduce the burden of reporting, access requirements, etc. And I think getting more creative with approaches that allow you to define what is effective and what's not is really welcomed. And in fact, our team were recently in Bangladesh trialling the scorecards to really shake up accountability with ICAD, and I can see we've got a few ICAD colleagues here as well. And something that Salim told the team that has really struck with us, which is that storytelling at the community level really needs to be considered alongside scientific journal articles and other forms of evidence and gathering as well. And so we're really trying to embed that through this accountability process with partners, and look forward to more work in that space.
Thanks for that. I want to open it because it is have your say, so we want to hear a little bit from you. And while we hear from you, I will come to our panelists at the very end. I'll give you the question now so you can think about it, because it's going to be a rapid fire question and you need to respond in 10 to 15 seconds to close this up. If we meet 10 years from now with the facility set up by the Adaptation Fund, and we are reporting, because the fund also needs to be accountable, right? We're reporting on the results. What do you hope we would have achieved? Think about that. I'll get a few questions. You have another rolling mic, Sarah, or we'll use this one?
Thank you so much. Very amazing panelists and speakers. I'm called Jackie Katana. I'm from Uganda. I'm a founder and executive director of an interfaith NGO, faith-based organization. And yesterday I was actually trying to track how adaptive funding is planning to work with different entities other than government. Because what we know, for us, what we know is already funds are going to government. And I'll go straight, before I even do my ask for religious leaders, and I was asking Muhammad, when he presented in the Uganda Pavilion, how sure are you that those resources are reaching the intended beneficiaries at the last mile? And that's when he actually gave me details of this. Mm-hmm. So one of my asks, I can see the youth, indigenous are included, but in Uganda where I work, in this very organization, we've been able to improve health outcomes through working with interfaith religious leaders. Once capacitated, they have the voice, the authority, the platforms. So any change you want, and actually they use very minimal resources because they're already available everywhere. You just need to facilitate them, give them the tools that you're talking about, like in health, we are giving them in reproductive health. We are giving them actual accountability tools, social accountability, and all those mechanisms. And they are doing amazing work, and we've seen these indicators move. So when you lump religious leaders with civil society, you lose them. Okay. And then the other one, I also represent all CSOs at global level on Global Financing Facility, hosted by World Bank, the Reproductive Health Fund. Okay. And exactly what you're saying here is what is happening. They set a hub, we have a global hub where they do a granting mechanism for all CSOs. But again, that hub, in the granting mechanism, they ended up actually starting now to pick international NGOs to be the ones to go and implement in the communities until World Bank had to recall that. So all these issues of procedures, who is going to manage this grant, how does it reach the intended people, are very real and very, very important capacity, because also we need to put that in our mind. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I have a hand here and I come to you, Hasna. I'll just ask you to be brief, so thanks for sharing these experiences. And meanwhile, we'll put a Mentimeter. For technological issues, we may not be showing the results, but you may see them, and they would be important for us to capture what you say. So if you can either scan the QR code or go to menti.com and put that code and answer their only 2 quick questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will be very brief. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda, and before going to parliament, I was the speaker of a local government. So I understand local government at my fingertips. I want to agree with you that if we want change, we need to go down to the local governments. Reasons, they are very closer to the vulnerable community. Uganda is the biggest biggest country in Africa that hosts refugees. And you know, the World Food Program gives money this time or gives food without the firewood. And this the only way in Africa we look at trying to reduce climate change is through tree planting. But once you give this money up to us at parliament level, at maybe national level, it trickles slowly to local governments. But if you use CSOs and local governments directly, I want to promise you, we get a big impact. And youths, because youths are our biggest population and women, and they are directly affected by climate change. So I'm just here to agree with you. And thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if any of the panelists want to react very quickly. And, Sarah, if you get the mic to Hasna, and then I have the gentleman over there. Hasna, I'm going to be asking to be very brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Hasna Maudud. I'm counselor, IUCN counselor from South and East Asia. And I would like to reiterate that Dr. Muhammad Yunus, you have heard of him, in Grameen Bank, has exactly done that. He has brought the bank to the poor woman. I mean, this is not a new thing, you know what Hindu was saying. Yes, we can do it. And these women have been absolutely accountable. And also, I want to mention that when you give money to the governments, there is no accountability. Have you noticed, have you ever heard how the money was spent when you give money to climate change, for example, or climate change adaptation? There's absolutely no accountability. I'm a former member of parliament, and I know that you should reach the money in the hands of the doer. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasna, and thank you for reminding us for these examples in the development world as well. Gloria, quickly, and then, well, you're there with the gentleman, and I'll come back to you, Gloria.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Saqib. I'm from ICAD, based in Bangladesh. So on behalf of our team, we've been working on several approaches with the LLA principles, with IID and members of our organization. And some of the approaches that we've been hearing in some of the side events might actually be very, very useful in sort of rethinking how the funding landscape can be changed. Because at the moment, most of the funds and all the other funds, not just to point out to the adaptation fund, but all the rest of the funding landscape really works on results-based approaches, which is very, very difficult for local communities, local organizations, because there's no appetite to fail. So you have to be 100% certain that your project is going to be achieved. For a local organization, it's almost as if you've done that project before and you're just asking for another reboot for funding. Whereas if you look at more of the philanthropic landscape, there's a lot more about trust and value-based approaches. It's more about, we're looking at the processes, looking at systematic change, which right now most of the funding mechanisms under the UN don't really address. So I think that's maybe something that we could also look into about what approach we take in terms of funding. And really the risk and the appetite of failure should fall on the bigger organizations and not on local governments. Thank you.
Thanks. And let me also recognize the great work done by ICAD, and in particular with Salim, that it's still daunting on us that he's not here with us. When we started crafting this session, we had him as the first panelist, and I just wanted to recognize his legacy in this domain. Gloria.
Thank you. I'm Gloria Ujo, IUCN Counselor for Western Central Africa. Yeah, I think it's been a very illuminating presentation. And, you know, before this presentation started, I was already asking myself, locally led adaptation fund, I am saying that because I come from a region that is ridden with crisis for natural resources, you know, access to natural resources. There's quite a lot of, and I know that when you talk about adaptation, we are talking of the poorest of the poor or the lowly, communities, no matter the profession. So, and from the presentations that we have listened to, yes, I'm aware that for donor funds, goes with respect to performance, and because you have to measure, whatever assistance you're giving. But if you look at it critically, I'm wondering who should actually decide the effectiveness of this adaptation fund. Is it the person that is meant for, or is it the person that is giving it? And of course, from the presentations, you could see back and forth of it, yes. I agree with the indigenous lady that says the bank should go and adapt sorry, to the grandmother. Because if the grandmother cannot see this physically, it's difficult for her to really feel that some assistance has been received. And so I think it is very important to go back and decide the indicators. What are they that can help us to believe that, yes, these funds have been channeled appropriately and got into the right destinations. We are really worried because the communities are not feeling these funds as far as we can see so far. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gloria. I want to have a couple of more hands. I'll have the gentleman and Kathy. Then I want to come back to that question, which links to what you said. Who should decide on the effectiveness? So we'll keep for this.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I was very curious as we think about, the flow of finances to communities that are adapting. I think there's also the balance between adopting indigenous practices, right, evaporative cooling, a lot of other practices that have existed, but also incorporating new technologies that will be created for adaptation, from sustainable cooling to ways of managing water and all these other technologies. So how do you think about tying the flow of finances to capacity building, knowledge sharing, sharing new technologies and other things that need to happen, where it's not just giving them the money, but giving them the tools and information and knowledge they can use to make the decisions for themselves?
Thanks. Kathy?
Yeah, hi everyone, Kathy from the Climate Crisis Commission of IUCN. Just first want to say great job organizing this, and it's so great to see a really packed room with so many friends on the panel and in the room. I guess reflections, just want to give Adaptation Fund and Local a shout out that for all the great work you've been doing and truly delivering adaptation finance, and especially providing the access for the real stakeholders working on the ground fighting the fight, and especially, and also would encourage other financial mechanisms and funding facilities to do so. And also just want to mention that right after this event, there will be an event organized by our commission on the linkages between national adaptation plans and NDCs in terms of nature-based solutions, so would welcome folks interested to stay around. So just want to say thanks.
Thanks, Kathy. Paz, I'll take a last comment, intervention, and then I'll turn again to the panel. Madam, Sarah, she's behind you.
Thank you. Thank you for the chance. I am Nihal from Sudan. I share the lady from Tashad and Uganda, our same problem and same crisis and corruption. But now I search for a peace. Really, this be like other situation. Now I hope in all there is hope all pressure done to let that two military or two militia to stop and then practice to be as a human. But the corruption and the whole issue reflect in Africa, same. But I hope from this COP published strong appointment or munashada to stopping the war, because it's for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. So back to you all, and I'll take you in this order from closer to further for me. You've heard various interactions that emphasize a couple of points, and coming back to that earlier question, 10 years from now, if we want to look at LLA, what would you like it to have achieved? Lydia?
Sure, yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for
I'm
all
going to have the chronometer for keeping you to 15 seconds or...
Okay, I will try. So just want to say that we've heard that the accountability mechanism should not be an obstacle, but it should be rather an enabler for us to showcase the impact we can have on the local level. Youth-led adaptation projects, what are the impacts we can have, really show this to the funders. And we also wish to see that there can be a framework for monitoring, evaluation, and learning to ensure that we're progressing on the projects that are being funded that can really help us build the capacity as well. And we want to see that there will be really this open access granting mechanism for projects so that they're not selected because they are preferred by the governments, but they can really, directly access the funding themselves and not being influenced by the funders, essentially. And finally, in terms of sharing information, best practices, we think that the funding mechanism, the LLA funding mechanism, could really play a critical role in establishing a network between the adaptation funding projects to see where the hotspots and where the gaps that are still missing in action, and really to help us exchange best practices and knowledge.
Thanks, that's a lot packed in. I'm still taking notes. Sophie?
Thank you. From my side, what I would like to see is the recognition and somehow manage for all of us to really tap into the roles of the various groups we discussed. We mentioned today central government, local government, CSOs, maybe also small-scale enterprises, youth, IP, women. I mean, I think they all have an important role to play, and sometimes it just feels like there is a bit of divide. Oh, but government won't do it well, they're not accountable, local governments are corrupt, but there is elite capture. I mean, all of this can happen with any of, local institutions, yet they all have a role to play. And if there are challenges with some actors, or, real or perceived, I think we also need to strengthen the accountability, not just, to the donors or the funds, but, hold the local government accountable and vice versa, and support so that those systems can work better. So perhaps this LLA modality can also factor that, and maybe there should be multiple windows, in fact, sorry to throw that on the table, so that those bridges can be created, and how those various actors work together somehow should also be promoted, because those links at the local level, they should all come together to solve the issues that they face in their territories, and they all, in my mind, have a piece of the solution to address the risks that are being faced in remote regions or countries that are highly vulnerable. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. Ebony?
Thanks, Iman. I think success in 10 years' time would be for the adaptation fund and the intermediaries that you work with to have truly transformed your systems to be accountable to the communities that you're supporting and really getting behind their self-determined needs and priorities.
Thanks. The accountability to communities seems to be a thread that's coming back again and again. Imani?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, I think one of the gentlemen who said that more technology transfer needs to happen at that ground level, not just only money. I think you need to bring technologies, you need to bring other equipment, what can help the communities to address this issue. And I will reiterate that give that fund to that local government and involve the communities and make sure what results you're going to see. And I hope we will achieve that what the national governments could not achieve for the last so many years. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for that. Thank you all for joining us today. And thanks to IUCN for hosting us. I was trying to get to the Mentimeter, but something in the technology didn't work today, but we're adapting. One last thing is, as we finalize, we have an online survey. So if you couldn't talk to us today, and please take a shot of this, go and fill it up until early January. That would be helpful for us, and how do we shape this? There are some more detailed questions, and so open-ended question, and you can fill it in any language that you can, in any of the UN languages, and we'll figure out the translation. Thanks for joining us today. Please join me again in thanking our panelists, and wishing you a good afternoon. To to return your headset.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, friends, welcome to this session. We will start in 1 minute. Abby, yes. Abby first? First Ian, then Abby.
Then Abby. So I'll do the jingle, then remember the little video.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when that's done, so then we'll do Ian first. You first, then Ian, then Abby, and then... Okay. Then that's the whole slide.
Yeah, okay. Everything will work. Let's start. Wow, what a fantastic jingle to start this session. So welcome and thank you for being here in this important session in the home of nature. I love that phrase for this IUCN Pavilion. So today we'll have an hour and 15-minute session under the title, Addressing the Double Challenges of Climate Crisis and Biodiversity Loss, Integrating High-Integrity NbS in National Adaptation Plans and Climate Plans, or NDCs. So for welcoming words, I would like to invite my esteemed colleague and good friend, Ian Stewart, to give those welcoming remarks.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the IUCN Pavilion. As Manuel says, we've actually got two slogans in this pavilion. The first one, Unite for Nature. This is very much because we strongly believe in the need that all of us must unite for nature here at COP28 and in future COPs. And this session is a fine example of it. We're gathered here today to discuss how to address the double challenge of climate crises and biodiversity loss. And for far too long, climate change and biodiversity loss have been treated as two separate problems, with each trying to be addressed in their own silo. And we now know that this siloed approach cannot work. We know that climate and biodiversity crises are deeply interlinked. On the one hand, climate change poses serious threats to nature and to the livelihoods of people who depend on the natural world. And it's terrible that climate change hits the most vulnerable communities and ecosystems the hardest. And on the other hand, the loss of nature is also driving climate change, with nearly 25% of all emissions coming from agriculture and land sector, in addition to ecosystem loss and degradation. So these two challenges thus need to be tackled in an integrated and joined up manner, keeping human well-being at the forefront. And today's session, we're honoured to have some very eminent set of speakers and panelists who've worked on these issues from different perspectives throughout their careers and have a very deep understanding of it. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what you say. The other slogan is the home of the union. So IUCN is a union. We're made up of IUCN members, IUCN commissions, IUCN secretariat, IUCN national and regional committees. And this session is organised by the IUCN Climate Crises Commission. And for those that don't know, IUCN commissions are volunteer experts that provide much of the science and research that underpins IUCN's conservation work. And the Climate Crisis Commission is IUCN's newest commission, with the goal to promote appropriate, effective, just, and nature-positive solutions to the climate crises that are based on the best available scientific evidence from all reputable international bodies and from indigenous knowledge systems. Now, this commission is also open for membership, so if people would like to join the IUCN Commission, you get to join a global network and you get to contribute your expertise. And if you're interested, you can scan that code there and it will take you to how you can join. And we'd love to have lots of members for the IUCN Commission. So with this, I'd like to pass back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian, and thank you for correcting me, because I mentioned the home of nature, but in some way I was integrating the two phrases, because this event, it is about integration. So now we will have a video, but before of that, I would like to ask our panelists to start to use your headsets, because the next part of the session, it will be the panel. It will be that mic, no problem. So we will have a video by Abby Drum. She is member of the steering committee of the Climate Crisis Commission. So please, the video.
Distinguished delegate, it's an honor and great pleasure for me to introduce this side event on the behalf of Climate Crisis Commission of this important moment of COP28. This COP28 comes 8 years after Paris Agreement, but parties are far from to reach Paris Agreement's goals. National climate plans remain insufficient to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The global stocktake shows that we are not on the right trajectory. Hence, the urgent need to act now and even accelerate to reduce emission and tackle climate change crisis are ideas widely shared by delegates at COP28. That means people want to access to solution and meet net zero target by 2050. Indeed, nature-based solutions have a great role to play in tackling both climate crisis and biodiversity loss. IUCN's position paper shows that nature-based solutions can provide immediate and cost-effective benefit from both mitigation and adaptation simultaneously, while also supporting biodiversity conservation and other sustainable goals. Addressing the double challenge of climate crisis and biodiversity loss, integrating high-integrity NbS in NAPs and NDCs suit perfectly to our priorities within the Commission. It is important to discuss relevant aspects of the implementation of NBS, but also to facilitate appropriation by community most vulnerable. We are sure the outcome will contribute to make this earth to be more habitable and strengthen capacity of adaptation and resilience of most vulnerable communities. Thank you. You have the floor.
Good friends. Okay, so let's go into the panel, and let me first introduce our panelists. So we have Professor Brendan McKee from Griffith University, thematic leader on climate and nature, and also member of the steering committee of the Climate Crisis Commission of IUCN. Welcome, Brendan. Thank you. Also, we have Stephanie Rowe, WWF Climate and Energy Science Lead. Thank you, Stephanie. Also, we have Professor Li Shang, better known as Aster. He's professor on ecology at Beijing Normal University. Thank you for being here. And Kathy Lee, Deputy Chair from the IUCN Climate Crisis Commission, representing the youth movement. Thank you, Kathy. So, friends, let me put this conversation in context. And I hope that this could be a very interactive session. So let me start by recognizing and by welcoming how much nature is getting traction in the climate debate. Probably we can recognize that all of this effort to promote convergence in between climate and nature started with COP25, when, as part of the outcome of that COP, we got a good recognition of the role that nature could play in addressing the climate crisis. Similar phrasing, it was added into the cover decision of the Glasgow COP26. And in COP27, we got for the first time ever a recognition in a COP of the concept of nature-based solutions. So that in the climate debate. But also in 2022, for the first time ever, we got in UNEA 5, in the UN Environment Assembly, a formal recognition of nature-based solutions, with a clear concept, and also with a clear process that it has been developed within this year, a consultation process that we hope it could land in further development in UNEA 6 in February of 2024 in Nairobi. And that has been fantastic because based on that, UNCBD, Ramsar, CITES, and UNFCCC have brought the concept and have recognized the process that UNEA and UNEP are developing. So we have the elements. But now we are in COP28. And in COP28, in the first 12 days of this COP, we have gotten a strong political recognition of the role of nature. In the first week, an open letter to bring nature more close to the climate debate, to the heart of the climate debate, it was released by the Minister of Colombia and Germany, with many other countries supporting it. Then we had an NDC-NBSAPS dialogue that released a joint ministerial statement for climate, nature, and people. And we have already seen that at least in the last draft of the global stocktake, nature it is coming close to the heart of the climate debate. And we know how important is that, because the global stocktake, it is not just to define where we are in sense of balance, but to give guidance to the next cycle of the NDCs that it must be presented in 2025. So if we get a good outcome that recognizes nature, we can secure that the next cycle of the NDCs will adopt nature as part of the targets of the coming NDCs. So the momentum that we have built, it is fantastic. And this event, it is to see how can we move all of this momentum into action and implementation, because that is key. We have to finish this COP with the outcome in our hands and immediately translate it into action. We have to mobilize actors. We have to convince our authorities, our governments, to fulfill with those promises. Because it is not just about a statement. A statement, it could be a fantastic, well-written piece of paper. The point it is, how can we translate that into action? And that it is about this panel. It is to see how can we address the intertwined crisis or the double challenges of climate crisis and biodiversity loss by integrating high-integrity NbS in national adaptation plans and NDCs. So we have to improve our NDCs. We have to fulfill our homework by developing national adaptation plans. Just no more than 40 countries have made that. have fulfilled with that task, we have to encourage our government to develop, present, and adopt a national adaptation plan, and we have to secure high integrity quality of NbS. So, to open the discussion, Brendan, you are a strong leader in looking on how can we connect our climate objective with the nature one. How can we bring together our 30 for 30 objective, the goal of the global biodiversity framework, more close to the heart of the climate debate? What you could say based on science that can support that sense of urgency to bring more closer nature into climate? No, not yet. Turn it on, please.
How about that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks for that question, Manuel. And one source of evidence for that is we can turn to the most recent assessment by the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the 7th assessment report, the cycle of which just concluded. And Working Group 3, which is focused on mitigation, they had a number of high-level assessment statements that spoke to the importance of natural ecosystems and forest ecosystems in particular for meeting mitigation efforts and targets and Paris Agreement targets. Specifically, Working Group 3 noted that of all the mitigation actions, protecting forest ecosystems and other ecosystems is actually the most timely and cost-effective mitigation action we can take, followed by restoring degraded ecosystems and then agriculture. This is not to say we don't need the deep and rapid cuts in fossil fuel emissions. We need both. But they concluded that protecting ecosystems should be a priority when it comes to mitigation. And the reason for that is becomes even clearer when you look at some of the facts around two things: how much forest ecosystems currently store and how much the world's forests remove from the atmosphere each year. So the normal unit of measurement for a stock of carbon is at a global scale is a billion tonnes of carbon, a gigaton, but we can also convert that to a CO2 equivalent if we were to oxidise the unit of carbon and it became CO2. Well, would you believe that the total estimated stock of CO2 equivalent stored in our world's forests currently is about 1.4 trillion tonnes of CO2 equivalent. Right? It's an extraordinary number. And of course, if the carbon is retained in the ecosystem, it's not in the atmosphere. So protecting a forest to maintain that accumulated stock, that's really the reason why the IPCC says it's such a mitigation priority. But there's more. Forests continue to grow and remove carbon from the atmosphere, and each year forest ecosystems, natural forest ecosystems, I'm not talking about planted or plantation forests, they remove about 60 billion tonnes of CO2 a year, which is fabulous, except for the fact we lose about half of that, about 30 billion tonnes of CO2 every year, from emissions from deforestation and degradation. Right? So this is why protecting our forests, we do two things. It's a double mitigation win. We retain that stock and we avoid emissions. We reduce emissions. Now, those numbers, just to put them in perspective, that around 30 billion tonnes of CO2 emissions from deforestation and degradation every year, the Global Stocktake report that we've heard at this summit identified the mitigation gap between now and 2030 for 1.5 degrees at about 100 gigatons of CO2. Right? It's about 3 years' worth of emissions from deforestation and degradation. So this has been recognised in IPCC Working Group 3. Working Group 2, which looks at adaptation, it also came to the conclusion, again based upon the peer review published science, that we need 30 to 50% of the world's natural ecosystems protected and conserved in order to have a livable planet and to be able to adapt to climate change impacts. So if you take those two conclusions from the IPCC, which is looking at climate change, and you can compare them to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, Targets 2, which is that we should restore 30%, and Target 3, that we should protect 30%, you can see that they're in complete harmony with each other. The main recommendations from the IPCC, and two of the main about climate change, and two of the main goals from the Global Biodiversity Framework are totally supportive of each other. So we have integrated climate and biodiversity outcomes.
Thank you. Very good information, Brendan. And also this reference on Working Group 3, more about mitigation, and 2 about adaptation. And let me ask you, do you believe that we are entering, at least in the Amazon, in a time in which the Amazon is getting a tipping point?
Yes, and that is not just because of climate change. It's actually being driven by human land use. Right? So the Amazon, as we know, is all the traditional home of the tribal associations and nations who have lived in harmony with those forests for millennia, and those forests naturally do not burn. They're very drought resistant, and that's because they've got a closed canopy, which keeps a very moist micro environment. But because of the logging and the mining and the clearing and the ranching, the ecosystem integrity of those forests are being disrupted and degraded, and that's making those forests more vulnerable to increasing temperatures and increasing droughts and making them more fire prone. So without that destructive human land use activity, the forests have a high level of resilience and resistance to climate change, to a very high level. But that is really undermined by these illegal activities. So the tipping point people are talking about now with the Amazon is we absolutely have to really lock down and try and protect what's left of the Amazon, because that is what will give it its resilience and adaptive capacity in the face of ongoing climate change. And we have very, very strong evidence now, well-documented evidence, of the role that the tribal alliances play in defending their forests when they're given the right capacities and resources and rule of law that enable them to do that.
And that is perfect segue to ask you, Stephanie. You've been working long time and strongly in bring the evidence on how much and how well nature-based solutions can contribute to achieve our climate and by now even the nature or biodiversity objective. Could you share with us some of that information based on the evidence on how by securing high integrity, high quality interventions on NbS, we can address this intertwined crisis?
Yeah, and Brendan already laid out a lot of the foundation, the fact that the nature crisis and the climate crisis are deeply interlinked. On the one hand, nature provides 50% of the carbon sink, so it's essentially providing us a 50% discount on all the emissions that we put into the atmosphere, and without it we would need to do double the amount of mitigation. And then on the other hand, Working Group 2, strongly provided the basis for saying that nature nature provides all of these ecosystem services related to resilience, related to helping us adapt to climate change, including reducing disaster risk reduction or disaster risk, enhancing food and water security, et cetera. And so that's the what, but nature-based solutions is the how. Right? And so how we are able to deliver on both the nature and climate crisis is based on the interventions that we have on the ground. And I actually led the assessment on mitigation potentials for the IPCC Working Group 3 for the land sector, and obviously that includes nature and ecosystems as well as agricultural systems. And we see that the scale, so the way interventions are designed, planned, and implemented and the scale at which they're implemented are critical for being able to deliver on those what I call core benefits, because I think we need to go beyond the conversation of co-benefits, thinking about climate, but they're all core benefits. They all deliver essential services that we need for biodiversity and for climate, as well as for food security and water security. And so in terms of how we do that, so for example, trying to avoid false solutions of just large-scale planting, for example, and thinking about covering a landscape in trees without really thinking deeply about what type of ecosystem it is, what type of trees are going to be the most resilient there, what type of biodiversity benefits they can provide, and what kind of benefits they can provide local communities. So really trying to figure out, again, and translate the what, which is the type of crises we're trying to address, into the how of how we implement these solutions. And in terms of putting numbers on them, we found that forests and ecosystems can provide up to about 7.5 gigatons, billion tons of CO2. And just to put that into perspective, I know Brendan already threw out some numbers out there, but the total greenhouse gas emissions of the United States, for example, is 5 gigatons. So forests and other ecosystems can provide a mitigation potential of about 7.5 roughly, and that does not include soil carbon sequestration that can be implemented and delivered in agriculture and working lands, which is also really, really critical in terms of providing nature-based solution benefits, for example, through agroforestry systems or enhancing soil carbon sequestration that also enhance water retention services and improves the soil quality for food security. So I think that there's really good numbers on the mitigation potential. We're now trying to quantify in hard terms the other core benefits, which is a little bit more difficult to do kind of on a global level. But we do have really good numbers on mitigation, but we need more numbers now on trying to actually quantify adaptation, resilience benefits, as well as social benefits.
And if that is correct, and for sure it is, and you are bringing the evidence on the role that NbS could play, why there are so resistance in some countries, thinking that NbS it is just a mechanism to commoditize nature or to promote markets or to offsetting our emissions, or that it could compete with our request for increasing the adaptation fund? What could we say to those kind of arguments? Because even in this COP, in the negotiation, there are some countries looking to change or to delete NbS reference, or even to reopen discussion and to define a new concept. What we could say to those kind of positions and voices?
I would say that the science is pretty clear on what, again, on the how to implement interventions that are able to co-deliver on multiple outcomes and multiple benefits. That is divorced or separated from the terminology that's used, right? The terminology is nature-based solutions often gets conflated with market-based mechanisms or other types of mechanisms that have a potentially negative narrative in some countries, and we obviously it's very clear the IPCC also concludes that nature cannot and must not compensate for the emission reductions needed in other sectors. And so that's very, very clear. And so I think that a lot of the concern about nature-based solutions is that some people perhaps are thinking about it as the solution to potentially offsetting the emissions of other sectors, and that's not where the science is coming from. Nature-based solutions is meant to co-deliver a variety of multiple outcomes, including for biodiversity, human well-being, as well as potentially climate mitigation or adaptation. And it's how you implement these goals. And so I think perhaps providing additional context on the definition of nature-based solutions, which UNEA has already provided, is hopefully going to be helpful in breaking down some of those barriers and dispelling the myth potentially that NbS equates to market-based mechanisms.
Yeah, co-deliver, that is key, no? And in that sense, the definition of UNEA, it has been so instrumental, and probably we have to move toward more clear standards. No? And the point it is how can we make those standards a mandatory way to secure that high-quality intervention and to co-deliver, as you are saying. And Kathy, you are working with the Climate Crisis Commission of IUCN, representing the voice of the youth, but also working with the champions of the action agenda. So how much we can, by bringing whole of society, because of the action agenda, not only in the global, but in the domestic level, we can be more effective?
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining us, especially on the day before supposedly the end of this COP. And also just want to mention that, of course, I'm joining here and speaking in my capacity with the Climate Crisis Commission instead of other capacities, but definitely agree with you that there's so much synergies between the two conventions on climate and biodiversity, but also within its action agendas. And for those of you who know this guy, you know that he's also the champion for the action agenda of the CBD. And of course, there would, of course, be lots of discussions, and we've heard so many discussions from all kinds of stakeholders, from the first ministerial on climate-nature synergies on the 4th, that led by Colombia and Germany with the support of Nature for Climate, and also the high-level champions on climate, but also leading up to the 2 ministerials on the 9th, the morning 30 by 30, which for those of you who were in the Albaha Theater, you heard Brenda making this brilliant presentation together with Tom, another scientist. And then later on that day, this very intimate closed-door NDC and BSAP ministerial exploring the synergies in a more technical term. And then, of course, many of you have read the joint statement by the COP28 and COP15 presidencies, i.e. the UAE and China, on the importance of nature and people and planet. So without that, I just want to mention that in all these processes, I've been so happy to see that civil society stakeholders from academia to youth, gender activists, indigenous peoples, and all stakeholders were so present and actively advocating their voices for their concerns and voices to be heard. And for example, this brilliant organization, Youth for Nature, have worked with Gibbon, which is the youth constituency of the Biodiversity Convention, and Yangon, the youth constituency of our Climate Convention, in the past few years. And I was actually part of it since about 2019, 2020, to put together this global youth statement on nature-based solutions, outlining from this survey we did with over 1,000 young people, which is a very detailed survey. It took for about like 10, 15 minutes to fill out. So I was really surprised to see that over 1,000 young people from across the world took the time to really lay out, here are our concerns, here are what we think is needed by countries, by businesses, by other stakeholders on NBS, what's missing, what we should be doing going forward. For example, legally binding safeguards. And I think those concerns, of course, still exist for some activists today, but I've seen so many people joining forces today to make sure that nature-based solutions are secured, for example, whether it's in negotiation text, whether it's in national implementation, and of course on-the-ground implementation for those people fighting for using nature-based solutions, which of course the definition is new, but the practice has always been there. So the people who have been implementing NBS, the people who have been protecting nature in their communities to make sure that they have direct access, like the session right before this one, organized by friends from Adaptation Fund, they mentioned the importance for local actors to access adaptation finance. And also just want to add from a young people perspective that I personally have a great experience with the union, how they've been empowering young people. And for those of you who joined our youth session the other day, that there were different initiatives that across the union have been implementing on supporting, empowering young people, whether they're entrepreneurs, whether they run their own locally youth adaptation or nature-based solutions organizations, but also the young people who are in the policy processes. So how the union have been empowering them, but also at the same time would of course love to see more organizations joining forces to really empower the young people and to understand what truly, what meaningful youth engagement and empowerment truly means.
Yeah. And Kathy, we were together in this session with the high-level champions. It was the ambition loop, no? To see how to connect the ambition for climate with the ambition for nature. And a representative of the youth movement showed her concern with nature-based solutions. Why do you think that is happening? Why some members of the youth movement also it is worried about or worrying, sorry, about NBS, and how, what could we say to convince them that nature-based solutions can be effective?
Yeah, from my few years of work, and also just to mention this Ambition Loop dialogue was this initiative organized by the high-level climate champions to gather a group of diverse stakeholders to really understand their views and their demands and how the champions team could amplify them. But with that said, of course, I'm not here in my capacity with the climate champions, but want to mention that the two youth speakers, one is from Gibbon, one is from Youth for Nature, so very much I personally have been working very closely with them since I was a teenager and love them very much. So from my experience with, obviously, of course, I personally really recognize the diverse views of young people, and I personally think that it's important to allow the diversity of views across youth movements. And it's natural that, for example, one person likes the idea of having a global stocktake, one person might not. But generally, I think there is consensus among youth movements that the term nature-based solutions has been well developed, of course, through consultations within the union, and that put together the standard, but also at the same time, I totally understand that their concerns are, of course, in the implementation, in the national implementations, in the, how the term has been used by businesses and how it's linked to, of course, offsets that may or may not respect the integrity of the global standard on NBS. So I think those are the concerns that I see, and I absolutely respect those. And I think, of course, it's really important for also the countries to understand that, how, whether it's negotiations in the multilateral processes or implementation or discussion around national regulations, how these should be respected and how their views from the rights holders should be reflected.
Thank you, Kathy. And now let me go into you, Aster. But before of that, after Aster, I will open the first round of questions or comment. But we all remember that in some way we failed with the Aichi targets. So we didn't fulfill with the whole set of the Aichi target. And now we have the global biodiversity framework. And Brendan mentioned target 2, restoration, target 3, protection. 30 for 30. That means that we are 6 years ahead of fulfilling with expanding conservation coverage and developing restoration actions. So how much the climate community and the climate action could contribute to achieve those targets?
Yeah, good question. We all discussed about 30-30 targets after the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. Before that, we questioned how we achieved that Aichi target. Almost none. So we have an ambitious agreement, we have ambitious goals, but our community people say, why you invest so much money to protect nature? I work on Asian elephant for about 20 plus years in Yunnan, Xishuangbanna. In one village or two, many of people, they said, we want to cut down those rainforests inside the protected area and plant rubber and tea so that they can bring us more income for my family. But we made a calculation. That area is only about 9.6% of the whole ecosystem, tropical forest ecosystem in that particular protected area. If local people cut down those 9.6% of rainforest, the ecosystem service, the value will decline about 43% because the whole healthy ecosystem in that particular local region can provide services for freshwater, climate, and non-timber products from the forest, etc. Another question from our panda reserves. Do you know how many pandas in China now? We have 700 in captivity in zoos. We also have 1,860 plus panda in the wild. And China invested about nearly $2 million per panda every year. So many people challenged us why we need to spend too much money to protect giant panda. But we all know that giant panda is one of the important umbrella species for biodiversity conservation in China. Because we set up over 68 nature reserves to protect panda and its ecosystems, including other endangered species living in the same habitat. And we made a calculation again. We calculate all these panda reserves services for ecosystem services for climate, for freshwater conservation, for other non-timber incomes for local communities. We got a good conclusion that if we invest $1, the ecosystem can provide us about 10 times feedback. That means nature-based solution, the ecosystem services can be fundamental for the long-term economic development for local communities and the government. So that is really proof that the importance to combine this biodiversity conservation with climate related conservation works together. That will do benefit local economy in the long term. So that's why how important NbS is. And I believe that not only IUCN and other conservation groups, but also the local government need to realize the importance of NbS.
Thank you, Esther. And now I would like to open for a couple of questions, and also in advance tell you all that the second round, it will be more about NDCs and national adaptation plans. So first, what are you expecting it must be achieved here? And what, in your point of view, it would be a priority action to bring nature into those instruments? So now it's open for questions or comment, please. I encourage you to do it. Some question? Virginia, please. Let's wait for a mic. Thank you, Ian.
I'd like some So Virginia Young, sort of with Griffith University and but the Australian Rainforest Conservation Society as well. One of the things, and I'm one of the people who have been concerned about the term NbS, partly because it hasn't been well defined when the conversations first started, but also because there hasn't been much thought as to, or it seems to me there hasn't been much thought as to how you actually prevent the actions that are taken in the name of NbS from being used to offset fossil fuel emissions and therefore discourage decarbonisation. And I think much more needs to be done about that. And we're seeing this arise now in all the conversations about 6.4 and 6.2 and then the very large investments in nature that are aimed at going somewhere to delay fossil fuel emissions reductions. So I'm interested in particular, Brendan, because I know you've been giving some thought to this, but I think it is a challenge for the union to not just have a great policy, but to think about the how, particularly in the programs that IUCN delivers, that it is not adding to delays to fossil fuel reduction. Thanks.
Thank you, Virginia. Second question, please here in the front. Ian, sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful panel. My name is Monica. I am from India. I'm building Humble Bee with a mission to, create a movement of sustainable apiculture. So I wanted to know if, beekeeping and, sustainable beekeeping practices, since also it's very closely aligned with, carbon sequestration, increased biodiversity and crop yields. If there are any initiatives, endeavors, or research reports which you have worked on, which highlight the importance of this, because largely at a public awareness level, the understanding of how bees are so important for the climate and our planet as a whole is missing, and this is something that we have observed across India, in Singapore, across Europe. The understanding is largely missing. So, what efforts are being taken?
Thank you very much for those two questions. Who do you want to start? Aster.
I'd like to answer the question about the bee and its importance of the role of bees and in the nature conservation. My organization, Society for Entrepreneurs and Ecology, we did work with local communities in Xishuangbanna and in Sichuan Panda Reserves to provide beehives for local communities with local species, Chinese honeybee, and we realized that without the honeybees, most of those cultivate what you call that fruit could not get any outcome. And we also provide different kinds of beehive for local communities. They used to cut down trees and make a traditional beehive, but with a very low outcome every year. Yeah, but we developed a new one together with Agricultural University Yunnan, and the quality of that nature collected bee much higher than others place. So with this products, high quality bee products, we sold to people who can afford that with higher price, and local communities can gain more income for their annual livelihood. So this is a kind of alternative livelihood we provided for local communities inside or outside the protected areas to gain their participation in the conservation for long-term run. So this honeybee also have another function to drive elephant from village. So it's a multi-benefit. Yeah.
Thank you, Aster. Brendan?
Yes, I think there are two risks to them, or two ways in which NBS can be misused and or misinterpreted, perhaps, if you like, inadvertently misused. You know, one is if people forget the biodiversity that was mentioned before, right? So if people talk about an NBS which is not ecosystem based, then it's not an NBS as IUCN understands. And if it's ecosystem based, then it must be dealing with the biodiversity, because it's the biodiversity that makes the ecosystem naturally regenerative, naturally resilient, and naturally adaptive. So if people are using the term NBS in a way that's not an ecosystem-based approach, then it's a problem. And I think the other problem, as you said before, is where people are invoking NBS to generate carbon credits, which they then want to sell to someone who wants to buy them as an offset for fossil fuel emissions. And as you say, if that happens, then that is just, well, there's two wrongs with that. One is it undoes the good done by the natural removals, right? Because we haven't made any progress. And two, as you say, it doesn't help with decarbonisation. It just deflects us from the decarbonisation challenge. The only possible context in which I can see NBS having a role in carbon offsets is if there's this whole issue of if we work through the mitigation hierarchy and someone avoids, then they reduce and they minimise, and you're left with residual emissions. What you do, you have to compensate for those emissions somehow. So there could be a role there. But to do that with integrity, that needs to be independently audited, right? Monitored and audited and kind of reported on. So I do think the definition of NBS needs to be unpacked to make sure it is ecosystem, it's clearly ecosystem based, it's clearly biodiversity based, and that real guardrails are put around its use.
Yeah, that in some way with UNEA that has been addressed. No, probably needs to be complemented with the standards. Yeah. But also, and probably Stephanie, you would like to take that first question, but also that moves me to all the controversies around the role that voluntary carbon markets could have to address the climate emergency, and CCUS. It's a big elephant on the room because in this draft, CCUS, carbon capture, using and storage, at least in the draft 3, the last one, it is in the text. So how can we sort all those kinds of controversies around the role of nature in the net zero?
Yeah, this is a really important critical question, I think, that we need to think deeply about. There's a term called mitigation deterrence, right? That is essentially, are CCUS and or NBS deterring us from mitigation action? And there's not a lot of good evidence right now on it because it's relatively new. But what we are seeing is that we need emission reductions and to be able to address the residual emissions both, because we will have residual emissions, and at least within SBTI, for example, there's about 10% they're allowing for being able to compensate the very hard to abate emissions. And so in my view, and in terms of what the science would say is needed to get us down to 1.5 degrees, you need to be able to make reductions, the 90% reductions, and likely we will have about 10% residual emissions. And that's actually the number that we have in the IPCC right now as the median value for carbon dioxide removal in 2050 is about 5 gigatons. And the total mitigation that we would need in 2050 is about 50. And so it's actually that 10% is the value. The problem is that everyone is claiming that they're a part of that 10%. And so we really need to, as a science community, try to better provide definitions around what is hard to abate, and also within the scope of getting us to 2050. And like Brendan said, putting really clear guardrails in terms of what can be put into place. Because I also want to note that, of course, nature also needs finance to be able to be implemented. And that's why this is such a big debate, is that many are arguing that we need additional finance potentially from the carbon markets to be able to finance nature-based solutions. However, we need to be able to constrain them to avoid mitigation deterrence. And so how do we best do that? And I hope we welcome all of you and your smart minds to try to provide answers to that very question.
Yeah, and also that brings us into how can we deploy renewable energies and how can we impulse the energy transition by not harming or creating harm or damaging nature. No? All what we still have pending, that it is to have clear permitting and site rules, and also what to do with critical minerals. It is something so contentious because we know that we have to have those minerals. How to address it in a more effective way, because we have developed historically the no-go areas and some biodiversity rules, but probably by now that is not enough. Okay, so do you want to complement with something to add, Kathy?
Yeah, I just want to briefly mention that on CCUS would recommend everyone to check out the IUCN COP28 position paper, which of course touch base on our key policy demands, which of course also touch base on geoengineering, CCUS, and carbon dioxide removal.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 20 minutes for the second round. And the second round, it is about this COP, the global stocktake, but how can we build a good bridge from this COP towards the next phase of the NDCs or national adaptation plans. What do you suggest? How can we be more effective to do that and to bring nature into the heart of the climate process? Who do you want to start?
Well, there's certainly a lot that we could and should be doing. I mean, one thing to keep in mind is the Paris Agreement, and what the Paris Agreement Article 5, which is about ecosystem reservoirs, have never, it hasn't been activated, it hasn't been implemented upon. We don't have a work program for it. So Article 5 in the Paris Agreement talks about the importance of protecting and restoring ecosystem reservoirs. This is the 1.4 trillion tonnes of CO2 equivalent that's currently stored in our forest ecosystems. So we need to be thinking about how can we how the global stock take can do better, how national governments can be taking as part of their mitigation plans what are they doing to protect and restore their forest carbon, ecosystem carbon reservoirs. Of course, that's not there yet. In fact, we have some really perverse things in a carbon sense happening. For example, and I know we have some people from NGO networks here who are very much focused on this. So we've got this increasing use of burning forest woody biomass, industrial scale use of woody biomass for energy production, and due to various rules, accounting rules that the IPCC guidance established many years ago, if you can, and this is what's happening, you can log an old growth forest in the USA and turn it into pellets, and not have to account for the carbon emissions, and then ship it to the UK, and it can be burnt in a Drax power plant, and you don't have to count the emissions coming out the stack because it's classified as clean energy. So we have a lot of problems with our greenhouse gas accounting rules, which create these loopholes, and in the when governments are doing their NDC mitigation plans, this becomes these anomalies become built into them. So the only way we can deal with them is by changing some of these strange accounting rules that we have. One of the, there are some key terms and words that it would just be really helpful if they could be included in the text coming out of here for the global stocktake. One is ecosystem integrity, because this gets to the reference level, right? It gets back to what we mean by nature-based solutions. We're not talking about monoculture plantations as a nature-based solution. So getting ecosystem integrity in as a reference level is another thing that would be extremely helpful. I'll stop there, but there are some others, but I'll hand...
But fortunately, at least until the last draft, ecological integrity seems that it has been recognized in the preamble.
Yeah, but it's in the preamble, but we need it. But we need it in the operative paragraph. Okay, this is the problem. We get ecosystem; it always gets pushed back to the preamble, and we don't get it in. If it's in the operative paragraph, then it can be operationalised. And there's ways of operationalising. There's a number of assessment frameworks now for ecosystem integrity. I could name you 3-4 organisations that have developed them and tested them, but you need it in the operative paragraph.
Yeah, and agree that biofuels, it is also a second big elephant in the room.
Big elephant in the room. Because just, and the reason, just to explain a bit more about ecosystem integrity, under the UN Framework Convention and Paris Agreement definition of forest, the definition of forest used here in these negotiations does not recognise biodiversity, right? It's a simple structural definition. It's tree cover where the trees are at least 2 metres high at maturity, and it covers about a hectare of land with 10% cover. That's it. A forest can be a monoculture of palm oil plantations or a 50-metre high primary tropical forest, right? It's all forest. So if you bring in ecosystem integrity into operative paragraph, it provides you with a lever for differentiating between different kinds of forest cover.
Thank you, Brenda. Stephanie, do you want to complement? The same question is for the floor. So,
sure. I think those 2 points are really critical, and I would just add sustainable land use planning and sustainable infrastructure planning is really key to make sure that we're able to identify priority regions, but also identify priority interventions, and making sure that the interventions are as specific as they can be, because there's many countries that have put, for example, in their NDCs, afforestation, reforestation of X amount of hectares, without specifying what the actual intervention is. So is it ecosystem-based restoration of mangroves, for example, and if so, where? And I think that that's really key. Again, NBS is the how, It's not the what, and so you really need to specify what it is that you're talking about to be able to co-deliver on these multiple benefits. And so we need to be able to move from more vague terminology to much more specific terminology that's actually linked to sustainable infrastructure and land use planning. So I would say that that would be probably the critical piece for me.
Excellent. Kathy?
Yeah, and first, just that reminded me when we're talking about this topic that in January in Abu Dhabi, the union, we had some brainstorm meeting, and I think one of the key outcomes, well, I think the two key outcomes, both in that meeting and also in Fontainebleau, we landed on the linkages between NDC, NAPs, and NBSAPs, but also the importance of high integrity NbS solutions. So I think indeed everyone have such key attention to it. And on this particular global stocktake itself, of course, I'm not commenting on my personal views about the particular text I want from negotiations to avoid conflict of interest. But I think, of course, GST, everyone agreed that it's a great landing space for an ambitious second round of NDCs, but also to build synergies between NDCs and NAPs and not treat them as separate things. For example, some views might see NDC as only for mitigation and NAPs only for adaptation, and they need to be kept completely separate, which doesn't quite make sense to me. But also, I think on means of implementation, there are so many potential synergies that could be explored, whether it's on finance that I've briefly touched base on, but also on capacity building and technology. And those constituted bodies and technical processes within the convention have also been exploring synergies with adaptation processes as well. And also just going back, I think it's of course a whole of society approach that from a multilateral processes, of course, ambitious outcome from negotiations are always critical, but also, of course, there are only soft law, international soft law binding that at the end of the day, what's also needed to ensure high integrity solutions, especially by companies, is that there are legally binding safeguards in national regulations. And then, of course, that also respects indigenous rights and human rights in on-the-ground implementation, as Sister Hindu mentioned in the last panel before this session. And also, another thing that I want to bring in is not only, of course, about the GST process, that there are other processes happening in the multilateral space, exploring or interested in, or could potentially be, synergetic with the discussion on NDC, NAP, and BSAP linkages, especially focusing on NbS. It's, for example, the Convention on Biodiversity had a negotiation item on biodiversity and climate change in Nairobi. That was 2 months ago, and actually on our Climate Crisis Commission, one of our steering committee member ran this program called Co-op for CBD, which is a really cool science policy interface program funded by the European Commission. And within that program, actually, I chaired their climate and biodiversity item discussion group, and we put together a policy paper, and I think everyone was just so inspired by how many potential synergies there could be between these two conventions to explore linkages, whether it's in NDC, NAPs, NBSAPs, or other synergetic solutions that could bring people together and explore more collaborations and really to raise awareness, whether it's in governments or UN processes, that these are not two separate issues, that at the end of the day, the solutions are synergetic.
Thank you. And Esther?
Our previous speakers talk a lot about the importance of biodiversity and nature's role in the climate-related topics. And look at the current Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Fund. Chinese government made a commitment to contribute about 200 million US dollar as a Kunming fund. Canadian government made another commitment, another 100 million fund to support biodiversity fund. And the UK government invest about 20 million UK pound. In total, it's a really small number of commitment to support biodiversity or nature conservation after the Kunming-Montreal framework developed. So it's a really not so, it's not really mainstreamed But for climate, we know that although it's not happened yet, but developed country or made their commitment 100 billion something to support climate-related works. It's never happened, but there is still a commitment there. So we need to do more to have nature and make it clear that the role of nature in combating climate crisis to be mainstreamed. And we need to do more, I should say. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We have a time for a second round of questions or comments. I'm not sure. Yeah, you? Okay. Some other, please? It would be fantastic to have your comments or questions. Virginia, good. I love that. I love your proactivity.
It's actually a question for you, Stephanie, because the UNEA process and how to influence it is a bit of a mystery to me. And it seems to me that we still need to tighten up the UNEA definition so that it directly focuses on the synergies between climate and biodiversity rather than the more general, you know, solving all the holistic problems we have. So I'm really interested in your advice on that. But the other thing I'm hoping for out of the GST is a direct reference to the KMGBF, because having got that decision, it should inform the kinds of climate action that we take if we want to deliver integrated action. It's not just the 30% restoration target and the 30% protection target. You mentioned spatial planning. Target 1's really relevant, retaining all high integrity ecosystems. And there are other targets there as well that are really directly relevant, including the ones that relate to community and community development, that will be absolutely central to delivering long-lived and resilient climate and biodiversity outcomes. So, to me, the KMGBF itself should be a guide to climate action, and that will also help, I think, overcome some of the resistance to NBS. But I'm really interested in how do people engage with UNEA?
Some other question? Okay, we have our... Also you? Yeah.
Yeah, Peg Putt from the Biomass Action Network. I'm the person in the room that's trying to tame the elephant, or one of the elephants. I guess thinking about the processes here, I mean, clearly, you know, there's synergies with what needs to be done also for biodiversity, and we see that particularly in the need to operationalise Article 5 and the need to really operationalise in the climate space something that's been there ever since the convention was written, which is that we're not just talking about sinks, we're talking about natural reservoirs of carbon, and that's super important, and it's the reservoirs of carbon that we're seeing being destroyed. Now, if in the GST we get the references that we want, if we can activate Article 5, then surely the flow-on effect has to be that in order to count what we're doing and doing it properly, we're going to have to reform the carbon accounting system for natural ecosystems and in the energy sector where it fails to recognise the emissions from burning wood for energy. So I guess my question is, it's a long pathway, but do the panel see that we need to somehow galvanise the Paris Agreement parties if they take the steps for Article 5 and for the synergies between biodiversity and climate action to then get to the IPCC about actually taking a good look at the carbon accounting and making it fit for purpose?
Thank you. Okay, so I think that we are running out of time. If you have a short question, yeah. And we will have just 1 minute for the panelists to address it.
Yeah, so I wanted to understand the current state of biodiversity credit. Is it as simple as, credit flowing from a biodiversity rich zone to a biodiversity poor zone? What have been some of the advances and some of the updates globally about the implementation and execution of biodiversity credits?
Okay, who would like to take Brendan?
I'll just take Peg's one because the the challenge here is that those accounting rules that create these problems for nature, because I think it's worth unpacking that a bit. The IPCC 30 years ago, the experts came up with greenhouse gas reporting rules, really looking at fossil fuel emissions, which are all one way into the atmosphere. And so the current rules are perfectly fit for purpose when you're reporting on fossil fuel emissions, but ecosystems aren't reservoirs of fossil fuel. They're dynamic and they naturally interact with the atmosphere and with rivers and with the ocean. So that's the source of the problem. And I guess the ultimate solution is for the parties to the UNFCCC to, through Substa or some other process, put a request to the IPCC for further guidance or supplementary guidance to update, and that, I guess, is a political process. And how that's catalysed, that's something civil society needs to put a thinking cap on, I guess.
Thank you. Kathy?
Yeah, just want to briefly add on Brendan's idea. I'd assume that would also be relevant to the science negotiations under the convention.
Well, the IPCC now is in its 7th assessment cycle, so we now have a new leadership, and in fact, the plenary that's happening in January is going to be the one that sets out conversations related to what's going to be covered in the AR7 cycle. And so I think that could be an important area of engagement potentially for civil society to ask those specific questions. I don't know much about biodiversity credits, so sorry, I'm going to skip that question. And Virginia, on the UNEA process, I mean, Manuel actually might be the best person to answer this, but they are having their consultation in February and specifically trying to potentially answer this question on potentially putting more definition, like is a standard actually needed, and if so, what is the process for doing that to be able to implement NBS. And so I think that's going to be a critical juncture to be able to engage in that process in terms of trying to put these guardrails that you're talking about.
Thank you, Stephanie. Esther, do you want to say something to complement? Okay, perfect. Just on time. So this has been a fantastic panel, thank you. A lot of things, but some elephants in the room are always needed because those are the big challenges, but also some solutions. And we unfortunately haven't had the time to discuss also what to do internally, domestically, because let me finish this session by saying the day after tomorrow, probably we will have an outcome, and now we will have to turn that into action in our countries. That means many things, even some to start to think on how to transform our own domestic system. It could have internal rules, governance rules, participatory rules in our countries to make all of this effort that come strongly into domestic policies, implementable policies, policies that could make us be more able to achieve our climate and nature objectives. So thank you, Ian, for your welcoming remarks, to Esther, Brendan, Kathy, Stephanie, for your questions and for your participation. So join me with a big and warm applause to you all. Thank you. And remember the QR to join or to apply to join the Climate Crisis Commission. It is open. You will have fun in the Climate Crisis Commission. I can secure you that. Thank you.
Membership is
Sorry? Yeah. No. And we have USA ideas, so NDC is on. Okay. Let me see if I can find I guess, I don't know if you saw.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to commend all of you for your stamina to be at another presentation on this penultimate day of the meeting. Today, I'm here to talk about climate change and water insecurity. And this is not my quote, but it's a very powerful one. If climate change is a shark, then water is its teeth. And we're going to talk about how water insecurity data can promote action. It's one thing to talk, but we're here for action. And since this is the IUCN Pavilion, I would like to make it clear that I mean no malice towards sharks. So you're going to hear from a number of people today. You're going to start with me, but we'll move on to Rupa Mukherjee from Helvetas, who will be talking about some amazing work that Helvetas is doing. We'll go from there to USAID with Alona Bachi. From there, Tom Eisman from TNC will be talking, followed by Alex Cornell-Duhoux, who is a former representative and president of Code Blue Water. I can't quite see the slides. Okay, good. Yes. And then we'll have the one and only Jay Famiglietti from Arizona State, and James Dalton from IUCN. And those two, I would like you to save your very hard questions for them. They are the discussants, and they have good things to say, I'm sure. So for these first 8 minutes or so, I'm going to be talking to you about the household water insecurity experience scale and the individual version of that, the individual water insecurity experiences scales. And what those are simply 12 questions that take 3 minutes to ask. They're open access, and they've been translated into dozens and dozens of languages. And what they do is they're a way to bring the human voice to the water sector. So one of the great things about presentations is that you can tell the backstory. I'm a professor, and I've written hundreds of peer-reviewed papers, but you don't get to say the gossipy part in those papers, and that's what I'm going to do here is I'm going to tell you the backstory. So 10 years ago, I was a baby assistant professor studying food insecurity in East Africa. And with my nutrition hat on, I'm trained in nutrition. We were measuring food insecurity, and we know how to do that. It's an SDG indicator. But I'm also trained in anthropology, and with my anthropology hat on, I wanted to make sure we were asking women what mattered to them. So we asked them this question, what shapes how you feed your infant? And they took pictures of those things that shaped how they fed their infant. And we got pictures like this back. So this is a woman, her belly's out to here. She's going to fetch water, but you can see in the background there's water infrastructure. And she was telling me that problems with water were shaping how she fed her infant. So I wondered, could we measure experiences with water insecurity as well? Now, like I said, I was a baby assistant professor ready to take on the world, and I ran to the literature to see how we measure water. And it turns out that experiences with water typically aren't measured. So when we say water insecurity, we typically refer to 4 domains. And we're very good at measuring physical availability. I'm sure the hydrologists here would say we can be better, and we can, but we have a pretty good sense of the water that's out there. For SDG 6, we track the drinking water ladder, which is it captures infrastructure and a little bit about the reliability of water. And then we also have pretty good ways of understanding if water has contamination or not. But what's missing is what was missing was this global picture of access, use, and reliability. So if we used those standard indicators to understand this woman who was going to fetch water even when there was infrastructure in her compound, she would look water secure. I mean, Lake Victoria was right there, but she wasn't able to access it. But she, had major problems with water because of what she couldn't access. And this idea to measure water access and use is really just borrowing from the food sector. I mean, this is taking from the playbook of what the food and nutrition people did several decades ago. I mean, SDG indicator 2.1.2 is food insecurity, and it's access and use, and it's measured every year by Gallup World Poll and reported in the State of the World's Food Insecurity and Nutrition report. And it shapes so much of what we do. So I thought we needed this for water. And this is not an adventure to be taken lightly, and it certainly wasn't an adventure to be taken by myself. This is the work of many, many people working for a number of years. I mean, this is the work of at least a decade. And I'm not going to talk to you about scale development, but I will say it's not for the faint of heart. But we collected data in something like 28 sites and thousands of households, and we figured out which questions truly were universal. And this is all published in open access articles. You can read about it and see it, all the blood, sweat, and tears, and gray hair that went into making them. You can see those on wisescales.org. But for now, I'm just going to tell you what the questions are. So we went from 35 candidate questions to these 12 items. And we ask things like, how often have you been worried about your water situation? How often have you been unable to wash hands because of problems with water? How often have you had to change what you eat because of problems with water? And then if you always have that, then your score is 3. If it never happens, it's a 0. So the range of the scale is 0 to 36. And you'll notice that the phrasing is problems with water. So it covers too much, too little, and poor quality. Excuse me. At this point, the wind is in our sails finally. Oh, thank you. We've been, it's hard to get people to think about things differently, but we have some momentum now. We partnered with Gallup to administer the individual version of the scale in half the world's population. And a number of organizations have taken it up. For example, the government of Mexico has now used it for the last 3 years. You'll hear today from a number of leading organizations who have implemented it with great value. There's many more people who are using it every day, which is exciting. And I think that this uptake is happening very rapidly for a couple of reasons. And one is because it works across levels. So we can use this to target at-risk populations, so we can understand at the level of the country where the issues are and how we call it intersectional analyses, so we can see how water insecurity varies by gender or by age and ethnic group. But we can also use it at the level of the community or the state to understand the impact of, for example, natural shocks or interventions or policy changes, like even changes in water prices. But then we can also use it at the level of the individual to see how water insecurity shapes mental health or physical health or HIV viral load. And in that sense, we can really, and we have tied water insecurity to other sectors. So we can make the pitch that if you care about water, then you should measure people's access and use of water. But if you care about physical health, we can peg water insecurity to diarrheal incidents, or to dietary diversity, or to depression, and especially to prosperity. And these data will be featured in a World Bank report forthcoming at the World Water Forum in Indonesia on prosperity and water. And because of these many uses of the data, it has been informing investment and advocacy and policymaking. Thank you. So I'm just going to give you 2 examples, and the first example is food insecurity. So remember I said how Gallup had implemented this in nationally representative surveys. So we have not only water insecurity in the same people, we have also food insecurity. Remember the SDG indicator. So in 31,000 households, 25 countries, we have both of those scales, food and water, but then all the things that we know that shape food and water, like age, income, urbanicity, number of kids in the household. And what you can see here was, so you're seeing a plot of the likelihood of being food insecure if you are water insecure, and that's by region. And so what you can see is that if you are food insecure, if you are water insecure, if you're having problems with water access and use, you're between 2 and 3 times as likely to be food insecure. In other words, if you care about food insecurity, you have to care about water insecurity. And this has been really effective in making the food people pay attention to water. And an example of that effective sort of attention that you get is, if any of you remember, World Food Day was not so long ago. The theme was water, and not only were we able to publish something sort of bringing food and water together, we were able to bring together people from UN Nutrition, FAO, and EME to sing from the same hymn book on the importance of measuring both of these together. But today's session is about climate events, and I want to go back to that poor shark who's being maligned to ask the question, how does water insecurity relate to extreme climate events? And for that, I'm going to take you back to the Gallup data, which, thanks to UK aid, we were able to have geospatial coordinates for those thousands and thousands of people. So we have the IWISE data again, but in this case, we use the MDAT database, which is the International Disaster Database, where it tracks extreme weather events. And so, in this case, these are extreme weather events that extreme is defined as it affects more than 100 people or it lasts more than a month. And so what we can see with these data is that, and this is for the very first time, that climate events and water insecurity, so water access and use, really go hand in hand. So in that database, something like 26% of the people had experienced floods for more than a month in the last year. And you can see the odds are higher of water insecurity if you have experienced floods. Same for storms and same for droughts. And what that tells us is that both too much water and too little water are associated with major problems with water access and use. And you saw on the previous slide that problems with water and access and use are associated with food insecurity. So blah, blah, blah data. I can show you these like regression equations and odds ratios and risk ratios. But what is really exciting, I think, is that these data are inspiring action. Now, I don't want to PowerPoint you to death. So what I've done is I've put up here 4 examples from places around the world where WISE data have led to action. And I'm not going to let you ask me any questions about them until the end. But keep in mind that we have really interesting stories from all of these places that I'd be happy to tell you about after we go through our just fantastic series of panelists who are up next. Just want to summarize by, if you remember nothing from this panel, just to remember that the human voice in the water sector is possible to capture rapidly, 3 minutes only. It ties us to many of the sectors, including the climate sector. And we are starting to develop this playbook for how these data can incite action. So with that, I want to thank the people who funded this work, and especially Claire Dooley, who did these amazing geospatial analyses with help from Indira Bose. And I'm going to welcome my dear colleague, Dr. Rupa Mukherjee, up here to present some work from Helvetis. Thank you. There you go. You are welcome to stand here, and you can advance right with those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and that was such a fantastic introduction to what's coming. My name is Rupa Mukherjee. I work for a Swiss nonprofit called Helvetis. I think my colleague was on the slide, just the previous one. I'm also here as a negotiator for Switzerland, and I say this because I need to run right after this input. We have been waiting all morning, actually all night yesterday, for the GGA text to drop. And Sarah, you are our great charm, because the moment you started speaking, the text dropped. So I have to run and look at the text, but I can assure you that it has water. as one of the key expected areas of target, and I will fight very hard to preserve it. So that's the commitment, and my deep apologies. It's really, I respect, and I've been looking forward to this session, but it's those last hours, and we have to really fight the battles now, if I may. So, what I'm presenting to you is the work of several of my colleagues from Nepal. I also need to look at the slides a bit. So I'm just presenting. There have been dozens and dozens of people who have been working with this fantastic step that you have taken, Sarah, in bringing what we learned from the sector of food to the sector of water. And for my colleagues, it was really a light bulb moment when we saw the power of these 12 sets of questions in terms of helping us understand how people experience the situation of having water at the right time, in right quantity, to the right quality. Right? So that's what the scale does. And it's a very, very important step forward in this domain. Helvetas is a 70-year-old organization, and we've been working in the sector of water probably for 50 years. And we are super excited by what we are learning from this collaboration. So I present to you something very concrete because I've been tired of abstract words in the negotiation rooms, and it's really nice to get down to the ground. So this is what we do in a part of Nepal. I don't share with you the details of everything that we do, but our approach is really working in an integrated manner with the local government, with all stakeholders, and to support decentralized planning, because that's the level at which, through the legal decentralization process, the mandate for water supply and sanitation services is anchored. This is about the Integrated Water Resource Management Program. We use a tool called the WUMP, Water User Master Plan. It's a very unfortunate abbreviation. WUMP doesn't sound so attractive at all. You did very well, Sarah. HWISE is so neat. So what we do in WUMP is to start looking from the resource. So what are the sources of water in an area? We are talking about regions that are mountainous, of course, and have a very challenging resource context. We are also talking about all the programs that are coming from different sources. So you have donor-assisted programs, you have programs from the government, historic investments that have happened, communities have invested. So bringing together all the sources of investments in the sector and making a plan in a participatory manner, which local communities can themselves and their representatives, elected representatives, can use as their plan to converge all investments. So it's really a convergence tool. And the things that we talk about is, of course, participation, but also resource conservation, because as Sarah showed, we have a lot of infrastructure investment that doesn't look adequately at the resource. And with the climate context in the backdrop, this is very important for us. You might design an infrastructure assuming that a spring will serve the needs, but then the spring dries up and nobody gets the information that this has happened in a remote village somewhere in deep interior Nepal. So we work with communities to also take measures for better management of the source, so vegetation around the spring, managing the underground water sources, etc., and then designing the infrastructure, but also taking a lot of care about water quality, because everything is location specific. Sources of contamination can be from agriculture nearby, can be from the rocks in the region, can be from human sources as well. So really taking care of the quality dimension, and these are decentralized systems, so they present a complex set of challenges. Now you saw the scale already, and current measurement practices actually look at what is on the white side of the scale, right? And HWISE takes us further to a more nuanced, more meaningful analysis of water availability and quality. So we piloted this, and we did the survey at 2 moments. We had a lot of baseline data, but then we also looked at the data after 6 months and after 2 years. And this is the modality we also follow we also work on skills development, and we feel to really understand if something is sustainable, you have to go back and talk and check the systems and talk to people after a decent period of time. Huh? So 2 years makes sense. Now, these are what the results look like. As you know, the responses to these 12 questions are graded on 4 levels. And the data allowed us really to identify exact sources of problems and which are the, so let me take you to the next slide. This is more insightful. So this is what the data looked like. This is before and after. And we could really concentrate our efforts in areas where the satisfaction levels are lower. Also, where the change was lower, we could go into those areas, to those households, to actually document why the degree of change has been lower than in other areas. And there were 6 cases where the family already was satisfied with its water source. So it gave us a clear answer of what was happening. You know, probably there was a mistargeting there. They already had a decent source, and that's why the change was not so strong. So it's been a very insightful process for us. It also brings teams together on data that is very actionable, that people can understand, and also something that we are expanding to other contexts in which we are working. Sorry, here I had to say, does this go up? No. Here I had to say we worked, I think, with 400 households in Nepal, and the statistics are there somewhere in the slides. But when I go back, we will have data from 8,400 households in Madagascar. So it's growing, and it all started with a conversation with key colleagues from Northwestern, and a training by Sarah, which was very impactful for my colleagues. So I thank you all for everybody who has supported this process, and we are very optimistic of taking this forward. Thank you very much.
Can we hear this? Does this work? Okay. Yeah, thank you, everybody. And Dr. Young, Sarah, thank you for organizing this great session. I'm Alona Baki, USAID. Okay. And I'm generally the Middle East specialist at USAID, which, as you guys may know, we're not one of the biggest climate links for the Middle East region is actually through water scarcity. So this is extremely relevant to what we do. The Middle East has been featured in the WISE scale to some extent, and we're looking forward to continuing to have it featured even further. So we're really excited about this. So maybe first slide. And I can't really see the slides from here, so I'm going to assume that. Or do I have this? Okay, that would be great because I can't really see the screen from this direction. So, so as we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 6, which is the one that's really mandates the clean water and sanitation for all, we can see that we're off track to achieve the 2030 goals if we're going according to the WHO or the UNICEF Joint Monitoring Program for water supply, sanitation and hygiene, or JUMP, GMP. We're looking that we needed accelerating progress by at least 2 to 6 times in order to achieve our planned goals for 2060. Next slide, please. As we think of that within USAID, our mandate to work on water comes from the Water for the World Act, where we're looking at a few different strategic areas that we're looking at, including mobilizing finance for water. That's one of our big strategic areas, as well as strengthening governance. And last but not least, next slide, please, and that's increasing the use of data. which is a cornerstone of all of our work at USAID, but especially when we look at work that is both water, food security, and relies on natural resource management at some level or another. As you can see, our global water strategy cuts across areas. It includes understanding both needs on the level of whether it's finance, as we mentioned, or governance, et cetera, but also looking at specific opportunities for individual and specific equity, and how can we leverage water scarcity and our water data and study it also on the equity level as well. So while we look at the UNICEF or WHO, next slide, sorry, data in order to look at water scarcity, et cetera, that gives us the big picture, right? Water availability, water scarcity, et cetera. But in order to fill the gaps that we're looking at and looking at individual water use, et cetera, that's where we usually leverage the WISE data, and that's where we're trying to really scale it up as well in order to address our various gender equity issues, et cetera. For USAID, generally, the use of the WISE scale is sometimes the entire questions in the WISE survey, but we often also shorten it into the 4 brief questions, and that's a way that allows us to integrate WISE also in some of our other activities. So some programs which are not centered around WISE can still benefit and increase and use WISE data in order to inform our work on the individual gender equity and individual level. Next slide, please. We can see that, I'm not sure at which slide you are. You're at our last slide, perfect. So yeah, I want to go over a few examples where we actually used WISE in both either the extended WISE survey or sometimes it was the shorter WISE survey. So the first one would be our COVID-19, which Dr. Yang, Sarah, referred to briefly. But by using during the COVID-19 pandemic, we asked HWISE questions over various SMS surveys, right? So data surveys on the phone, which allowed us to really understand how the pandemic is impacting specific people, household, and essential water services at large. So that was a possibility of, again, the short and simple nature of WISE really allowed us to send 3-4 quick questions and achieve kind of a snapshot of where people are standing in their use and availability of essential water services. The other example is through Feed the Future. Feed the Future is USG's global hunger and food security initiative. We talked, and Dr. Yang, you mentioned the intrinsic connections between food security and water security, and HWISE allows us to really both look at or leverage it for the Policy Research Consortium. That was one possibility. Another one is to look at Feed the Future zone of influence and population-based surveys, right? So that allowed us, again, to look at where, or will allow us to also expand that, and look at how we can see the impact and the progress in Feed the Future and its outcomes on individual household and populations. I would say generally we're using WISE to support our missions in the various countries to try and incorporate it also in non-WISE targeted activities, right? So other WASH activities, which we have almost in every mission in the US, in USAID's regions, in order to, again, inform our planning, monitoring, and also evaluating process, but allow us to really do it also on an individual level and within the household. I do want to add maybe a few words, and I think usually a lot of the WISE scale has been used. Lebanon was one of the countries used to develop WISE, but beyond that, most of the WISE scale has been used in countries that were really struggling with some of the basic WASH issues and some of our basic WASH programs. But actually, even in the MENA region, as we think of the Middle East and North Africa, a lot of the countries that we work in, some of them are indeed deal with basic WASH and accessibility issues. For example, Yemen, or in Lebanon we see that, or in other countries of fragility. But I would argue that we can probably use and expand HWISE to be used also in countries that are middle incomes, in countries which traditionally have pretty good water services, pretty advanced ones, like Jordan, for example. Yet because of that link with climate change and the fact that, that many of these countries are the water availability and water scarcity, even though their wash infrastructure is great, their availability of water is still limited. So we can see, for example, in Jordan, there are a few times a week where Amman, the capital, cannot get water, and people rely on private water supply, etc. These are areas where we can definitely leverage WASH in order to see how the impacts of climate change and water availability in different times can actually impact it. So in Yemen, we have a community resilient activity that actually added water as a new focal area in order to help resolve community conflicts. And that's where we can actually see how the understanding of an individual level or household level, tribal level area, leveraging the HYs can actually inform our work that has to do also with conflict and peacekeeping. And then in contrast, as I mentioned, places like Jordan, where a lot of the programming is on a more advanced level, I would say, and deals maybe with like the WEC program that deals with water efficiency and conservation activity, or the non-revenue water program, which deals with water loss and non-revenue water loss through infrastructure strengthening, etc. Even these programs can really benefit from understanding and increase gender equity through understanding of what's happening on the household level as climate change increases. So I'm just going to end with that, say that we're looking all forward to continuing to use the Y scale as it is, and also better understand how it can inform our work in both middle and lower income countries. So thank you very much for helping us achieve that.
Well, thanks, everybody. Tom Meisman with the Nature Conservancy. I'm going to talk a little bit, obviously, about our work in conservation of nature and how it relates to the WISE scale and potentially ways we could collaborate even more in this direction. Let's see. Am I pushing the wrong one already? There we go. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk about water scarcity. We talked a little bit about the physical metrics and then the intersection with nature and conservation and the potential for nature-based solutions. So hopefully this is an animation that is showing the increasing water scarcity around the world over a series of about 100 years. As you know, Sarah already commented, there are various ways to measure this. We're pretty good at measuring this, but I think any metric would agree that this is an increasing problem, both because of increasing populations and water use, but also because of climate change and the impacts of climate change that we're seeing. So it's an increasing impact to ecosystems, people, and food security. And I definitely want to highlight more some of the connections between those domains. For us, of course, I mentioned we're with the Nature Conservancy. Our mission is to preserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. We were based in the United States, so that's where we were founded, but we're in over 80 countries now and working globally. For us, one of the things about water scarcity is it is a threat to biodiversity, to nature. And you see here some of the studies that have been done specifically on the left about the impacts of water scarcity to biodiversity and, by the way, kind of socio-cultural measures of security. So kind of integrating biodiversity and human measures of security and the impacts that we see there. But to bring it even closer to home for our mission, on the right is a story that we published on kind of the growing concerns about the ways that water scarcity is affecting our conservation work. And specifically, there are a lot of places that we think we have protected that actually remain vulnerable to water scarcity because we haven't considered the impacts of water management activities that are outside of the boundaries of these protected areas. So we're growing more and more aware, I think, of the risks that we're facing from water scarcity, even risks that we hadn't anticipated or places that we thought we had protected. And this is another picture of that for us in the Nature Conservancy and our work to conserve biodiversity. What you see here is about 400 of our freshwater conservation projects, the places that are most important to us for delivering freshwater outcomes. And of those, there are currently about 70 that face severe risk from water scarcity. That number increases to close to 100 if you look out to 2050 and the impacts of climate change. So this is a growing risk to our freshwater portfolio in the Nature Conservancy. I meant to say, one of the things that we do, we do try to track our conservation outcomes across all of our projects. For freshwater, our primary metric is around kilometers of river or hectares of wetlands that are protected. But we also are trying to account for benefits to people, and specifically the way we frame it is number of people who can benefit from nature to help them to adapt to climate change. But what I would say is I think we're a lot better at counting our river kilometers than we are at counting the people. And I think that's just part of our history as a conservation organization. I think it's a big opportunity for us to get better at counting people, and that WISE can be a way that we can do that. I do think there are positive signs, and I know there are so many things happening at this COP, but here are a few that I wanted to flag. We're working closely with the UN Convention to Combat Desertification and the new International Drought Resilience Alliance. I think there are opportunities to think about WISE and how it applies in the context of drought risks and resilience. On the bottom left, you see a slide that shows some of the water outcomes for this COP from the UAE presidency. And one of them is around water resilient food systems. By the way, I should congratulate James, IUCN, and many other partners who've worked on the Freshwater Challenge. I know they had a great announcement yesterday. One of the other areas, though, of focus for this COP is around water resilient food systems. And you talked about the connections of water and food, water insecurity and food insecurity. I do feel like there's a lot of attention on food, probably more than there is on water. And it's a good connection point if we can start to illustrate the ways that water security is affecting our food security and even highlighting kind of the metrics of how it's affecting people directly. But we're also seeing it in countries. I'm from the Western United States. The Colorado River is a place where there's massive investment now in addressing water scarcity risk, but also other places like Spain and many other places around the world where people are investing on the ground to address this. And so it's just growing awareness of this problem. And finally, for the Nature Conservancy, one of the things that we talk about a lot, and again, the IUCN has done a lot of work on this as well, is just that nature is a part of the solution. There's a QR code up there for a report, a brief that we released this week on nature-based solutions for drought resilience. Essentially the potential for nature to help reduce the risks of climate change to people and nature. And so there's some great content in there about the specific applications to drought. One of the findings is that we believe in 1/3 of the places where drought and flood risk will increase due to climate change, nature-based solutions can contribute to building resilience. And we talk about a variety of nature-based solutions that apply here on water scarcity issues, agricultural best management practices. We saw earlier the picture of aquifer recharge, kind of locally or at scale, and how that can affect water security, wetland restoration, floodplains, et cetera. These are all practices that can help us build drought resilience, and I would recommend looking at that report. So I guess I would wrap up by saying that one of the things that has occurred to me as we've talked about WISE, as I've learned more about the metrics, is to think about how can we show that nature-based solutions can enhance or increase the resilience through WISE scores and the metric. And I think it looked like Rupa had done some of that work in terms of looking at some of those interventions and how it may have changed the WISE scores over time. That I feel like could be an area of opportunity or interest to us, both in terms of, again, how do we measure the benefits to humans of our conservation work in many of these places, and also in terms of specifically demonstrating the ways that nature-based solutions can help to enhance water security for people. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, a number of organizations are using this to evaluate their work. And Lona, to your point, we have some pretty cool data from Egypt, nationally representative data on IWIs in Egypt. But for now, I will welcome Alec to the podium. Alex to the podium. My bad. Here you go. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Quinaldahu. I'm president of Elected Officials to Protect America and the international side, Elected Officials to Protect the Earth. And we have a program called Code Blue Water Security Solutions. And really, this came out of my own personal experiences when deployed with the military as a Marine. And I'll do the regular disclaimers here. Is like, I'm talking on behalf of Alex. I'm not talking on behalf of the Department of Defense, as I'm still a public affairs officer and former Marine. But really, what it came about is my time in Iraq when we're doing one of those patrols where it's so hot, we try to grab each other's rifle and see how long we could hold on to it because we're silly Marines. And once we got serious and started on patrol, sadly, someone tried to blow my vehicle up. Fortunately, he wasn't very good at his job, and we were able to follow the wire and catch him through the dust. And we started an investigation and found out that he was a farmer who had been paid by Al-Qaeda to plant a roadside bomb because his crops had failed due to a massive drought. And this was the first indication to me how serious this problem was, not just for globally, but really the impacts we're seeing locally, because it put him in a very vulnerable position, and it put us and my team and my company in direct danger. So at the moment, of course, we didn't put all the pieces together globally, but when you're a Marine standing on post doing the infantry work of rockets, demolitions, and sadly everyone knows what the Javelin is now, you start thinking about everything in the world, and putting the pieces together between water and energy security and climate really started to get me going. And so I ran for the Maine State Legislature, was elected, and started serving on the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. In that process, I began to meet a lot of other veterans. And those veterans also had similar experiences, because the number two things we transported overseas, particularly in Iraq and Afghanistan, was water and oil. And it resulted in 1 out of 24 convoys had a casualty because of that. So we started to get together and form a loose affiliation of veterans, and then met another gentleman named Dominic who would bring together 1,000 local electeds, and we formed Elected Officials to Protect America. And this was the first program we founded, was Code Blue Water Security Solutions, to really look at, hey, this is urgent. It is happening now. It is disrupting people's lives around the world in multiple ways that we've heard here. And so I'm going to illustrate some of the places where we've seen the dangers, but also look at some of the solutions from really the security angle here. And it's soon after, of course, I was deployed to Afghanistan. Well, soon relatively, I guess. And in that time frame, there was the battle for Farah. And the Taliban literally tweeted out, "We're taking the city for the water." And so we had to go in and retake it. And then literally we did a public forum assuring the local population that we're there to protect the water systems. Sadly, now we saw recently there's drought there, and it is a compounding effect. And Oxfam did a study, at least 40% of the local conflicts there are water related. And of course, the local areas here will start, because Bahrain, I've been out there quite a bit. It's used to be this wonderfully lush and beautiful place where the ships would come in and refill their water. Unfortunately, it was also the first place to discover oil, and they punctured the aquifer in the quest for oil and building a causeway to Saudi Arabia. Now it's all desalinated. And people would tell me they used to grow up there and swim in these pools, and now they're literally mud baths, unfortunately. And even here, everything we're drinking is desalinated, and it's from 3 plants. One of the reasons geopolitically the UAE needs to have good relations with its neighbors is because if a drone or missiles hit 3 of those that plant, they would only have 3 days worth of water reserves. And that's a pretty vulnerable position to be in, because we know their drones from other countries who aren't necessarily as favorable have the ability to get into their refineries. And so it's a security risk for this region that doesn't always get talked about, but is one that is definitely a factor in the negotiations. Otherwise, can you imagine what would happen if the population of Dubai did not have water? So kind of going around the world where we're deployed at, if you look, even China has some serious water issues too. And this relates to how it can also be a solution, because there's a great incentive for countries like China, now the world's largest emitter, to deal with climate because of the water insecurity they're going to face. They're building a pipeline the length of China, sorry, the length of the US, about 2,500 miles, to supply Beijing with water. They don't even know if it will work, right? And they're already digging down like 1,000 feet into the current aquifers to get water that's enough for there. The former premier of China said that water is the greatest threat, quote, survival of the Chinese nation. So this is something they are very much thinking about too, but also there's an opportunity for cooperation, because together we can work on these solutions to help their security as well at home with water security solutions. And of course, with the Navy, we can't forget the island nations. And it's happening now, unfortunately, because it's not just the water sea level rising, it's the salt water getting into the freshwater systems. And that's going to displace, like Bangladesh and other places, far faster and far sooner than the actual displacement of flooding itself. So these problems and issues are happening right now, and this is why this forum, and really amazing to see the technology measuring the impact in not just the simple ways, but the expansive ways that we're doing here as part of the solution. So what are part of the solutions too, right? So there are various technological solutions. Israel has championed a lot of desalination technologies to the point where they are water self-sufficient enough that it's not a contention necessarily as much at the Golden Heights over the water issue. That leaves more opportunity for better negotiations, despite being sad what's happening right now. So that's the technology side is there. There's some amazing things happening at MIT. In Kenya, there's water desalination through wave energy. So these are all happening, but the real challenge in many ways, though, is the political solutions. And the political solutions need to pair with the technological solutions to really avert human suffering and improve people's lives. Because it's not happening at the speed and the scale it needs to happen to avert the increasing conflicts that could happen, because we know it does happen. Syria is the sad example of that. We had 1 million people come into the city when their crops had failed, and particularly youth. And that helped spark the conflict there, which is one of the bloodiest in the world. And that's unfortunately a sign of things to come when you have 100 million people displaced worldwide right now. And a good chunk of that is due to climate. And 90% of the climate-related disasters that are happening are water-related. So we see the urgency. The challenge now is to get our elected officials together with the technical solutions and with the support of the constituencies and organizations here doing amazing work to educate the lawmakers. So we're committed to working with the elected officials across the US and world to say, hey, here's the urgency, here's how we can address it, and here's the scale and the speed we need to tackle the issue to really improve people's lives and make our planet more prosperous and secure. So.
Alex, we're grateful and lucky that you're doing the work that you've laid out, say the work of the champions. If I could ask our panelists please to step to the hot seats that are waiting for you up here and to put headsets on so those of us online can hear, I'd be grateful. That also means you, Alex, if you are so inclined, and Alona too. Thank you. Yeah, great. James and Jay, maybe you'd like to just introduce yourselves to start, and then I will pelt you with really difficult questions.
My name's James Dalton. I'm the head of the Water and Land Management team in IUCN. Very glad to be here.
NASA, JPL Senior Water Scientist.
Great. Alex Cornell-Duhu, elected officials to protect the earth and Code Blue Water Security Solutions.
Tom?
Tom Eisman, the Nature Conservancy.
Thanks. So we've all seen a lot of data in our life, and some of those data have been very effective at motivating a climate action, and some hasn't. And I'm wondering if maybe James or Jay would like to share examples of either data that have been very effective or data that have not been.
Do you want to go first, James?
Sure. So two quick examples, I think, from my side. One very homegrown to the work of IUCN, looking at river basin management in Western Africa, where the data that we use to look at river flow changes over time based on a certain level of climate future prediction on river flow led to the reevaluation of a hydropower dam being developed and built, and still hasn't to this day, because of the risk associated with storing that water for energy generation and the impact on downstream ecosystems and downstream livelihoods that was bound to heavily impact for flood recession agriculture. So in the sense of maintaining river flow, this data was incredibly important, and climate was the key driver for making the decision on the infrastructure. In the UK, the government there over the last few years has been doing a catchment management exercise whereby they've been actually predicting the impact on the hydrology going forward, and then using that to forecast future licensing of water for companies and others who want to access that water. And it set a bit of a panic amongst those businesses, because suddenly those that are not key to human security and human welfare and economic, maintaining economic systems, so public water supply, energy generation, etc., suddenly realized that on an annual basis, their licenses could be stopped during dry years based on climate predictions. So two positive ways that data can be used to create climate-informed processes, absolutely. But at the same time, there are some shocking examples of how the information just isn't being understood as climate-related. The title of this session is about climate, water would be the teeth if climate were a shark. In many ways, if you look at the way that climate is communicated, the images are about water. They are floods or droughts. They're a dry riverbed, they are people suffering, or they are people exposed to serious risks due to water changes. And yet that topic is still missing very much in the mainstream of climate conversations and in the negotiations. And it's a situation whereby most of the reality of climate hitting people is through water.
And I would add that we're only seeing the extremes. It's like, it's in the same way that we only are paying attention to food. We used to only pay attention to food when there was famine.
Yeah.
But now with measurements of food insecurity, it's like an early warning.
Absolutely. So your data that you're presenting here is really that multi-level set of information that demonstrates what it means to the individual, what it means to the household, what it means to the local economy, and how that translates up to the big extreme events. And getting that information demonstrated in a certain way into the policy environment is desperately needed, but also complicated in terms of how water is understood.
Yeah. And to your first point, this year I'm living in Cambridge, England, which is a place I would argue has, plenty of water security. However, it was on the headline last week that all of this building development has been stopped because of the aquifer levels.
Right.
They didn't use wise, I would say, but they're looking even at physical availability, and it's triggering like a lack of stopping action, which is arguably a wise thing. Sorry. Jay, how about you? Do you have some examples of data that have or haven't been effective?
Yeah, I'll give you some examples from both sides. So I work with satellite data, in particular a satellite mission called GRACE, Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment, and we've pioneered the methods to monitor groundwater depletion or groundwater storage changes and depletion from space. And so some places where that's had an impact are in India. Our first big paper was in 2009. And that paper that came out that showed again, so it is related to food because it's, northwestern India. So, the Green Revolution area. And the fact that we could see this massive groundwater depletion from space, and at the time it was probably the greatest rate of groundwater depletion in the world, I think was very upsetting to the Indian government. It led directly to the National Hydrogeological Mapping activity that's only recently finished up. In a similar way, our work in California it was really important in terms of not just the research, but the images and the animations of groundwater depletion in California's Central Valley, so one of the biggest food producing regions in the United States, were enough, and along with the communication and opinion pieces, keeping the narrative going, led to putting the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act on the ballot in 2014. And that's passed. That passed then, and now it's being implemented. Whether or not it's successful, time will tell. It's got a very long implementation horizon. And now we're doing the same thing. I moved to Arizona State last January and trying to do the same thing in Arizona, and having a lot of great connections with the governor's office and with the attorney general's office. So that all looks very positive. I want to underscore the imagery part, and again, the animations, and when it comes to groundwater, which underpins, provides almost half of the water for irrigation. We talk about making the invisible visible, and it's really, really important to do that, and then to connect it to food. The failures, or the places where our data don't resonate, same data, and so it depends on who you're talking to. And more broadly, I would say in academics, a lot of our really, really important data remain sort of inaccessible and, on computers, and buried in the information about them, buried in research papers that no one is ever going to read. So, I really push for science communication, but it's not something that's rewarded in academics.
It certainly isn't, and it's hard to step aside from the details that you feel compelled to say, like this caveat, this caveat, and this model. No,
exactly, and it's important that we communicate and communicate in a language that people here can understand. And I don't mean in this crowd. I mean the people that are working on the negotiations. Right, it's incredibly important, but it's also quite a challenge. So we have our work cut out for us.
Alex, maybe you can give us some advice about what we can do better for politicians to listen to us. I mean, you're great at telling stories. Maybe you have some success tips for us.
Yeah, so actually, this is a perfect segue because we've been working with a lot of elected officials in California. And in Arizona, I'll start, Saudi Arabia had bought in, when you buy the land in the US, you get the water rights with it in most of the states. And so in parts of Arizona, the Saudis, through their companies, were buying up and planting alfalfa and then shipping that alfalfa to Saudi Arabia to feed 150,000 cows. So, because they, from an economic standpoint, had lost 80% of their aquifer through bad management and climate. And what resulted in is, how do we communicate with the elected officials to let them know, hey, this is a problem we need to address. We should be regulating the extraction and not having unlimited extraction going to the #2 water-intensive crop. So we made a short video with award-winning journalist Anna Day. She just got the Foley Freedom Awards, and used that to send to lawmakers. Because here, the reality is, in many ways, lawmakers don't read white papers. They did pile up on my desk, but if you put them in the video, and they will show their friends.
Alex, is that movie available?
Yeah, it's available. It's on our website.
The name of it?
It's
is that what was on?
Yeah, codebluewater.org or eopa.org.
And we can find the video there.
Yes.
So, Sarah, is it okay if I follow up on this a little bit?
It absolutely is.
Okay, so it's time to have fun. So, so again, get into the importance of communication. The driver, so the incoming governor, Katie Hobbs, within her first week, she basically said, okay, this Saudi stuff has to stop. And that really came from Science Communication, a book that was written, I can't remember who wrote the book, but that same author wrote an opinion piece in the New York Times, and that led to Governor Hobbs' sort of understanding what was going on, and then also having an interest in our work so they could see exactly what's going on and trying to downscale our work, which we currently do at about 25-kilometer resolution, down to the farm scale. So it's a sort of that interaction of like sort of food, water insecurity, climate, and science, water science communication.
Yeah, just to expand on that, is the being able to capture the attention with the story, and then taking that data. Once they're interested in the story, they're like, okay, tell me more.
Yep.
And that's where the data you and others were putting together that we put in it.
Been a lot of, it's really important. And again, Sarah, to your point, we don't really get a lot of credit. It takes a lot of time to interact, say, with journalists and give them data that they can publish, that can show this sort of stuff, can show it better, can show, the average reader what's happening. It takes a lot of time. We don't get a lot of credit for it. So you really have to be sort of on a mission.
Yeah, and one challenge I just want to highlight in Fresno, they've lost over half their water because the oil companies gave them essentially a pesticide that was a byproduct of their toxic waste, and they put it on the field, and it's got into the water system. A neighboring town won a lawsuit for $22 million. It's not a lot when your water's
Not
been
a lot
destroyed.
for water.
So we've had a challenge getting that one out because there's one sentence in the Fresno paper about it.
Alana, you had something to add,
Yes,
please.
I just want to add that in this context, and Jay, you're mentioning, I guess, and both of you are mentioning the science communication may be part of it, and communicating to policymakers, et cetera, or valley of death as we know it, maybe in academia, et cetera. But I want to expand the conversation and talk about the availability of data into really the layperson outside policy as well, right? And to people, to farmers, and the significance of that in increasing equity and transparency, right? So we have, for example, one of our projects, MENA Drought, that's a project with the International Water Management Institute, EMI, which really worked on drought forecasting and management in various countries. And drought data is something that's in some countries, it's a national security issue. So the minute there's an announcement of drought, et cetera, it has both implications for insurances and financial implications in terms of farmers, et cetera, but it can also have implications in terms of civil unrest, et cetera, right? So, but that's a project we're really working with the governments in the region and in the Middle East, et cetera. EMI was available to both create an index and data that can measure drought availability, et cetera, but also put it in a way that's accessible and on a website that's open and accessible to farmers and small shareholder farmers, et cetera, so they can really see where they're standing, both adjust their work, et cetera, but also communicate their needs to the government and have more transparency. So in Morocco, for example, it's so yeah, I just want to expand the conversation on communication of data and white papers, et cetera. So
And to the general public. Like I talk about it at all levels to the general public. There's one sort of conversation and narratives that we have to have with our elected officials. There's another narrative that we have to have with our agencies in our states, in our countries. And then there's sort of the grassroots where people,
and the stakeholders.
as you know, like people really care a lot about their water. If they can see it, they can really get on board and help us.
And I think that also maybe ties to one of the other questions of what type of data, right? So sometimes the data that the person needs on the ground, our stakeholders, the communities we work with, et cetera, could be very different from the higher level data. And that's where HWISE, for example, comes in, because that can be, what's the difference within the household and how can we inform that in terms of, how do we manage community and intra-household activities as well.
And with my epidemiology hat on, I know that the question should be analyzed all together, but I will tell you, one of the questions is, how often have you been angry about your water situation? And there's nothing like knowing that 62% of your constituents are angry to make a politician pay attention. So sometimes we do look at single items. I'd like to appreciate the fortitude of the audience on this last day for being here. And I wanted to I have more questions for the panelists, but I did want to open it up to anyone who may have questions. And Alex, I know that you are a VIP somewhere else and need to bounce soon, so don't be afraid to run away. But in the meanwhile, I will pass the mic.
My name is Hasna Modud. I am IUCN counselor from South and East Asia, and I'm from Bangladesh. I'm really excited about this water conversation because IUCN somehow has not really been into water management. And I passed one resolution on, this was in the Bangkok Congress, about cooperation on regional waters. And you know, Bangladesh has lower riparian. We have 3 major basins, Brahma, Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meghna. But we cannot get any cooperation with our upper riparian country. And and also it's very exciting, Army is not meddling with democracy in third world countries, but looking into Code Blue. I'm really fantastic idea. So what I'm saying that we should follow, the United Nations has a law on the fresh water courses of the world, UN fresh water courses or non-navigational water courses. Okay, so we should see that our member countries, IUCN should help. First of all, it is mandatory follow. It's a mandate to follow UN conventions. IU should see that it is done in all the client countries, because without cooperation of these regional waters, scarcity hurts us and overabundance hurts. And when you said that it can be absolutely give and take, and it is so true. The only basins in the world that has just left like that is in Bangladesh. And so I would like IUCN to look at what we already have, and that we should manage that water, and that will be the greatest credit. Thank you so much.
I told you this would be the hot
Shall I take that one?
Yes, please.
So we have a global transparent water governance program that works in 26 river basins around the world. The Meghna is in that program, but unfortunately, your upstream riparian is not wanting to play the game. So until there is an unblocking politically within that process, that's a non-starter in many ways. No, that's not to say that we don't do anything. There are already things going on. There are active programming in the Meghna Basin right now. I recognize that, but there are many transboundary basins around the world that are also in very similar situations. Yeah. No, well, we can discuss that.
I'd like to ask if you could contribute.
Let's have that offline.
Continue the conversation
Yep.
after, because people online can't
Yep.
hear without the mic.
Yeah, I think I will be very straightforward to a question related to SDG target, because all of you have talking about the implementation. So what do you think about our target achievement by 2030 for specifically SDG 6? Because all of you are doing fantastic job, particularly in taking some of the projects, IUCN, USAID, Helvetas. We are part of the Helvetas in our country. So just to talking about that, what would be your promise maybe in coming by 7 years? Because by 2030, 7 years remaining. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So what, sorry, I maybe missed the question. What do you think can be achieved by 2030 for the SDG targets?
Yeah, because I think all of you are doing very active job in the ground. Even your presentation already mentioned, and Rupaji was also saying the same. So, but some of you maybe presented that it's off track now, the SDG achievement. So, what's your plan to make it track by 2030 or beyond?
No, that's
Good save.
yeah. can I put you on the spot to ask what USAID's plans are for water goals for 2030?
Okay, and maybe I'll say, regarding specific numbers, I'll give an example from Jordan. Again, non-revenue water program, etc., where the mission is helping the Jordan government increase and exceed its commitment for 2% of saving, which ends up being a lot in Jordan relative to the amount, given that it's such a water-scarce country and a lot of it is being lost, right? But I will say the plan generally does include multiple levels of action that we have. So one of it is working really with policymakers and as well as, on the translational side, et cetera. But also the part of the stuff that was important was the nature-based solutions that you mentioned. And I would say that's an area where we're expanding our work when it comes to water scarcity and really seeing it in a more holistic approach and seeing it within the context of our other work on biodiversity conservation and watershed management, et cetera.
Any other thoughts for
Yeah,
2030?
No, I mean,
take the last question.
it's a critically important question because everything is off track. Everything is completely off track when it comes to SDG 6. And the interlinkages between that and SDG 2 for food or SDG 15 from an ecosystem watershed protection as well, yeah, it is a bad situation. If you look at most of the trajectories for 2030 as well, it's going to be very hard to be achieved. That being said, there is growing recognition of the importance of water resources because it's underpinning most of the other SDGs, including driven by energy security, which normally has most of the decision-making power in river basins. So at the UN Water Conference earlier this year, there were lots of commitments made. The difficulty is being able to translate those commitments into the realities on the ground, because inherently water is a very technical topic, but it sits within a very political space. And so being able to actually translate and have the skills to access being able to deliver on water is complicated. You can create very perverse trade-offs through managing water resources. Reservoirs affecting ecosystems, creating insecurity locally but maximizing national water security. So it's a difficult challenge. I think for us, mobilizing and expanding nature-based solutions in river basins is key because it brings biodiversity and carbon benefits. Recognizing people as real drivers of local change within river basins, critically important, but sorting out the governance and making those organizations who are responsible for managing the water more stable, more capacity, and more sustainable finance for them. If you look at a lot of national budgets for water, there's simply not enough going in. And that's one of the key problems.
Okay, thank you. I am from Cameroon. Cameroon is in Central Africa. In fact, I would like to say that from one panelist who talked about a farmer in Iraq, I really want to tell a small story of about 10 seconds and then ask my question. I traveled to the far north of the country in Cameroon, which is a sort of a desert. And I met a person with a disability. I want to indicate that I am blind. I went there to share white canes to help them move around. And I met someone who could not walk. Normally he was supposed to be on wheelchairs, but he couldn't afford it. So he had spent 3 days without drinking water. 3 days without drinking water. First of all, because the water point was about 5 kilometers from his residence, and he could not have someone around to help him go and fetch the water. So the question I want to ask is, like, I've gone to some site events. This is my first COP. I've gone to some site events, and I've noticed people are talking about gender. People are talking about many issues, mainly about youth, about indigenous people. But the consideration, and particularly when I listen to this particular interesting theme, water, food security, climate change, I ask myself, what place is the IUCN giving to the over 800 million people with disability around the world? Because if we take into consideration statistics from the World Health Organization, we have 10% of the world's population suffering from a disability. And if we're talking about water scarcity, food insecurity, and climate change, it means that these people are the most affected by this effect. So what is IUCN doing so that these people will have a better, will have access to this water? They will not feel the consequences, the adverse effects of this climate change. Thank you.
Another question directed to me. So it's a very good point, and you will note that the actual statistics on water access have improved over the last 10, 15 years, actually, from around about 1.3, 1.4 billion to less than that, to about 800 million. That's still a shocking figure. IUCN focuses on water security, and so the broader issues around basins and ecosystem security for a water perspective, and ultimately getting that right will mobilize additional flows and water resources for accessing through water points and the things you're talking about, household water security. We don't generally deal directly with household water security. That's something that other agencies such as WaterAid and other international organizations deal with in terms of providing access for people. That being said, we are very concerned about those numbers still remaining high, and that a key element is being able to provide the resources, clean, available, stable water resources, so that people can tap into them through water points and other access. But your point about the fact that it's still a 5-kilometer walk for some people is absolutely disgraceful. And I think it still boils down to the fact that water is not recognized enough as a key issue, both from a climate perspective, a biodiversity perspective, and an actual human health perspective. So I was very pleased to see on Sarah's slides that human health having water central into the conversation. And you'd be amazed at how many conversations I have where water doesn't figure in the human health dimension, and people don't see it as critical. But of course, if we turned off the taps to the COP and waited probably about 5 hours, we'd suddenly feel water moving up the agenda, and people would realize how serious it actually is. It's a very good point. I completely understand the challenging perspective for people in terms of being able to access water for their own domestic needs.
And water is a very serious topic, and it's my hope that our Rupa dear is, working hard right now to make sure that water is on the agenda for all of us going forward. I'd like to.
I just want to make sure that that it's clear that we're not trying to dodge the ball here. And when we say in the SDG and in our actual 2030 goals, water security for all, that it means for all, right? I mean, that's part of, as you see the goal, but that's where data comes in, and really programs, I think, like HYs, et cetera, right? So measuring the water availability and security on an individual household level, be it an individual, whether it's, females, kids, people with disabilities, et cetera, we should be able to measure that, and that's where data that the session, I guess, has opened with should focus about, right? So
if we're not measuring at the individual level, we don't know who's being left behind. So I'm going to give us the final minute to talk amongst ourselves. I'll close the session. I will offer you Wise Scales pens with turquoise ink if you'd like to come talk to me. Otherwise, I wish you a great rest of COP28 and appreciate all of your inputs. Thank you very much.
thank you to you all. Thank you. So, we do make it happen.
I would argue as well that community engagement is one of the crucial issues is needed, and to understand their needs and the assessment for the
Dear esteemed guests, IUCN Commission members and partners, I'm really excited about this session as we share the Red List update on species with you. A lot of hard work has gone into producing the Red List update from IUCN Red List partners, especially commissions, especially the Species Survival Commission members, and many, many volunteers, and of course the Red List unit at the IUCN Secretariat. And by launching it at the climate COP, we have also tried to focus on the clear links between climate change and the impact on species. I have a very distinguished panel with me today. The Director General of IUCN, Gretel Aquilar, then David Cooper, the Acting Executive Secretary of the Secretariat of Convention of Biological Biodiversity, CBD. Vivek Menon, the IUCN Regional Counselor and SSC Steering Committee member. Craig Hilton Taylor, the head of the Red List Unit at IUCN. Rima Yabaro, Deputy Chair of the IUCN Species Survival Commission, and then finally Jiong Li, a member of the National Committee of the Species Survival Commission in China and Vice President of the Society of Entrepreneurs in Ecology. I would like now to invite Ms. Gretel Aquilar to introduce the subject matter. Gretel, go ahead.
So good evening. I'm so glad to see all of you here. We're just coming from the press conference launching the news about the red list. I have to say, because I saw during the press conference that it was a little bit quiet, because I think the people received this as a bad news. And I think indeed it's a bad news, but I think that we have to take it from the positive side and think that this is a tool, this is an important tool for decision making and for change the course of action. So while we are not to celebrate that we are losing a species, we need to focus on what we can do, on what is next, on the positive side of what we can do with the information that IUCN is providing. But welcome all to the IUCN Pavilion, the home of the Union, Unite for Nature, as you can see. So this COP28 is nearly over. I think this is the last night that we all are going to be here, and we decided to put the attention of many on the red list of threatened species update. This time, the list, these updates feature 10,000 new species and highlights how the red list is a valuable resource that guides conservation action and policy decision. As I said during the press conference, the red list is a barometer of life, and it highlights the urgent need for conservation action, for conservation on the ground. But if you think how to put what is the red list in simple terms, it is a critical indicator of the health of the world's biodiversity. And it is the world's most comprehensive source of information on how threatened the different species of life are. As such, the red list is a powerful tool used by governments and civil society, business, academics to drive action and policy for biodiversity conservation. We are proud that today it is our red list data. Our red list data is used by multilateral organizations such as the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. David is here with us, and I'm very happy that he accepted this invitation because they are one of the main users of our information, all the governments that get together under the CBD flag. Also, the Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, and many other conventions. In fact, the red list is acknowledged as a headline indicator for the species risk as part of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. But let me say also, and this is very important, that the IUCN red list is a joint effort. It's an effort of the IUCN group of specialists in our Center for Science and Data. Is a big effort by our amazing commission of experts, of more than 10,000 experts, SSC, who we have here also in the panel. And also, allow me, because I think that this is very important to do, so I'm going to take the time to mention our partners, because this is not, the IUCN cannot do this alone. And I think that we need to mention that, of course, our Species Survival Commission, but also the ABQ Biopark, the Arizona State University, BirdLife International, the Botanical Garden of Conservation International, the Missouri Botanical Garden, NatureServe, Rewild, the Royal Botanical Garden Kew, Sapientia University of Rome, Singberg Society for Nature Research in Germany, Texas A&M University, and the Zoological Society of London. We all come together to do this red list. And I am very proud of these partners. I think that is what makes IUCN unique, the possibility to work and to unite many organizations around the world, and particularly to put together the red list that takes the knowledge from SSC, to take the knowledge from all our partners that put their efforts and their money into helping us to do the red list too. So, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, with the increasing urgency posed by this challenge of the climate and biodiversity crisis, we need to act now. I think we all know that we need to act now, that we need to generate this knowledge, that this knowledge is not to be, sad and, the world is disappearing. This knowledge is to take action and to change the course of, the course of how we're doing things very wrongly now. But we are so powerful as humans that we have the capacity to change. And you probably have heard in the press conference, the ones of you who were there, and my colleagues will now explain this, that there are good examples that tell us that when we take action, things can change. And I show you, I'm going to put around there the Red List book. This is what we do. It's very beautiful, very important, and it helps many people around the world. So wait for the next production of this beautiful book, because we're going to do it soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gretel. As it was said, the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species is a very influential and authoritative guide on the state of the nature of species and the impact on species. And for instance, the UN Global Report that estimated that 1 million species are threatened derived that information from the IUCN Red List. So turning to you, David, as the Acting Executive Secretary of CBD, we have now, since the Montreal COP, listed also IUCN Red List of Threatened Species as a headline indicator. So I would perhaps ask you to elaborate on how you see the importance of the Red List to your work now, and also if you could speculate a bit on the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And yes, congratulations to the whole IUCN family for this update. And yes, it's, as Gretel was indicating, it's perhaps somewhat bittersweet, right? It's a great achievement to have this updated information. But of course, the news that it portrays is not good, and it demonstrates the challenge that we have. But I think also, as Gretel said, the Red List, it's one of the indicators, but it's the iconic indicator, right? It's the one that
I think resonates most strongly with the public. And this is what I think makes it so powerful, aside from, of course, the huge scientific content that it represents. And it's this concern about species extinction, the risk of species, that drives people, I think, drives at least many people to act, and why we have such support, I think, for the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The aim of that framework, the mission in this decade, to turn the curve, to bend the curve, and then by 2050 to reduce the rate of extinction, the threat of extinction, by an order of magnitude. That's hugely ambitious. And I think this latest update showing increase in risk, increase in rate, it, of course, shows how difficult that challenge is, but also I think will help to galvanize action. As indicated, one of the key elements of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is its monitoring, the emphasis on monitoring, and as part of the package of decisions that was adopted in Montreal was also a decision on monitoring, and there's a lot of discussion on the indicators. Some of those indicators still have to be identified or developed, but there was certainly no argument that a key indicator for Goal A and for Target 4, but many other of the targets would be the IUCN Red List and the Red List indicator derived from the Red List. This will be key in monitoring progress going forward. It's also key, of course, to the SDG indicator, as already mentioned. The challenge, I think, then is also to translate this to the country level. So the Red List itself can be used, of course, by countries, but it has also inspired the development of national Red Lists, which is also incredibly important as we go forward. And I know that there's increased efforts with the Reverse the Red campaign to really galvanize all of these efforts to move forward. So this new update also gives us new information. Yes, the additional 10,000 species and the first assessment, right, of freshwater fish, which is a really important addition. We know from other indicators such as the Living Planet Index that freshwater biodiversity is, in terms of abundance of species, has been the most impacted, even more than terrestrial biodiversity, even more than marine. So it's really important, I think, that we now have this assessment on freshwater fish as well. We had yesterday, I believe, the launch of the Freshwater Challenge, and this will be a key tool in addressing that. The new update also indicates the importance, the significance of climate change as a driver of biodiversity loss, and underlines, emphasizes why it's so important that we look at climate change and biodiversity loss together, which of course has been a major theme of COP28. Let's see how well that's now reflected in the outcome text that has been discussed and argued over and finalized right now. So let me just also thank again the whole network of scientists, of volunteers, the Species Survival Commission, the Secretariat, all the members, the long list that Gretel just referred to, for all this hard work. Let's continue to work together. Let's unite for nature and work towards indeed living in harmony with nature. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Vivek, the red list of threatened species update is, of course, very much dependent on contributions from IUCN commissions, as mentioned by Gretel, especially the Species Survival Commission. So could you share with us how you and the SCC sees the impact of climate change on species as exemplified by today's update, or any of the species you work on as chair as well?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And absolute pleasure to be here with all of you, as you said, on the final day. But nature is central to all that we're talking about here in ways more than one. And when you bring out the new red list, it's a good time to talk about that nexus of biodiversity and climate change. Now, in the press conference, I had picked on one set of species, which I will repeat to for those who were not there, the most threatened vertebrate taxa, which is amphibians, right? So the second global amphibian assessment, which is completed last year, which has now been incorporated in this red list update, 8,000 amphibians assessed, about 2,200 for the first time. 2 out of 5 amphibians are threatened. Okay? And out of frogs, toads, and salamanders are worst off. 3 out of 5 are threatened. Between 2004, when we did the first assessment, and this assessment, 300 species are closer to extinction. And in this case, the assessors have found 39% of them linked to climate change, threat being linked to climate change. So I'm going to come to that in a minute and expound when we talk about it a little bit more, because amphibians, as you know, being not able to move that far, disperse that far, are really become climate captives. Yeah? Extreme drought or extreme wildfires or things like that will affect them more than, for example, birds and other things that will be able to move much faster. So 41% of amphibians in this world are threatened, okay? And from the last assessment, 4 have gone. So it is bad news. But now Gretel reminded us that it's just because there is bad news, it doesn't mean we sit back and do nothing. We have to use this set of red list. Let me therefore say that it's extremely important to first acknowledge that climate change is a very key distal factor. It's not a proximal factor, and sometimes we tend to say that, oh, is it climate change that actually did it? No, maybe not. It's something else that actually got the species down the tube, but it's climate change at the end of it all, which could be impacting. It's not only climate change, but climate change would be a big impact. As an example, many people died in the corona epidemic because of lung failure or heart failure. But unless you realize that it was virus that was the cause of so many secondary complications that led to death, you would not be treating things correctly. So to put climate in the mix is very important. I'll just give you one more example, which is more my species, which is elephants, which I've worked with a number of years. And people ask, does climate impact elephants? Well, we need to look backwards. The mammoth, the woolly mammoth, we know very clearly, between 15,000 and 5,000 years ago, they were all over the northern regions of North America and Europe and Asia. Around 5,000 years ago, they got slowly moved because of rising temperatures into Wrangel Island and Paul Island, 2 islands. In 1,000 years, the animal was extinct, almost absolutely clearly due to changing climate. There's absolutely no reason we can think that elephants today will fare any better. Yeah? We've already seen, and in China, my colleague here can tell you more about that. In 2020, if some of you were watching TV, you would have seen the case of the wandering elephants. What are the wandering elephants? Elephants are moving into colder climes from warming Yunnan and traversing 300 kilometers into close to a town, close to a place of 8 million people. So remember that this is not just the species that will go, it will also exacerbate conflict. So in all this, climate is playing a critical role, and in the red list update that you're seeing today, in many species, it is identified as one of the threats. In some species, you're not able to today identify that threat, but it will be present. The one last thing I want to say is the importance of biodiversity to creating climate resilient ecosystems is also being now put into science. That's not part of the red list, but it's a very important part of science that's coming today. That if you have mega herbivores, the land will be able to store more carbon, for example. It's a new paper in 2023, read it all if you wish to read it. So it's not just preventing extinctions, but allowing some of these wonderful species that are on the red list, and hopefully you will hear some of the species that are coming back too from my colleague here, will lead to climate resilient ecosystems. So it's so important for this COP to look at the red list, look at what we are losing, and to do the right things at this COP and the next one, so that this can be reversed too. As Gretel said, it's not all lost. We can reverse that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you... Craig, as the head of the Red List unit in IUCN, you're the key responsible person in a way for managing the Red List update. And I wonder if you could give us some highlights of today's update, and again with the focus on the climate change and how it's impacting the species. Go ahead.
Thanks, Suzanne. Good evening, everybody. I know some of you were at the press event earlier, so apologies if I'm going to repeat some of the facts and figures that you heard earlier, but hopefully this will just reinforce the story. So with this update, we've published assessments for over 157,000 species. 44,000 of those are threatened. So that's 28% of the species assessed so far are threatened with extinction. They have a high to very high to extremely high risk of going extinct unless we do something about it. So it's a real crisis. We've heard from Gretel and from David saying we've added 10,000 new assessments to the red list for this update. Now, 7,000 of those are brand new entries to the red list, species that have never been looked at before. And that's all part of our aim to turn the red list into being a barometer of life. We want to expand the taxonomic coverage and the geographic coverage of the red list, so it's really representative of biodiversity as a whole. But the other part that we assessed, over 3,000 species were reassessed. And those are really important to continue doing these reassessments, because that's the key bit of information we need to see whether the parties are meeting their commitments to the Global Biodiversity Framework and many of the other conventions. Because we use those reassessments to calculate the red list index. Are things changing? How are they changing? Are they changing in the right direction? And really the focus of the red list update today, the media release, is about those reassessments. What do they tell us? Are our conservation efforts being successful or are they not? And we've also tried to look at these stories and the linkage to this COP and the climate change angle. So we've heard about the freshwater fish. For the first time, we have comprehensively assessed all the freshwater fish species in the world. There are about 15,000 described species. 25% of those are threatened with extinction. So not a good story at all. And if you look at the 25% that are threatened, 17% of those are impacted by climate change in one way or another. Loss of or decreasing supply of fresh water, increasing salinization of water, lots of other climate change effects that are affecting the species biology in those systems. One of the freshwater species we highlight in the release as an example to show what's happening is the Atlantic salmon, which is a really important commercial fish species. Many people here probably eat Atlantic salmon. So this has moved from being least concern to near threatened. So it's becoming more threatened with extinction. And this is because of a variety of factors, but climate change is affecting all stages of the life cycle of the species, from its freshwater habitats all the way through into the marine. A different species, turning to South America, the big leaf mahogany. This is a really important, commercially important timber species. It's been highly utilized for many, many years. And as a result of that long history of use, we now have better information about the status of the species, and it has moved from being vulnerable to now listed as endangered. It now has a very high risk of extinction in the wild. So there's been a 60% reduction in that population of that species over the last 180 years. This is a species that's listed under CITES, so there's enormous efforts by all the range countries to make sure that they protect the species, that they control the illegal trade in that species, but it is so highly in demand that there's still illegal trade going on. But now with climate change happening, a lot of the forests where the remaining populations of the species occur, those are now under threat because of impacts of climate change. So the species are being impacted on two sides: illegal harvesting, then climate change as well affecting its habitat. But it's not all bad news. There were some good news stories that came out on this release. Two of them really good ones, the two antelope species, so the scimitar horned oryx. So this is a species that went extinct in the wild back in the 1990s because of illegal poaching in North Africa. It's a species that occurs in the Sahel region of North Africa. Fortunately, a number of zoos around the world had taken the species into captivity. So there were animals in captive situation when it went extinct in the wild. And thanks to international efforts, they've been really successful in doing captive breeding, particularly the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi from the UAE have been very successful in breeding that species. And then working with a number of other international bodies, Zoological Society of London, the Smithsonian Zoo, the IUCN SSC Antelope Specialist Group, and particularly the Sahara Conservation Society, they have been able to reintroduce animals back into Chad, into a protected area. That has been really successful. They've been doing it repeatedly over the last few years, and there's now a free-range roaming herd. There's no captive, there's no fences, they're not doing any supplemental feeding. There are now 140 mature individuals that are breeding, their offspring are starting to breed, so that is a real success story. So it's gone from extinct in the wild to now listed as endangered. And if those efforts continue, it will slowly move down the categories. But we can't be complacent because there's still, we could have poaching increasing again, so it's really important that the authorities in Chad work with local communities to make sure they understand the value of the species and they protect it. And we also have the issue of climate change. How will climate change, as the Sahel dries out even further, how will that affect the future reintroduction efforts? So we have to monitor what's happening to that species. The Saiga antelope is another great success story. It's a species from Central Asia. This is an amazing success story because thanks to the efforts of the range countries, particularly from Kazakhstan, who really put in, who hold more than 80% of the population, they've put in really strong measures to protect that species. The conventional migratory species has been involved because it's a species that crosses boundaries between Kazakhstan, Russia, Mongolia, Uzbekistan. So there are lots of agreements in place to conserve the species, and in the last, since 2015, the population has increased by 1,100%. There are now 1.3 million Saigas out there, and probably closer to 1.9 million, in fact, now. So it really has exploded and done extremely well. But once again, we can't be complacent. There are regulations in place to prevent poaching. We have to make sure that those are maintained and that regulation stays in place. It's a species that is very susceptible to the impacts of disease. It has these mass mortality events where a disease happens and you lose hundreds of thousands of animals overnight virtually. There have been 5 of those since 2010, the last one being in 2015. And those disease events are very, very closely linked to the impacts of climate change. Those success stories are really a case of governments working with international and local conservation NGOs and the local communities. Once you have all 3 sectors working together, you then have a win-win situation and we can turn things around. So it shows, it shows you, we know what species are at risk, we know what to do about them, we just need to ramp up our efforts to do even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Rima Jabaro, I wonder if you could say something about the impact on marine species, as you know it from the update and from your work as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by reminding everyone that the ocean is over 70% of Earth and 97% of water on Earth. It's actually the lungs of our planet, and it absorbs 25% of all carbon emissions. So it generates 50% of the oxygen that we need to survive, and is basically the largest carbon sink and is key to contributing to climate change mitigation. And so we need to remember that climate action depends on the health of our ocean, but that our ocean also depends on what we do in terms of climate action. We've probably documented around 200,000 marine species, but for 4,000 kilometers, I guess, 4,000 meters in depth is what we have. And there are probably around 2 million species still in the ocean that we know nothing about. And overexploitation for those that we know, especially large animals, is the key issue, specifically overfishing. And this is for species like sharks, dolphins, turtles. We're taking action, and conservation has worked in many cases, but in others it hasn't worked, or it's very slow to work. And then you throw climate change into the mix, and that becomes a bigger problem. And on the red list update today, one of the species is the green turtle. And the Pacific population, the South Pacific population of the green turtle is now considered endangered. Now, there are many threats to sea turtles, overexploitation in particular, but some of you may know this. Sex determination in turtles is based on the temperature of the sand. So turtles come out of the water, they dig a nest, and they lay their eggs. And depending on the sand temperature, they will either have hatchlings that are male or that are female. So even if we manage to recover populations and we don't do anything about climate change, we are going to have turtles that are predominantly females that are being born with no males to mate with. And that is a problem because our recovery efforts are basically going to have been useless. And you talked about the second most threatened group, the amphibian, the first most threatened group, amphibians. The second most threatened are sharks and rays. 37% of species, most of them, 99% of them are marine species that are considered threatened. So on the update, we also have a species of rays that's considered extinct because of overexploitation. But beyond that, a lot of these species are also associated with different habitats, habitats that we need to conserve, species that are associated with coral reefs. We've lost 60% of our coral reefs around the world because of ocean warming, because of ocean acidification. So these are all issues that we need to be talking about and we need to be considering if we're thinking about conservation of species. It's not all doom and gloom. We are seeing population recoveries, like I mentioned, and this is something to celebrate, but we have big and increasing challenges ahead of us as we hinge on taking bolder actions based on decisions that are going to be made here at COOP, especially tomorrow, I guess, and based on our personal choices, but also based on our ability to ensure that we link these crises, the crisis of biodiversity and the crisis of climate change. Do we need to do more? Yes. Do we need to do it faster? A lot faster. But we're armed with that knowledge, and we need to remember that actions to conserve a suite of species, whether it's just conservation actions, are likely to also have positive impacts on others. So even if we're just working on turtles, it's likely to have a positive impact on sharks. So if we can manage fisheries, and it's the same with climate change, it doesn't really matter what we're working on. If we're able to reduce our emissions, if we're actually able to set goals that are achievable, I can't think of any species or any ecosystem around the world that would not actually benefit. So, thank you.
Thank you, Rima. Well, Zhongli, as mentioned in the update, we are talking a lot about the impact of climate change on species, and also in some cases the invasive alien species, their sort of role in also, let's say, regulating and impacting species in general. But from a large country like China, you worked also on together with IUCN on assessing the impact of species. Could you tell us a bit about what is happening there? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be one of the panelists in this event. I come from China Society for Entrepreneurs Ecology Foundation. We work closely with IUCN China office and the Red List Working Group. In the past 3 years, we worked together with 60 Chinese scientists and assessed about 430 amphibian species, over 100 snake species, and about 1,700 freshwater fish species in China. And it's good to know that, not good, but we know the update today that a couple of plateau freshwater fish were uplisted to endangered. Unfortunately, it's not good news, but it's really important to have more Chinese community and especially government agency policymakers to understand the importance of IUCN area list. I personally work with the VVAC as a member of Asian Elephant Specialist Group for 20 plus years. And especially, you know that in 2020, right before the Kunming CBD COP 15 meetings, a group of 15 elephants roamed from the South Xishuangbanna tropical area up to north to Kunming. People say they are coming for the CBD meetings. Unfortunately, we did some analysis that the habitat in the past 20 years in Xishuangbanna lost about 50%. And with one of my students did a model to use a climate model to assess the suitable habitat for Asian elephant in China, especially in Xishuangbanna. We found that in 2050, if the current climate crisis could not change, the suitable habitat in China for Asian elephant will lose about 50%. So that's a really stress to endangered species such as elephant and all species living in the same habitat. I should say that IUCN did a great job to have thousands of scientists working together, and I participated in the IUCN CCC event early this afternoon, and we see it's important to have both biodiversity and the NbS to be mainstreamed with the efforts of IUCN and the partners. And it's sad to say that during this COP28, it's very few parties speak about biodiversity and its linkage with climate crisis, and very few words about conservation or nature-based conservation for to face the challenge of climate crisis this year. So we need to work hard to make changes.
Thank you so much. I hope it's clear to everyone that the IUCN Red List is definitely relying a lot on partnerships and volunteers, commissions, etc. And I think we are doing a pretty good job in terms of the meager investment and means we have to do this work. But still, we will continue. And I would like now to invite a surprise guest, which is a young Saudi woman who's now the first to have received a Red List assessors training in Saudi Arabia. So if I could ask Reem Al-Dakhela to just join the panel, and if you could share the microphone with her for a second. Reem, it's very nice to now see a new, please come up on the stage. It's very nice to see a new, let's say, young member of the cohort of future assessors. So we are very happy to invite you as part of the new group of assessors. So if you could just share very quickly the fact that you've now completed the training, what made you interested in the IUCN Red List, and what do you hope to achieve?
Well, thank you for having me, and good evening, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay, good. Well, the 2019 IBIS report on biodiversity highlights the rapid loss of species, with around 1 million animal and plant species threatened with extinction. This is more than ever before in human history, and restoring nature could be one of the biggest solutions to climate change. Saudi Arabia has globally important biodiversity, including intact coral reefs, and like it has been cleared before to us, how important they are, and marine ecosystems in the Arabian Peninsula. So to protect and conserve this abundant biodiversity, Saudi Arabia has created nature reserves and is actively working to restore degraded ecosystems and reintroduce native species. So embarking on the path of wildlife conservation has been a remarkable adventure for me so far, and I've only started like 1 year ago, which led me to attain the IUCN Red List Global Assessor Certificate. Unfortunately, I've seen a shortage of young professionals in the field, so I encourage every young professional to be more invested in the cause, specialize in wildlife and ecosystem protection, volunteer for conservation projects, and advocate for policies that protect biodiversity. And hopefully together we can ensure a future where biodiversity thrives everywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that story. A wonderful call to action for young scientists to also join the cohorts of Red List assessors. And I would really now like to thank the panel very much for this very interesting discussion. And if we can have a picture, and then I think we will get ready for another IUCN reception. Thank you.
Hello, good evening everyone. Assalamu alaikum, ya'atikum al-afiyah. So please, we're going to start. So if you can come just a little bit closer. So this is in a reception format, so I think we will be standing most of the time. So good evening everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, Dr. Gretel Aguilar, Director General of IUCN. Your Excellency, Dr. Hani Shair, the Regional Director of IUCN Dawa. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests from IUCN members and partners and Commission members as well. Dear colleagues from the conservation community, from our region and from other regions, from the Dawa region and from the other regions. Thank you all for joining us today to acknowledge and celebrate the members that have recently joined the IUCN community. We have recently had a number of member organizations joining the IUCN family within our jurisdiction. So this gathering is to acknowledge your participation and welcoming you all to our union. The growth in our membership base has been associated with more active conservation work and growth in the conservation community across the region, with more protected areas demonstrating success and achieving good conservation outcomes. So the other reason, the second reason why we are gathered here today, is to celebrate and acknowledge and appreciate the protected areas that have recently demonstrated their commitment to the IUCN's Green List standard, and that are in the different stages of the assessment and that are in the different stages of the application process. We know that the application process for the IUCN's Green List is a long way. It takes a lot of time, so we would like to acknowledge, support, and encourage the sites in the Middle East and West Asia to proceed with the applications, and we want to acknowledge your achievements so far by being very well progressed in the application process. So thank you all for being here with us, and without further ado, I would like to ask Dr. Gretel Aguilar, the Director General of IUCN, to give her welcoming remarks. So Dr. Gretel, please.
Salam alaikum. Friends of the West Asia region, partners, members, it is my pleasure to be here tonight addressing all of you in this beautiful region. Tonight we celebrate the commitment to conserving biodiversity in West Asia protected areas, but we also celebrate that we have 10 new members. Now we have almost 80 members, 79, in the region, which is very good. And many organizations are joining more and more IUCN in this region. But let me say that this region is incredible. This region is a land of deserts that stretch to the horizon. I have been in Saudi Arabia and of course here in the Emirates, and it is amazing to see the desert. It is, it reminds me the ocean, because you can see until you cannot see anymore. And the colors of the sand, it's just amazing, the place that you have here. You also have the coral reefs that are incredible. And some of you, I heard in Saudi Arabia that you are discovering now blue holes, which is incredible how rich this region is in terms of biodiversity. And that is combines with the people. The people that, in my experience, is warm people, very, very welcoming to other people, and very kind. I have the pleasure to work with many in our office in Jordan, in the regional office, ROA, and all I can say is that is the kindest people that I have seen, and also in my visits to your countries here in West Asia. So it is an amazing region, and that is why we are putting this reception together. First, to celebrate all of you and the work that you do to protect this beauty. And second, to welcome the 10 members, and of course, to talk about the green list. No, we all have our pins now. So by joining, in the case of the members, by joining IUCN, we truly hope that you benefit from IUCN scientific credibility and also knowledge and convening power. And of course, also to network, not only within the members in this region, but to network all across IUCN and in all the different regions. You know that we are having two things that are very important for the members here. One is the Regional Conservation Forum that will happen next year, if I'm not mistaken, in Riyadh. And second, we're going to have the World Conservation Congress that, you know, we put every 4 years, these big events with 8,000 people. So the next one is going to be in this region in 2025 in Abu Dhabi. So IUCN has never been more visible in West Asia than now. I think that shows the commitment that you members have put also on the table. It's not just IUCN coming to West Asia, but it's also all of you trusting IUCN. Welcome, Minister. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. So it is very important for us to have all of you here. But let me tell you a little bit also about the green list. We mark an important milestone concluding the first 5 years of the green list implementation in the Middle East and West Asia region. Since the last listing of the sites declared by the UN Biodiversity Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2018, Minister, you might remember about that, 19 sites applying for the Green List Award from different countries in this region. That means that since 2018, we have had several applications. 19 is a good number of applications for a region, so we also have to celebrate that. Just to say that once again, and on behalf of the entire International Union for Conservation community, we are really pleased to be present in the region, working with all of you, celebrating protected areas, celebrating our green list. That is your green list, no? Now with so many sites applying. And congratulations for all the work that you do. Please take care of this region because it is amazing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gretel, for the inspiring words. And I'd like to invite Dr. Hani Shaer, Director General of IUCN ROA, for his welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Natalia. I'm really so happy for all our members in the region to be here. Not all, but most of them, they are here. And really we are celebrating, as Dr. Gretel said, two things. The first one is that we got 10 new members in our region, and the second one, we are going to celebrate your commitment and your hard work with us for the Green List. And I have another good things that I lost my voice today, so I'm not gonna say a lot of words because really I don't know if it's gonna complete my voice with you or not. So, but thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you so much for your hard work, and really, we would like to get more members because conservation work need more people. As most of you were being in the COP, the climate change is not an easy issue. So I believe that we need to work together as a teamwork, the regional office, IUCN, and this is, if you see the title here, the union. So we are all together to achieve our goals. So, and we have a very good announcement today by Egypt as well. So let's start the celebration. So I will ask my colleague Natalia to start the celebration, because to save time and also to do the needed work. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. Hani, for the kind words and for encouraging everyone and making everyone excited about, the next part of the reception. So we just wanted to prepare a small surprise for you guys, which is a flashback video on the first round of implementing the Green List initiative in West Asia. We started this journey in 2018 in Sharm el-Sheikh in the CBD COP, where the first 6 sites that were green listed were announced for the first time in our region. So we have a small flashback, a very short flashback for you. So please, Sarah, yes.
Whole lot of countries working together, building a network of expertise.
So what we have for you today is we wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the sites that have already been on the green list for 5 years now. So since 2018, we had 6 sites, 2 from Jordan, 2 from Egypt, 1 from the UAE, and 1 from Lebanon. And these sites are now going through the relisting process, because the green list certificate, as you know, expires in 5 years. So these sites are now going through the relisting process. So we wanted to acknowledge and encourage the sites that are already on the green list and invite them to get certificates of appreciation. So I would like to ask Dr. Gretel Aguilar, please, if you can just come so you can hand the certificates along with Dr. Hani. And we would also like to call our Eagle Chair, Dr. Khalid Allam. Dr. Khalid, where are you? Yes, our chair. So if we can just have Dr. Gretel, then Dr. Hani, then Dr. Khalid, please. Could be on. Okay. So we would like to start calling the sites to get their letters of appreciation for the sites that are already on the green list. And guess what? We are going to start, we have thought about this a little bit, and we are going to start alphabetically by country and by site. So in order not to say that we are biased for Egypt, because our regional director is Egyptian, and the minister as well. Yes, yeah. Yeah, so we are going to start with Egypt, and we are going to start with Ras Muhammad and Wadi al-Hitan from Egypt. So, Your Excellency, if you can just come so we can hand you the certificate. We would also like to give the floor for Her Excellency Dr. Yasmin Fuad, because she has an announcement for us to make. Dr. Khaled. And we have also Dr. Tamer Kamal, I think. Mr. Tamer Kamal. He traveled. When was and we want to give the floor for Her Excellency Dr. Yasmin Fuad, please.
First of all, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to greet the DJ. This is the third time we're here in the home of the Union. So thank you very much for hosting all of us, and greeting to my colleagues Hani and Khaled. We went through a process. It's nice that there was a video to remind us of where we were 5 years ago in 2018 and how the journey was processed, and a reconfirmation of our commitment towards the IUCN Green List. And believe it or not, Egypt has been committed to the biodiversity conservation even before hosting the 2018, before having the global biodiversity framework being endorsed in Montreal last year, and in the linkage between the climate change and the biodiversity. And since we are aware of that, and since we are fully aware that the coral reefs in the northern part of the Red Sea is the most resilient one as per the latest research, and because it is an income to many fishermen, to the tourism sector, to a contribution to the GCP, but much more, it is our natural gem for the future generation. So it is my pleasure and honor and privilege to be the Minister of Environment, to announce that the Cabinet of Ministers in Egypt, in the government of Egypt, is about to announce the whole of the coral reefs in the Red Sea that lies under the territory of the Egyptian government under protection. And measures and criteria will be announced by the Prime Minister in the next 6 months. What does that mean? Already half of the coral reefs lie within the protected area, but the other half does not lie within protected area. They just lie along the shore. That shore, we call that the Great Fringe Reef, that we are about to announce that it is under protection with a certain criteria and certain indicators and certain measures that should be done within that part of the Red Sea to ensure its conservation, but ensuring also the consistent and a sustainable development process for the usage of those coral reefs. So I just wanted to share with you this information, and I hope that we would be able to meet in 6 months from now all those participants under the species of also the IUCN who will be coming to Egypt, whether they like it or not. So I'll be retrieving my stuff again, so to celebrate with us the measures and the criteria for that important part of the world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Yasmin, for this very inspiring speech and for this announcement. So we are so lucky to be with you in this moment. And now we go to the second country, Jordan. Also Jordan, in 2018, we had 2 sites green listed from Jordan. We had Ajloun Forest Reserve and we had Azraq Wetland Reserve. So unfortunately, the site managers were not able to be with us, but we have a representative from the Jordanian delegation who is going to receive Mr. Nasser Zawaide, please. And now to Lebanon. From Lebanon, we had in 2018 a Shuf Cedars Nature Reserve declared on the IUCN's Green List. And we have also a representative from a Shuf Cedar Reserve. Are they here or not? So, Mr. Shukri, it's okay, we can just proceed. So, and from the UAE, we had one site in 2018 that was green listed from the UAE, which was Al Wathba Wetland Reserve. We also received a confirmation from a representative from the UAE from Al Wathba. Okay. So the slide that لو ممكن. And now, after we have just acknowledged the sites that have already received the IUCN's Green List in 2018, now we have a number of sites, like Dr. Gretel mentioned in her opening remarks, and Dr. Hani as well. We had like over 19 sites that have submitted applications and that are very well progressed in the application process. We would like to acknowledge and encourage the efforts of these sites, and we want to encourage them to proceed with their journey in the Green List certification until they are fully certified and until they are on the Green List. So this is like a thank you from IUCN, and this is like an acknowledgement from IUCN and appreciation. And we want to start with the applications that are in process, and because there are too many, we have decided to rank them, to order them alphabetically by country and alphabetically by site. So please bear with us. We don't have, unfortunately, representatives from all sites, but we have many of them attending. So let's mention them all, even if they are not here, because some of them are watching us online. So again, from Jordan, alphabetically, we are so lucky now. From Jordan, we have Aqaba Marine Reserve. Good luck, Aqaba Marine Reserve, with your well-advanced application. Good luck. Yeah. So Nasser, you might as well stay, because also the next two sites are also from Jordan, alphabetically. Yeah, Dibbin Forest Reserve and Yarmouk Forest Reserve are also in the process of the application. Yeah. So I don't know, you received 5 letters now. Also, we have Dana Biosphere Reserve as well with them. So, خلصنا خلاص شكرا. You want the others? So, and now to the UAE, we have now to the KSA sites. Yes. So from now, alphabetically, sorry, we go to the KSA, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and also they are ordered alphabetically. So, yeah. We have Farasan Islands, and we have a representative from the National Center for Wildlife, Mr. Abdullah Trasat. Anyway, now we have Al-Ula protected areas. So we have Al-Ula protected areas, Harrat Awarid and Shar'an. So Mr. Stephen, Dr. Stephen, please. Okay, sorry. Okay. We have also the Ibex Reserve, managed by the National Center for Wildlife. Mr. Abdullah again. So you're competing with Nasser now. So, and also from KSA, we have many sites from KSA, so yani, we're lucky to have you all here. So we have now Imam Turki bin Abdullah Royal Reserve. Also, we have a colleague that was nominated by Imam Turki to get the certificate. Mr. Firas, we had a confirmation of his attendance, so anyway, his letter of appreciation is here for Imam Turki Royal Reserve. And we have King Abdulaziz Royal Reserve from KSA now. And now to the largest reserve in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and one of the largest protected areas in the region. We have now King Salman Royal Nature Reserve. Please come to get your certificate. Thank you. So back, where's Abdullah? Yeah, so back to the National Center for Wildlife, عروق بني معارض. Here, I don't think we have a representative, but now to the UAE. Also, we acknowledge Marwah Marine Reserve. So I think we have a representative from there, but their letter of appreciation and their letter of acknowledgement is safe in our hands. And now, for the second site from the UAE, Sir Bonair. We also have a representative from Sir Bonair. هناك قصدي محطوط. So now just allow me to conclude with one slide. We have here one slide. We have a number of sites that have initiated their green list applications. They are in a very early stage of application, but we wanted also to acknowledge these sites and encourage them to proceed with the applicant phase and to proceed by submitting their assessment for the applicant phase indicators as well. I will just quickly mention them. So we have from Jordan, we have from Kuwait, we have Al Khwaysat or Al Jahra. From the UAE, in addition to the sites that we have mentioned, we have also the Mangrove Reserve, and there is also another application from Dubai Desert Conservation Reserve. But this application was initiated, but then it was like, let's say, holding on for quite some time. We have very recently received an application from Yemen, which is very interesting. We had one protected area submitting very recently a green list application from Al Yemen, North Karma Island, protected area. From the KSA, we also have Wuthailan National Park, which is a national park. This is going to be like a unique study, a unique case from the Kingdom of KSA. And also we had 2 applications from Jordan that were initiated, but then they were let's say, frozen for quite some time. We also encouraged them to proceed with their applications and to address the gaps. And we hope to see them also progressing with their greenest application. We have Dana Biosphere Reserve. We have the Royal Botanic Garden, which is a special conservation area. And finally, we hear in these difficult circumstances in Palestine, we also acknowledge and appreciate that Palestine has submitted 2 sites for the green list. They initiated 2 applications, the Land of Olives and Vines Cultural Landscape Site, and they have also submitted Wadi al-Quf. So we really acknowledge the efforts of Palestine in these difficult circumstances and wish all the world and wish Palestine peace and prosperity. And that was like a quick acknowledgement of all the sites that we have in our region, in our MIWA region. We encourage you to please proceed with your green list applications, and we want to see sites on the green list by the Regional Conservation Forum next year, inshallah. Inshallah. Thank you so much. Yes, and we are a big group, but we want to have a group photo. I don't know how that will work, but Fadi has an idea for that. We can go out between the 2 pavilions. Yeah? So, yeah, he has a plan for us. I'm not sure how it will work.